Social Security and Its Phony Crisis by the Grand Rapids Circle.
Social Security is facing insolvency. 8 years from now, its trust fund will be exhausted and, absent congressional action, its payments to beneficiaries will decline to match what incoming payroll taxes cover. If we are to believe the bipartisan conventional wisdom, only two options exist for avoiding the impending Social Security shortfall: cut benefits or increase payroll tax revenue. A third option for making Social Security solvent is almost never mentioned. Congress can fix the problem by refilling the depleted trust fund with money from the general revenues of the U.S. Treasury. The fund, created by federal taxes other than dedicated taxes, like payroll taxes, from which Congress can appropriate money as it sees fit. Why not avoid both major benefit cuts and major payroll tax increases by simply removing the arbitrary requirement that Social Security benefits paid out cannot exceed payroll taxes paid in? This obvious question is never answered because it is politically incorrect to ask in elite political, academic, and journalistic circles. Merely to mention the option of using federal revenues to bail out Social Security is to demonstrate that you are a heretic who was invited to the unfunded liabilities conference by mistake. Of course, the United States faces very serious fiscal problems that will require action one way or another. But that applies as much to our defense spending as our entitlements. By what logic should we subject the elderly to an unavoidable cut while borrowing freely to meet the Pentagon's needs? The choice to plant a time bomb at the heart of one of the nation's most important public programs was a purely political one. In its report delivered to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in January 1935, the Committee on Economic Security organized in June 1934 to design a new program of old age insurance recommended that Social Security should be financed in the long run by a mix of payroll taxes and general revenues. Benefit payments will be light in the early years, but will increase steadily until by 1965 they will exceed the annual receipts. It is at this stage that the federal government would begin to make contributions. When he read the report, FDR ordered the removal of the recommendation that general revenues play a role in the future. In February, he passed the amended report onto Congress, which then debated and eventually enacted the Social Security Act on August 14, 1935. Roosevelt declared, "If I have anything to say about it, it will always be contributed both on the part of the employer and the employee on a sound actuarial basis. It means no money out of the Treasury." But Social Security's reliance on payroll taxes was controversial from the beginning. Abraham Epstein, an influential American proponent of social insurance, was enraged that the program taxed only wage earners and not capitalists. In the Liberal Nation magazine, he accused the payroll tax of distributing poverty among the poor. Some favored funding the program out of general revenues or even a national sales tax, like the sales taxes that many states had used to finance their welfare programs. In 1941, addressing a critic of the payroll taxes, FDR replied, "I guess you're right on the economics. They're politics all the way through. We put those payroll contributions there so as to give the contributors a legal, moral, and political right to collect their pensions and their unemployment benefits. With those taxes in there, no damn politician can ever scrap my Social Security program. Those taxes aren't a matter of economics, they're straight politics." In addition to his insistence on exclusive payroll tax financing, FDR's initial design called for Social Security to accumulate a reserve fund before it began disbursing benefits. But amendments to the Social Security Act in 1939 shifted the program away from reserve financing to pay-go financing, in which today's wage earners pay for today's retirees, in return for the promise that future workers will pay when they themselves retire. Free market ideologues opposed the New Deal's establishment of social insurance from the start and have used the unsustainability of Social Security's financing as an excuse to undermine its structure through privatization. One popular model, pursued unsuccessfully by President George W. Bush in his second term, would allow workers to divert a portion of their payroll taxes to private retirement savings accounts. The fear-mongering about Social Security solvency was pretextual. The new scheme would have taken generations to come into full effect, and its partial diversion of payroll taxes would have accelerated the trust fund's insolvency in the interim. Even worse, paying already scheduled benefits while funneling up to 4 percentage points of the 12.4% Social Security payroll tax to private accounts would have created transition costs amounting to more than 4% of the federal budget for 40 years. As the Congressional Research Service, CRS, noted in 2005, while we know the individual accounts are likely to make the solvency problem worse, the president has not yet specified how this additional shortfall will be financed. It could be financed through 1. Increased government borrowing, to be paid off eventually through general revenues, 2. Increased payroll taxes or other tax increases, or 3. Additional benefit reductions. Bush's partial privatization plan was so unpopular, even with Republican voters, that it was smothered in the cradle by his own allies in a Republican-controlled Congress. In Chile, the murderous dictator General Augusto Pinochet, not having to bother with political opposition or public opinion, and advised by American libertarians like the economist Milton Friedman, had already privatized the national social security system in 1981. The experiment has been a miserable failure, as Council on Foreign Relations Senior Vice President Shannon K. O'Neill observed in 2022. For decades later, Chile's system hasn't worked as promised or expected. The creators anticipated that the average worker would save enough to earn 70% of their salary in retirement. The reality has been closer to 1/3. They thought the new system would expand the number of workers with retirement funds. Instead, nearly 40% of Chileans have nothing to fall back on. Rather than improve the lives of Chile's elderly, most pensioners live on less than the minimum wage, with women hit harder than men. Officials thought less than 10% of wage earners would rely on public largesse for a minimum pension. Today, more than 40% need the government to step in. In the aftermath of the privatization debacles under Pinochet and Bush, many libertarians and neoliberals have refocused their attention to tax-favored add-ons like individual retirement accounts, IRAs, and 401ks. But those are a very expensive way to not solve the problem. In 2022, the Secure Act ordered employers who offer 401ks to automatically enroll their workers, unless they objected. However, in 2023, only 57% of American workers had access to 401ks, and they tended to be more affluent workers in larger firms. For small business employees and low-income and part-time workers, some states are experimenting with other Rube Goldberg schemes like auto IRAs, multiple employer plans, and retirement marketplaces, all seemingly designed by lobbyists to stealthily enrich Wall Street money managers. No doubt there's a role for private savings to supplement Social Security income for many Americans. But if an increasing Social Security to worker dependency ratios, driven by the aging of the population, really does threaten to impoverish millions of older Americans in the foreseeable future, why set up a complicated scheme of universal private accounts, which, because they must be pre-funded and build up slowly, will not be of much use for many decades? Why not just expand Social Security benefits for the neediest retirees, if not for all? As the libertarian Andrew Biggs and the progressive Alicia Munnell pointed out last year in a co-authored paper, Fixing Social Security, let's use subsidies for retirement plans, subsidies for all tax-favored retirement plans, including 401ks and Roth IRAs, cost $185 billion or 0.9% of GDP in 2020. They concluded, over the next 75 years, Social Security faces an actuarial deficit of 1.3% of GDP, so applying the revenues from eliminating the tax expenditure would solve 70% of the problem. And the gains would be higher than this estimate for two reasons. One, the government would continue to collect income taxes on past tax-preferred contributions. And two, payroll tax revenues would be higher as well because they are also affected by the tax preferences. This year, the maximum contribution to a 401k is $23,500. For those over 50, it is $31,000. Why are taxpayers subsidizing the privileged few who can put this much money in tax-deferred accounts? In a country in which the median individual annual income in 2024 was $61,984. The downsizing of tax breaks for 401k and IRAs could be phased in gradually. Before the invention and unfair exploitation by the economic elite of taxpayer-subsidized IRAs and 401(k)s in the 1970s, the rich and the merely affluent saved money for their retirement in the form of taxable investment accounts and other assets. They can do so again. In 2010, in an essay marking the 75th anniversary of the program, Social Security expert Dalmer D. Hoskins observed that the reliance of Social Security on payroll taxes made the United States an outlier among its peers. The almost exclusive reliance on payroll tax financing of Social Security places the United States in a different camp from most of the industrialized countries that have long used general revenue funding to supplement payroll taxes and other earmarked taxes in their Social Security programs. In France, Germany, and Japan, general revenues fund 30% to 50% of public pension program expenditures. A simple explanation for this willingness to use general revenue financing has, of course, been the reluctance of politicians to raise taxes on workers and employers, fearing, in more recent times, the negative impact on the nation's ability to compete against other countries in the global marketplace. This is one kind of American exceptionalism that does not benefit Americans. In hindsight, FDR was wrong, and the Committee on Economic Security was right back in 1935. In the 1960s or later, as an alternative to raising payroll taxes, Congress should have authorized the addition of general revenues. This would have permitted several generations of American wage earners to have enjoyed higher take-home pay in the half-century that followed, while averting decades of sterile controversy over unfunded liabilities stoked by libertarians on the right and deficit hawks in both parties. Before the trust fund is depleted a decade or so from now, Congress should refill it from general revenues. Going forward, Social Security should have two sources of revenue indefinitely: payroll taxes and general revenues, as needed. There might be other arguments for the politically unpopular options of raising payroll taxes or cutting benefits, but the threat of insolvency will not be one. Flexible general revenues of the kind that partly fund Medicare and Medicaid are preferable to a second dedicated tax for Social Security, which would merely provide a second target after the payroll tax for those seeking to spread alarm about unfunded liabilities. How much money are we talking about? If general revenues were to pay for all of Social Security's shortfall in 2034 and thereafter, that would cost an extra $533 billion in 2034 and $25 trillion over the next 75 years. 1.2% of GDP in 2034 and 1.3% of total GDP over the 3/4 of a century between 2034 and 2109. To put this into perspective, the debt-to-GDP ratio in the United States has exploded since the 1990s under Republicans and Democrats alike. Under George W. Bush, the Republican Congress cut taxes while massively increasing defense and homeland security spending after September 11th. With bipartisan support, Congress passed huge stimulus packages following the global financial crisis of 2008 and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Both the Affordable Care Act, passed by Democrats in Congress under Obama, and the Biden-era Inflation Reduction Act added hundreds of billions of dollars to the federal deficit. The One Big Beautiful Bill, OBBB, Act of 2025 is predicted to increase the deficit between now and 2034 by $4.1 trillion, including interest costs, translating to annual deficits of around 7% of GDP annually, 1 percentage point more than a simple extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, TCJ, of 2017 would have cost. Overall, the debt-to-GDP ratio has grown from around 54% in 2000 to more than 120% at the beginning of 2025. As Alan J. Auerbach and Danny Yeagan show, the historic American pattern of debt expansion followed by deficit reduction from 1984 to 2003 has been abandoned by both parties. At this point, with interest payments on the debt rivaling defense spending, gradually reducing, not eliminating, the debt as a percentage of GDP by some combination of economic growth, revenue increases, spending cuts, and perhaps some version of financial repression should be a bipartisan priority. But Social Security has contributed nothing to the run-up of the debt since 2000, and an effort to balance the budget on the backs of the elderly going forward makes neither political nor economic sense. The real reason reformers do not consider the straightforward step of eliminating the artificially constructed constraint of the imaginary trust fund is that they remain hopeful the constraint will have substantive purchase and force the politically unpopular choices they think are necessary. This manages to be undemocratic, unprincipled, and unrealistic all at once. Undemocratic. Doctrinaire libertarians who want to cut or privatize Social Security should honestly make their case to voters, instead of pretending to be neutral, technocratic fiscal conservatives and lying to the American people by telling them that, alas, Congress has no options other than slashing Social Security benefits or radically raising payroll taxes. Unprincipled. Those who claim that general revenue funding of Social Security will bankrupt the country must make the same argument against paying for national security. U.S. national defense has always been flexibly funded out of general revenues. There is no Pentagon Trust Fund based on a dedicated Pentagon tax. Thus, it is impossible for deficit hawks to declare that there is an unfunded defense liabilities crisis because estimated revenues from the Pentagon tax in 2050 or 2100 will fall short of whatever military needs this or that expert predicts will exist in those years. Unrealistic. It's a fantasy to think that Social Security's financing can be fixed once and for all with a painful mix of tax cuts and benefit cuts that will fix the problem and put the program on autopilot for decades or generations to come. The alternative to the pattern of brinksmanship and crisis followed by hasty action that kicks the can down the road again is simple. Provide Social Security with two permanent funding streams, payroll taxes and general revenues, which can be modified incrementally as needed instead of waiting for artificial crises caused by gimmicks like the trust fund. To be sure, statutory constraints to force fiscal discipline can play a legitimate role. Many countries have statutory or constitutional debt limits or expenditure ceilings, though unlike in the U.S., these usually take the form not of nominal spending limits, but of debt-to-GDP ratios. But the effect of a government debt ceiling cannot be mimicked by a confusing patchwork of programs, some of which are paid by dedicated taxes and trust fund gimmicks, while others are paid by general revenues. Supplementing trust funds with general revenues has been standard practice across the federal government. According to the Government Accountability Office, every major federal department has at least two trust funds for revenues dedicated to specific program areas, including an assets forfeiture fund at the Justice Department, a life insurance fund at the Veterans Administration, and the Department of Labor's Unemployment Trust Fund. Unlike Social Security, most trust funds were either designed to have dedicated taxes supplemented by general revenues or have benefited from intermittent general revenue bailouts. An example of the former type is the Medicare Supplementary Insurance Trust Fund, which by design receives 25% of its revenue from Medicare Part B premiums and 75% from general revenues. An example of a trust fund with a dedicated tax that must be bailed out periodically with general revenues is the Highway Trust Fund, which pays for interstate highways and other transportation projects. Thanks to the understandable reluctance of members of the House and Senate to raise regressive and unpopular gasoline taxes that fall most heavily on working-class Americans, the Highway Trust Fund would have been insolvent in 2008 if Congress had not provided it with general revenues in the same year. By 2025, Congress had made 9 transfers from the general fund to the Highway Trust Fund, amounting to a cumulative $275 billion. Highway spending went on without interruption. The Highway Trust Fund now has 2 sources of revenue instead of 1, and its revenue base is more progressive because the affluent and rich disproportionately pay for the general fund with personal and corporate income taxes. Of the 2 ways to add general revenues to a program with a dedicated tax, the Medicare model of permanent federal revenue financing is clearly superior to the Highway Trust Fund model of last-minute bailouts from general revenues. If Medicare Part A, Part B, and Part D are considered together, Medicare as a whole in 2023 received 43% of its income from general revenues, 36% from payroll taxes, 15% from premiums, and the rest from taxation of Social Security benefits, state government payments, interest, and other sources. The example of Medicare suggests that FDR was mistaken to believe that financing Social Security with anything other than payroll taxes would endanger public support for the program by erasing the distinction between Social Security as contributory, earned, universal social insurance, and unearned, means-tested, charity like social assistance or welfare. As long as they contribute some payroll taxes, it seems Americans will have a sense of ownership in an earned benefit like Medicare or Social Security, even if their payroll taxes fund only a portion of it. There are encouraging signs that the taboo against general revenues is weakening in the bipartisan establishment as the date of trust fund depletion approaches. The Concord Coalition, a flock of deficit hawks from both parties who first gathered to shriek in alarm about unfunded liabilities in 1992, faced reality in 2022. Despite the impending depletion of the Social Security trust funds, public opposition to increasing payroll taxes or reducing benefits has resulted in political gridlock, preventing Congress from taking timely and constructive action. As a result, the path of least resistance leads to the use of general revenue transfers to prevent trust fund insolvency. In December 2024, Louise Schinner of the Brookings Institution and Alexander Gelber of UC San Diego broke with Beltway fiscal orthodoxy in a paper for the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER. However, it seems highly unlikely that we will institute payroll tax changes and/or benefit cuts in the next decade that would be sufficient to resolve the imbalances over the next few decades, let alone achieve 75-year solvency or build up a sufficient trust fund to ensure against future solvency threats. Furthermore, action is unlikely to be taken soon, and so the trust fund seems likely to get fairly close to depletion. As a result, it seems quite likely we will need, and indeed, will enact policies that include an infusion of general revenues into the Social Security system. At some point in the late 2020s or early 2030s, to prevent any interruption in the flow of Social Security checks to senior citizens, Congress is almost certain to channel general revenues into the trust fund, ensuring its solvency for a time, if not permanently. Of course, Congress will still be free to debate and enact benefit cuts and payroll tax increases, but the permanent addition of general revenues can make any such tweaks smaller and less politically divisive, and proponents will need to make the case for cuts or tax increases on the merits, weighed against cuts to other programs or increases in other taxes, without invoking an imminent deadline. Best of all, adding general revenues as a second stream of funding can free Congress from being pressured into hasty, last-minute, ill-considered actions by artificial deadlines like the exhaustion of the trust fund. Nearly a century after its creation, Social Security has freed generations of Americans from panic about their retirement income. Now it is time for Congress to free American politics from periodic panics about the solvency of America's retirement security program. The release of the 2025 Social Security Trustees Report led to lots of hyperventilating in the media, as well as dire warnings about the program facing insolvency. While people can earn a good living pushing scare stories on Social Security, they have little basis in reality. To be clear, the most recent Trustees Report does show the program facing a shortfall, so that in 9 years it will not be able to pay full scheduled benefits. But it is important to get a clear picture of what this means. First, let's look at the numbers on their face. Under current law, the government cannot pay out benefits if the money is not in the Social Security Trust Fund. The projections show that in 2034, after the bonds held by the trust fund have been sold off, the program will have enough money to pay 82% of scheduled benefits. While a benefit cut of 18% would be a terrible thing for most beneficiaries, 82% is still very far from zero. So, the idea that the program will just go away is a complete invention. Congress can vote out of existence, but that doesn't seem very likely given the share of the population that either are currently beneficiaries or expect to be getting benefits in the near future. Another point about these numbers that deserves to be attacked head-on is the idea that Social Security, in its current structure, is a major cause of generational inequality. While the retirement of the baby boom cohorts substantially reduced the ratio of workers to retirees, there is little change projected in later years in this century. This means that the share of scheduled benefits that could be paid, absent any action from Congress, falls only modestly in subsequent decades. Going out to 2065, when today's 25-year-olds will be turning 65, the program is projected to be able to pay 74% of scheduled benefits. This would mean that if Congress never touches the program and the projections prove correct, a lifetime medium earner would get a benefit of $30,900 in 2065, more than 20% higher than the $25,200 a medium earner would get retiring today. All numbers are in 2025 dollars. Where's the generational inequality? The fuller picture would be somewhat more complicated. We expect a retiree's income to bear some relationship to their income while working. The benefit the program would be able to pay in 2065, absent any changes, will be a lower share of lifetime earnings than is the case today. But then again, why are workers in the next 40 years expected to have higher lifetime earnings? It's because we have given them a larger capital stock and better infrastructure and level of technology than what we had when we entered the workforce. We can have serious debates about whether the rate of increase in real wages and living standards is as rapid as it should be, but there is no doubt that the direction of change is positive, at least on average, an important point I will return to shortly. There are two important points about the projected funding gap. First, it is more of an accounting problem than an economic problem. Second, it is not especially large relative to other expenses the country has faced. The first point is simply that when the trust fund runs out of bonds, as is projected in 2033, it does not create a new economic burden for the country. The government will not be paying substantially more in benefits in 2034 than in 2033. It just won't have bonds in the trust fund to cover part of the expense. That is an accounting issue. The increase in spending on Social Security from 2033 to 2034, measured as a share of GDP, is just 0.03 percentage points. That would be less than 1% of the Pentagon's budget. This is the extent of the increased economic burden in the year the trust fund faces depletion. If the goal is to fully fill the annual funding gap, the projections imply that it would require increased revenue and/or a cut in spending of a bit more than 1% of GDP, 1/3 of the Pentagon's budget. The reason for this gap is that the program has been spending more than its income for more than a decade, with the annual gap growing continually larger over this period. The bonds accumulated in the trust fund have been filling this gap. There is nothing nefarious here. This was all by design and fully public. The last major adjustment to the program in 1982 structured it to build up a large trust fund while the baby boomers were in the workforce to be spent down when they retired. If the point is to fill the gap by committing additional revenue to the program, we could raise the cap on wages that are taxed, currently $176,100. We could increase the tax rate, or we could assign other government revenue to the program. The last change would literally just be accounting. If we said that $300 billion a year of general revenue, roughly 1% of GDP, would be paid into the Social Security Fund, it would reduce or eliminate the shortfall in the Social Security Trust Fund, but it would have no effect on the budget deficit as it's usually reported. In short, we can easily come up with the money to pay all scheduled benefits. If the government decides to raise additional tax revenue to cover the Social Security shortfall, it makes sense that the bulk of it would come from rich. They have been the big winners in the economy over the last half-century. But the logic for taxing the rich goes even further. The upward redistribution over this period was a major factor in creating the shortfall in the program. In 1982, the last time Congress made major changes to the program, only 10% of wage income was above the cap and escaped taxation. Currently, close to 18% of wage income is above the cap. In addition, in the years since 2000, there has been a major shift from wages to profits. In 2000, profits were 18.2% of corporate income. In 2024, they were 28.3%. If profits had remained at their 2000 share, the average wage in the corporate sector would be more than 12% higher than it is today. The combination of the upward redistribution of wage income, from ordinary workers to highly paid professionals, Wall Street types, and corporate executives, and the shift from wages to profits, explains much of the shortfall the program is now projected to face. That makes a good argument for changing the program so that the winners from this upward redistribution pay more to support the program. There is one other point worth making about the prospects for additional tax revenue. We could raise the tax rate. While any additional payments to support the program should come mostly from the rich, it is not absurd to think that ordinary workers can pay a higher tax rate. After all, the program is designed to support a considerably longer retirement than was the case in 1990, the last time there was any increase in the tax rate. From 1966 to 1990, the tax rate on wages rose from 5.8% to 12.4%, an increase of 6.6 percentage points over 24 years. By contrast, there has been no increase in the last 35 years. If the tax were to increase, say by 2 percentage points over the next 2 decades, it hardly seems like a major crisis. The average real annual wage is projected to be 32% higher in 2045 than it is today. It would be hard to make a case that workers in 2045 would be suffering a major hardship if we took back 2.0 percentage points of this increase in the form of higher taxes for Social Security. We do have to worry about inequality, but for the last decade, workers at the bottom have been roughly keeping pace with average wage growth. It is understandable that politicians running for office don't like to talk about tax increases, but in this respect, Donald Trump can perhaps offer a useful lesson. He is imposing import taxes, tariffs, that could well reach $400 billion a year. This is equivalent to a 4.0 percentage point increase in the payroll tax. He is doing this without even getting approval from Congress. To date, this tax hike has prompted only limited public complaint. It is hard to believe that a tax increase, half this size, phased in over 20 years, to support the country's most popular social program, would be an impossible political lift. Distribution matters greatly for Social Security's finances, but growth also matters. When the program was restructured in 1982, it was expected that the strong wage growth during the quarter-century post-World War II boom would continue indefinitely. That proved not to be true. However, if we could get back to a situation of 2% annual real wage growth, where wage growth exceeds inflation by 2 percentage points, it would make fixing the program's finances in its current structure relatively easy. It would directly reduce the projected shortfall by close to a third. When wages rise faster than prices, tax revenues increase relative to the benefits paid out. However, more rapid wage growth also would facilitate modest increases in taxes. We raised taxes a great deal in prior decades, going from a combined employer-employee tax rate of just 3% at the start of the 1950s to the current 12.4% by 1990. In short, more rapid growth by itself will not fix Social Security, but if we get more rapid growth and the benefits of this growth are widely shared, the projected shortfall will be a problem that is easily solved. On this last point, it is worth reminding everyone how incredibly popular Social Security is. It enjoys overwhelming public support across the political spectrum, with even supermajorities of Republicans expressing support for the program. The reason is obvious. For more than 80 years, Social Security has provided a substantial degree of economic security to the country's working population and their families. It provides this security even to high-income workers who may not think they need it, because even a highly paid doctor or lawyer may find they're no longer highly paid after a serious illness or car accident. It also is incredibly efficient, with administrative costs for the retirement program that are less than 0.4% of the benefits paid each year. By all measures, the amount of fraud in the program is minimal. Elon Musk's Doge team actually helped to confirm this basic story. While they went in with grand promises to root out waste and fraud, they essentially found nothing and instead pushed absurd lies like 20 million people with birthdays, putting them over age 120 getting benefits, or 40% of the phone calls to the agency were people trying to commit fraud. The small grain of truth in the 40% figure was that 40% of the identified instances of fraud were initiated through phone calls, which means 60% were either initiated online or through in-person visits. In short, Social Security does what it is designed to do in providing retirement security, as well as security against disability, for workers and their families. As much as the media and its political enemies like to hype the scare stories, There is no reason it should not be around long into the future and paying out full scheduled benefits. "We have a chance," said President Clinton, "to fix the roof while the sun is still shining." He was talking about dealing with Social Security immediately while the economy is growing and the federal budget is balanced. The audience was a regional conference on Social Security in Kansas City, Missouri, that the White House had helped bring together. The roof analogy is illuminating, but we can make it more accurate. Imagine that it's not going to rain for more than 30 years. And the rain, when it does arrive, and it might not, will be pretty light. And imagine that the average household will have a lot more income for roof repair by the time the rain approaches. Now, add this. Most of the people who say they want to fix the roof actually want to knock holes in it. This is the situation facing Social Security, and it is well known to those who have looked at the numbers. The program will take in enough revenue to keep all of its promises for over 30 years, without any changes at all. 30 years is a long time. It's hard to think of any other program that can claim to be secure for that long. Furthermore, the forecast of shortfall in 2034 is based on the economy limping along at less than a 1.7% annual rate of growth, about half the rate of the previous 3 decades. If the economy were to grow at 1998's rate, for example, the system would never run short of money. But even if the dismal growth forecasts turn out to be true, and the program eventually runs a deficit, it's not exactly the end of the world. For one thing, the Social Security system would be far from broke. While it would indeed be short of revenue to maintain promised benefits, it would still be able to pay retirees higher real benefits than they are receiving today. And the nation has managed obligations of this size in the past. The financing gap would be roughly equal to the amount by which we increased military spending between 1976 and 1986, a period in which we were not, incidentally, at war. The program has promised and historically delivered a benefit that rises with wages in the economy. In order to maintain this commitment, we may have to increase the system's revenues at some point. Would this place an undue burden on the post-2034 labor force? Hardly. Even if we were to increase payroll taxes to cover the shortfall, the added cost would barely dent the average real wage in 2034, which will be over 30% higher than it is today. It takes a great deal of imagination to perceive this as some sort of highway robbery by tomorrow's senior citizens against the youth of today. The simple truth is that our economy is generating more than enough income to provide a rising standard of living for future generations while meeting our commitments to Social Security. That's true even at the terribly slow rates of growth projected for the future. The strength of the economy isn't perhaps as obvious as it should be, mainly because the majority of employees haven't been sharing in the gains from economic growth. For more than 20 years, most wage and salary earners have actually seen a real decline in their pay. So when people hear that future generations will be able to meet Social Security's obligations out of a much higher income, they don't believe it. To reclaim the majority share of the economic pie is the real challenge and opportunity of the 21st century, to paraphrase another of President Clinton's favorite lines. Yet the question of income distribution has been removed from the political agenda. Instead, we are told that we can no longer afford our not-so-generous social safety net for the elderly. It is one of the greatest triumphs in the history of public relations to have transformed this prolonged episode of class warfare into an intergenerational conflict. Mark Twain once said that a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth even gets its shoes on, and it's hard to find a more compelling example than the lie about Social Security's finances. Despite the fact that none of the numbers cited here are a matter of dispute, the public has been overwhelmingly convinced that Social Security is in deep trouble. According to a February 1998 poll by Peter Hart Research, 60% of non-retired Americans expect Social Security to pay much lower benefits or no benefits at all when they retire. The proportion is even higher, at 72%, for people aged 18 to 34. Ironically, the only real threat to Social Security comes not from any fiscal or demographic constraints, but from the political assaults on the program by would-be reformers. If not for these attacks, the probability that Social Security will not be there when anyone who is alive today retires would be about the same as the odds that the U.S. government will not be there The latter event is, of course, a possibility, but not enough of a likelihood that most people would plan their retirement around it. Confusion over these issues is not confined to the general public. It has infiltrated the upper reaches of the economics profession as well. Lester Thurow is a former dean of MIT's Sloan School of Management, arguably one of the nation's best writers on economic topics. He is also to the left of most economists with regard to issues concerning the appropriate size and scope of government and its intervention in the economy. Yet in an essay in the New York Times Magazine, he argued that the nation's growing elderly population constituted a new revolutionary class, one that is bringing down the social welfare state, destroying government finances, altering the distribution of purchasing power, and threatening the investments that all societies need to make to have a successful future. Even Paul Krugman, one of the nation's foremost economists and winner of the John Bates Clark Award for Best Economist under 40 years of age, fell victim to these popular notions of demographic determinism. In a favorable review of Peter G. Peterson's latest book, Will America Grow Up Before It Grows Old?, he endorsed the volume's thesis that major reform of the Social Security system was necessary to avoid an unresolvable budget crisis 20 to 30 years from now. The budgetary effects of this demographic tidal wave are straightforward to compute, but so huge as to defy comprehension, he wrote. Krugman, 1996a. Krugman later admitted, though, that he went overboard in supporting Pete Peterson's position on entitlements and demographics. I broke my own rule that you should always check an argument both with a back-of-the-envelope calculation and by consulting with the real experts, no matter how plausible and reasonable its author sounds. Both Krugman and Thurow fell for the entitlements trick, a device deployed with great success by advocacy groups like Peterson's Concord Coalition. The idea is to lump Social Security and Medicare together as entitlements for the elderly. On the basis of the last 30 years of healthcare inflation, it is easy to project explosive growth in future Medicare spending. The federal budget deficit therefore also explodes, and the whole economy goes down the tubes. But Social Security and Medicare are separate programs, funded by separate taxes. There is a connection in that Medicare's Part A, which covers hospital insurance, was modeled after Social Security in the sense that it is a social insurance program for the elderly. Most people probably do not distinguish between the part of their payroll tax that goes to Social Security and the part that goes to Medicare. As a political matter, for example, a large increase in the payroll tax for one program would make people less willing to pay more for the other. But the two programs are financed separately, and they face very different financial problems with different causes. Although Social Security is not facing any serious financial difficulties, Medicare will run into serious trouble within the next decade if medical care inflation continues at its historic rates. Because the fees paid by Medicare to healthcare providers are overwhelmingly determined in the private healthcare system, Medicare's financial problems have been driven by decades of double-digit inflation in the private sector. The program could be abolished entirely, but that would not avert the economic disaster 35 years from now that emerges from a simple projection of past increases in healthcare spending into the future. In short, past rates of increase in healthcare spending are economically unsustainable, regardless of what happens to Medicare. These projections make a good argument for healthcare reform, but they say little about entitlements for the elderly and nothing at all about Social Security. The generational warriors have shunted aside these basic facts, preferring instead to view Medicare's real financing problems, like Social Security's imagined problems, through a fantastic prism of demographic determinism. Peter Peterson conjures up frightening dystopian visions of a nation of Floridas, with hordes of gray-haired baby boomers jetting around the country on senior citizen travel discounts, laying waste to the potential savings of generations X, Y, and Z. The media have been influenced by these warnings, and we are regularly informed, as in the New York Times, that Social Security faces a crisis early next century when the 76 million in the baby boom generation start retiring and putting a strain on the system. But the baby boomers begin retiring in 2008, and at that time Social Security will still be running an annual surplus of about $150 billion in constant $1,999 per year. In fact, the last of the baby boomers will already be retired by the time the system suffers a projected shortfall, even assuming the slow growth described above at the end of 2034. It may come as a surprise to many readers that the main reason for this projected shortfall in the second half of the 75-year planning period is not the retirement of the baby boom generation. Actuarially, the main reason is that people are living longer. Another example of how the truth of these matters can be so easily turned upside down is the belief of millions of people that Social Security has actually contributed to the federal budget deficits and the national debt. In fact, the opposite is true. The Social Security Trust Fund loans its annual surplus, now running at over $124 billion, to the federal government. The surplus, which has been accumulating since 1983, when the payroll tax was increased, will help finance the baby boomers' retirement, which is why the program will not have any trouble meeting its obligations while the boomers are retiring. So much for the demographic time bomb with which the system's reformers have been threatening us. With a few selected facts dressed up as surprises, such as a rising elderly population or declining ratio of workers to retirees, and an oversized dose of verbal and accounting trickery, opponents of Social Security have been able to create the impression that the program is demographically unsustainable. This impression is false, as would be any economic projections that failed to take into account the other side of the equation, namely, the growth of the economy. Even the financial problems of Medicare do not result, for the most part, from demographic changes. While it is true that older people, on average, require more health care than the young, overall health care spending, as a percentage of gross domestic product, does not necessarily have to increase with the average age of the population. In fact, among most developed countries, there appears to be no correlation between health care spending and the percentage of the population that is over 65. As a percentage of our economy, we spend twice as much on health care as does Sweden, for example. Yet 17.3% of Sweden's population is over 65, a proportion we will not reach for another 25 years. Rather, the financial threat to Medicare arises as this relatively more efficient system. Its administrative costs are less than one-fourth those of the private system, is subjected to increasing marketization. The number of senior citizens who get their Medicare coverage through health maintenance organizations, HMOs, more than tripled from 1992 to 1998 and has been growing at a rate of 25% per year. It doesn't take a fiscal genius at an HMO to figure out how to profit in this market. With about 90% of senior citizens costing Medicare an average of only $1,200 each, and with the government paying HMOs up to $6,000 per person, depending on the region, managed care providers have been able to profit enormously by selecting, as much as possible, the healthiest senior citizens and leaving the rest. The least healthy 10% cost about $37,000 each in the hands of Medicare. It all works out quite nicely for the HMOs, who can point to rising costs for Medicare relative to the more efficient private sector. Never mind that the HMO's cost reductions are achieved not only through selection of healthier patients, wasting even more resources in the selection process, but also by cutting back on necessary medical procedures. The prejudice in favor of market-based solutions is so powerful that even the groundswell of consumer dissatisfaction has yet to force policymakers to re-examine it. In the last few years, the spread of managed care has created the illusion of efficiency in the private sector by reducing private medical inflation to more manageable levels. It remains to be seen whether these lower levels of price increases can be sustained, particularly without further cuts in necessary medical services. In the meantime, the call for real healthcare reform has been muted, and the country has been moving in the opposite direction from where it needs to go. While HMOs soak Medicare for its profitable patients and services, cuts are proposed to bring the program closer to fiscal balance. And recent legislation has opened the door to further fragmentation of the risk pool by allocating $2.2 billion to create medical savings accounts. These would allow the healthiest among senior citizens to gamble that their healthcare expenses will be less than average and to keep some of the difference if they win. Privatization fever has now spread to Social Security, fueled by the fastest run-up in stock prices in U.S. economic history. Advocates have crafted their appeal to the growing segment of the public that has at least some money invested in stocks, mostly in 401k retirement plans. This is still a minority of the population, about 41% of households at latest count, and ownership is highly concentrated. The typical stock-owning household has only about $14,000, with millions holding only a very small proportion of their assets in stocks. At the other end of the distribution, about 5% of households hold the majority of stocks. Nonetheless, there had been rapid expansion in stock ownership, primarily through stock mutual funds, over the last decade. This growth has created a base of support for the idea that people could be better off if their Social Security payroll taxes were invested privately. According to various popular presentations of this idea, everyone could be a millionaire upon retirement. And indeed they could, if stocks were to continue to double every 3 years. But there are limits to such speculative bubbles. The reality is that the very run-up stock values that has placed privatization on the political agenda makes even the relatively modest returns of previous decades less likely in future years. Furthermore, due partly to a slowing down of population growth and partly to a largely unexplained slowdown in the growth of productivity, the economy is not projected to grow as fast as it did previously. But neither the privatizers nor even the actuaries who made the projections for the recent Advisory Council on Social Security have taken these facts into account when projecting the rate of return for equities. This omission is strange, because it is only under the conditions of the very slow growth forecast that there is even a small projected shortfall in Social Security's revenues. But if the economy is going to grow at less than half the rate of the past 75 years, as the Social Security trustees predict, then the return on equities cannot maintain its past performance. Over the past 75 years, the stock market has averaged a real, after inflation, annual return of 7%. This is a healthy rate, which would double an investor's money about every 10 years. Privatizers argue that the extra risks of the market smooth out over a long period of time, making the market the best place for retirement savings. And they complain that employees whose savings are primarily diverted to Social Security are unfairly prevented from cashing in on these higher returns. During the stock market's turbulence in 1997 and again in 1998, millions of small investors showed their faith in these arguments by buying during the dips and pushing the market back up. "I'm in it for the long haul" was a typical response by mutual fund owners to the market's wild ride. But it is precisely the long haul that one can actually say something about. In the short run, all kinds of speculative bubbles are possible. Psychological factors. Most obviously, the expectation of either higher earnings in the future or simply higher stock prices can drive the stock market to seemingly unlimited heights. But over a long period of time, certainly well within the enormously long 75-year planning horizon for the Social Security system, the price of stocks is limited by the earnings of their underlying assets. That is, stocks are ultimately valuable because the companies they represent earn profits. These profits either are distributed to shareholders in the form of dividends or, if reinvested in the company, form the basis for shareholders' capital gains. In the short run, there is no necessary relation between the price of stock shares and a company's profits. Investors will continue buying so long as they think the price will be higher next year. And it will be higher as long as enough people believe that it will. But this process has an upper limit, as the Japanese learned all too well in 1990. At that time, the Nikkei index of Japanese stocks had reached 38,712. It now stands below 14,000. No one can safely predict when the stock market will reach its upper limit. Anyone with such forecasting acumen could get rich overnight. But there are certain things we can pretty much rule out when we look at a long enough period of time. For example, the price-to-earnings ratios of stocks in the United States are now at near-record levels of 33 to 1. If prices continue to rise faster than profits, this ratio could go higher still. But would investors still hold stocks if it reached 234 to 1? It strains the imagination that they would. Yet these are in fact the consequences of assuming that the market will continue to provide a 7% return. As noted above, returns on stocks depend on profits, and the growth of profits is proportional to the growth of the economy. If the economy grows at half of its past rate, which is the assumption underlying the dire Social Security forecasts, then profits cannot grow as fast as they used to. And so, if we are to accept the projections of a 7% rate of return, we must also believe that the price of stocks will rise meteorically in relation to earnings. The arithmetic tells us that we would see a price-to-earnings ratio of 234 to 1 by 2055. Undoubtedly, the bubble would burst long before the price of stocks flew this far away from the earnings potential of the stock's underlying assets. So we can safely conclude that the forecast of the privatizers and of the Advisory Council on Social Security of a 7% real rate of return on equities is, for all practical purposes, impossible. It turns out that the rate of return that is compatible with their projected economic growth is about 3.5%. Then there are the quite substantial costs of administration and brokerage fees that the current system avoids, but that a private system wouldn't. Adding these and knocks the return to privatized accounts down another percentage point to 2.5%. And this is still a very charitable evaluation of privatization. Its advocates would like to maintain the mandatory character of Social Security while channeling this money into private accounts. They could hardly choose otherwise. Most households have not taken advantage of existing tax breaks for private savings. According to the most recent data available, of the 70.5 million workers with annual incomes under $30,000 in 1993, only 5.4% put money into an individual retirement account. Forcing people to save and invest their money into privatized accounts raises a host of interesting but not easily resolvable problems. The government will be to certify certain mutual funds for participation in this system. It will have to protect against fraud and other forms of abuse. There will be a lot of political pressure to bail out funds that go bankrupt. And will the government prevent people from borrowing against their forced savings? How will it enforce the conversion of these savings into a stream of retirement income? Even if all these problems could be resolved at reasonable expense and without creating an enormous, hateful bureaucracy, the big question remains, what to do about all the people who have been promised Social Security payments over the next 4 decades? That's how long it will take for the first cohort of private Social Security investors to be able to retire on the returns from their individual accounts. In the meantime, while investors' money is going into these private accounts, the system cannot do much for the tens of millions of beneficiaries whose checks are due. That means a major tax increase, enough to guarantee a negative return for the first generations of privatized savers. These arguments have been put forward with increasing urgency as the privatizers struggle to achieve their goals before the public discovers that stock prices can go down as well as up. Other fixes are on the table as well, all of which would cause enormous casualties among the elderly. For example, many people would like to raise the normal retirement age. The idea might seem reasonable enough at first glance, since average life expectancy is increasing each decade. But consider what it means in light of the vast discrepancies in life expectancy among demographic groups. A typical black male worker who is 39 years old today can expect about 2.3 years of full retirement benefits, compared with 8.4 years for his white counterpart. Do we really want to drastically worsen that ratio by taking a year or more away from each? Differences in life expectancy along class lines, income, occupation, and education are about as big as the disparity by race. Raising the retirement age is therefore one of the most regressive ways to cut Social Security spending. It is analogous in the realm of tax policy to a per capita income tax increase. In other words, one could make the argument that since per capita income is growing every year, why not just increase everyone's tax bill by $1,000, regardless of his or her income or wealth? Such a proposal would never get serious consideration. It is much too regressive even for the advocates of a flat tax and similar schemes. Yet this is essentially what we do through the Social Security system when we raise the retirement age along a population in which there is such a great disparity of retirement years. Other proposed fixes are similarly regressive and unjustifiable on economic grounds, yet they seem to get serious attention. One of the more prominent of these is the proposal to cut the Social Security Cost of Living Adjustment, COLA, under the assumption that the Consumer Price Index, CPI, on which COLAs are based, overstates the true rate of inflation. See Baker, 1997. A panel of economists was appointed by the Senate in 1995 for the purpose of determining how much the CPI overstates inflation. The Boskin Commission, chaired by President Bush's former chief economist, Michael Boskin, decided that the CPI was off by 1.1 percentage points. This meant, or at least it was hoped, that Social Security's COLA could be cut by that amount. That may not sound like a lot, but if this conclusion had been adopted in 1998, the average beneficiary would have lost about $1,500 over the following 5 years. Since America's poorest seniors rely the most heavily on Social Security, such changes would cause a significant increase in poverty among the elderly. If this change had been made 10 years ago, there would be at least 600,000 more senior citizens in poverty now than there are currently. Weisbrot, 1997, 20-21. Supporters would like to dress these measures up in a white coat of technical expertise, but that coat looks rather shabby on closer inspection. The most serious problem is that adopting the Boskin Commission's estimate of inflation would require us to radically change our view of the economy. For example, if we have been overstating inflation by as much as the Commission claims, then real income has been growing a lot faster than we thought. So fast, in fact, that most Americans must have been living near or below the poverty level in 1960, a year in which 57% of households owned their own homes and 76% had cars. Furthermore, the whole history of declining real wages for the majority of workers over the last 2 decades will also need to be rewritten, conveniently for some, as an illusion. Looking toward the future, we get even more interesting results if we accept the Commission's estimate. It means not only that we have underestimated real wage growth in the past, but that we are similarly off the mark in forecasting the future. The Boskin future is so bright that the typical wage earner will be hauling in more than $50,000 a year in real, inflation-adjusted, income by 2030, or about twice the typical wage in 1995. The irony of this effort to redo the CPI is that, if its proponents are correct, their rationale for cutting Social Security benefits disappears. We would be cutting benefits for those who spent most of their lives in poverty in order to maintain lower taxes on generations who will have, even by today's standards, quite healthy incomes. Even the most shameless granny bashers should have a hard time justifying this kind of redistribution. Other numbers in the Boskin report don't make much sense either. To take just one example, the Commission argues that the CPI doesn't adequately take into account quality improvements, such as better gas mileage or the installation of airbags in cars. But the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, makes extensive adjustments for quality. In 1995, the CPI rose 1.8%. Without the quality adjustments made by the BLS, it would have risen 4%. This is a large adjustment, but the Boskin Commission, without conducting any original research on the subject, asserts that this is not enough. Their arguments are not convincing. In the case of cars, the BLS asks auto companies how much of their price increases are due to quality improvements. It is hard to imagine that these companies would respond with severe understatements. The Boskin Commission was stacked with 5 economists who had previously proclaimed their belief that the CPI seriously overstates inflation. They looked for everything that might support this conclusion while overlooking evidence and arguments that pointed in the opposite direction. The scenario is a sad illustration of what happens when those pursuing a political agenda, in this case the Senate Finance Committee, attempt to corrupt the process of estimating fundamental economic statistics. Congress has thus far failed to incorporate the Boskin changes, but the issue is far from settled. Indeed, one of the more prominent Social Security reform proposals on the table right now, put forth by Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, contains a COLA cut. Social Security is our largest and most successful anti-poverty program, keeping about half of the nation's senior citizens from falling below the official poverty line, SSA 1998B. In 1959, the poverty rate among the elderly was more than 35%. By 1970, it was twice the rate of that for the general population. Largely as a result of the Social Security program, it has since fallen to 10.8%, or slightly less than that for the general population, SSA 1997. For 2/3 of the elderly, Social Security makes up the majority of their income. For the poorest 16%, it is their only source of income, SSA 1998B. Social Security provides about $12 trillion worth of life insurance, more than that provided by the entire private life insurance industry. The program's 44 million beneficiaries today include 7 million survivors of deceased workers, about 1.4 million of whom are children. SSA 1998A1. Some 5.5 million people receive disability benefits, including not only disabled workers, but also their dependents. For a typical employee, the value of the insurance provided by the program would be more than $200,000 for disability and about $300,000 for survivor's insurance. Ball et al. 1997-32. The coverage of the program is nearly universal. About 95% of senior citizens either are receiving benefits or will be eligible to receive them upon retirement. Advisory Council 1997-88. For a society that wants to ensure some minimum standard of living for its elderly, this is an important achievement in itself. But it also allows for other accomplishments that would be difficult or impossible to replicate in the private sector. For example, Social Security provides an inflation-proof, guaranteed annuity from the time of retirement for the rest of the beneficiary's life. The cost of retirement, survivors, and disability insurance does not depend on the individual's health or other risk factors. And the benefits are portable from job to job, unlike many employer-sponsored pension plans. The success of Social Security also owes much to the superior economic efficiency of social insurance as a means of providing core retirement income. The program's administrative costs are a small fraction of the private alternatives. They amount to less than 1% of payout, SSA 1996A, as opposed to 12 to 14% for the private life insurance industry. On these strictly economic grounds alone, the case for Social Security is strong. But social insurance also embodies a different ethic and a different conception of the relation between the individual and society. The ethic is a solidaristic one, which is different from either self-interest or altruism. It transcends this dichotomy in favor of a collective self-interest that promotes the advancement of everyone. Most of us will grow old and will, either before or during that time, experience health problems or reduce capacity for work. The ethic of social insurance says that we are all in this together, and that it is in our collective and individual interest to pitch in and provide for these eventualities and risks. We can contribute when we are relatively young, healthy, and working, and draw benefits when we are not. Some will draw a luckier number in the genetic lottery or inherit wealth, or even be more successful or healthy or live longer by virtue of their own efforts or wisdom. But this is no reason to deny the necessities of life to anyone else, any more than we would want our local fire department to ignore calls from the poor, or even from those whose fires were caused by their own carelessness. The case for social insurance is also grounded in a view of society that differs considerably from the agglomeration of atomized individuals, each maximizing his or her own utility, that forms the foundation of contemporary neoclassical microeconomics. In this broader context, the national product is seen more as a social product, which requires the efforts and cooperation of all who work. Market outcomes are not necessarily fair or just, nor should they determine one's fate, especially in times of hardship. Despite the political resurgence of a market-driven ethic in the last 2 decades, the majority sentiment is probably still closer to the solidaristic ethic embodied in the principles of social insurance. At the very least, this is true for the areas that social insurance has typically covered: protection against the reduced earnings potential and hardships of old age, sickness, disability, and unemployment. Social insurance has also succeeded in avoiding the stigma and political weaknesses from which means-tested welfare programs have suffered. These weaknesses have been increasingly exploited by politicians since the 1980s, culminating in the elimination of aid to families with dependent children, AFDC, in 1996. Programs like Social Security and Medicare have been protected from these types of divisive attacks, largely due to their universal coverage and work-based entitlement. Social Security has also become increasingly important in light of what has happened to the other 2 major sources of retirement income: private savings and employer-sponsored pension plans. The regressive changes in income distribution that have taken place over the last 2 decades have made it increasingly difficult for most people to save for their own retirement. The median wage actually fell 6.8% from 1973 to 1997, and declines have been much worse for those with less education. This is a drastic change from the previous era, from 1947 to 1973, with a typical wage earner saw real gains on the order of 79%. At the same time, private pensions have shifted from defined benefit plans to defined contribution plans. In a defined benefit plan, the employer assumes the risk associated with the return on accumulated pension funds by guaranteeing a specified benefit upon retirement. In defined contribution plans, such as 401k plans, which allow employees to defer compensation tax-free into retirement accounts, the employee assumes the risk. In the past, defined benefit plans were the norm. 94% of those receiving private pension benefits today receive them through defined benefit plans. But today, more employees participate in defined contribution plans than in defined benefit plans. Together with the difficulty of saving for retirement out of declining real wages, these trends have made Social Security the one part of retirement income that the majority of Americans can really count on. All of this makes a strong case for expanding rather than shrinking social insurance, especially if we want to counter the now decades-old trends toward increasing inequality and poverty in the United States. The healthcare system will be a logical next step in such an expansion. Medicare was an attempt to extend the principles of social insurance to healthcare, but only partially, since the elderly are still segmented from the rest of the population. Insurance involves the pooling of risk, and from an economic standpoint, the most efficient way to do this is to put everyone in one large risk pool. Together with the enormous economies of scale and administration, this is the basis for the superior efficiency of social insurance. Although Medicare has succeeded in providing access to health care for millions of older Americans and in reducing administrative costs relative to private insurance, it has not been able to contain the explosive medical price pressures that have been generated by the private sector. The rational solution would seem to be to extend social insurance for health care to the rest of the population, thereby eliminating enormous amounts of waste and placing global controls on overall spending. The administrative savings alone, according to some estimates, will be enough to provide health care coverage to the 43 million Americans who are currently uninsured. But it will be difficult to have an informed public debate about the expansion of social insurance as long as widespread misconceptions prevail about our existing programs of Social Security and Medicare. There is an old riddle that illustrates the kind of verbal and accounting trickery that has been used to create the illusion of a Social Security crisis. It goes like this. A man walks into a hotel and gives the clerk $30 for a room. The room costs $25, but the man takes off to his room without the change. The clerk summons an employee, gives him $5, and tells him to take it up to the guy's room. On the way up in the elevator, the employee decides to take $2, figuring he can tell the customer that the room costs $27. He gives the customer $3 and heads off to buy a drink. Here's the punchline that has confused, at least temporarily, generations of listeners. The customer paid $27, the employee took $2. That adds up to $29. What happened to the last dollar? Of course, there is no missing dollar. The riddle is designed to make the listener think that there is a dollar missing by posing a question that at first glance appears to be part of a logical accounting framework. But in fact, it is not. It may seem incredible that the widespread belief in Social Security's looming insolvency has been generated by this kind of sleight of hand, but that is more or less the case. With enough money and power behind them, all sorts of ideas can find themselves promoted to the status of conventional wisdom. We should be thankful that no moneyed interests have yet thrown in their weight into the search for the missing dollar. As for Social Security, the best way to sort out the truth of the matter is to look at the actual state of the system's finances, including projections into the future, and then see how the system's opponents and reformers have misrepresented this picture. It is important to understand that the debate over the state of Social Security's finances is not an argument about what kind of economic assumptions to make about the future. That is, the most prominent voices on all sides of the issue, even those arguing for severe benefit cuts or privatization, are operating from the same set of economic and demographic assumptions about what will happen over the next 75 years. This may seem strange, because even relatively small changes in such variables as productivity or population growth, wage growth, and others can have a large effect on the projected balance sheet a few decades from now. But Social Security's critics have not seen fit to challenge the projections that are put together by the actuaries at the Social Security Administration. These are updated and published each year in the annual report of the Board of Trustees of the Social Security Trust Fund. The trustees' report contains 3 sets of projections: a high-cost, intermediate-cost, and low-cost scenario. The intermediate projections, considered by the trustees to be their best estimates, are generally accepted as common ground in policy circles. When one looks at the assumptions, it is easy to see why even Social Security's most fervent opponents rarely try to make the case for anything worse. The trustees' intermediate projections are based on a slow-growing economy, in fact worse than any previous period in American economic history. The economy is projected to grow at just under 1.5% per year over the 75-year planning horizon, far below the 3% growth rate of the last 75 years. Even under these pessimistic assumptions, the Social Security system, without changing anything in the tax or benefit payout structure, will meet its obligations for the next 35 years. During this time, the entire baby boom generation will retire, beginning with early retirees, at age 62, in the year 2008. Table 1. 1 shows the projected number of beneficiaries over the trustees' planning period. The retirement of the baby boom generation can be seen in the sharp increase between 2010 and 2030, from 44.3 million to 70 million, or 58%. The 2 decades after that, by comparison, show only an 8.5% increase. But the retirement of the baby boomers has already been taken into account, and so the program will not have any trouble accommodating the flood of retirees during the 2010 to 30 period, as discussed below. This is in sharp contrast to widely held beliefs that the retirement of the baby boom generation will bankrupt Social Security. The high level of financial security that the system now enjoys is not well appreciated. In 1983, the Social Security Trust Fund was within a few months of falling short on its obligations to beneficiaries. Of course, no one came close to missing a check, and it is doubtful that the federal government would ever default on its obligations to beneficiaries simply because of a shortfall in the program's revenues. But in any case, we are at least 35 years away from the situation that we faced in 1983. Few programs, even a fraction of this size, public or private, can claim to be fully funded for more than the next 3 decades. That ought to be the end of the story. We have plenty of time to fix Social Security if it looks like it will run into trouble further up the road. But there are 2 main reasons why the story does not end here. The first is legal and technical. The trustees are required to show that the system is in actuarial balance for the next 75 years. As a practical matter, projections that far into the future are little more than fortune-telling. Think of the world in 1924. What possible conception of today's economy would anyone have had back then? Computers, air travel, mass electronic media, and popular ownership of cars had yet to enter the equation, not to mention the Great Depression and another world war. It strains credibility to imagine that we have any better idea what the world is going to look like 75 years from today. Nonetheless, that is the current law, and so the debate over Social Security is embedded in a 75-year planning period. The second reason that 3 decades of solvency are not treated as well as they should be is political. In a climate of suspicion toward government programs in general, and with all the hype about entitlements, it is easy to find a credulous audience that will take 75-year projections seriously, especially if the projections show a shortfall, as they do, between year 35 and year 75. Yet even that shortfall, which may never materialize, is hardly anything to worry about. If we were to ignore the problem completely for the next 13 years and then fix it by the most politically drastic means, raising the payroll tax, future generations would not be greatly burdened. For example, an increase in the payroll tax of 0.1% each year, split between employer and employee, beginning in 2011 and continuing until 2046, would close the gap. This would still leave future generations with an after-tax wage far higher than that of today's employees. For example, The average employee in 2030 would have an after-tax wage that is 28.7% higher than today in real, inflation-adjusted terms. Without these payroll tax increases, that employee would have an average wage 30.7% higher than his or her counterpart today. This is real, after-tax income, and it will be earned after the entire baby boom generation retires, with no cuts in benefits. This is hardly the stuff with which to send an army of generational warriors into the battlefield. Moreover, changes recently made by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the way it calculates the Consumer Price Index, CPI, will extend Social Security's solvency further into the future. Some of these changes were recently incorporated into the trustees' projections, which helped push the date of depletion of the trust fund 2 years further out, to 2034. There are other changes in the CPI that have been made over the last 3 years that have not been fully incorporated into the trustees' projections. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, these changes would lower the measured rate of inflation by another 0.29 percentage points. The Congressional Budget Office has made similar estimates. If these changes were fully incorporated, the trust fund would remain solvent beyond 2043. A lower inflation measurement boosts the trust fund because it means that both real wages, and thus the payroll taxes collected on them, and the real interest earned on the trust fund balance will be higher than expected. There are other, non-technical reasons to challenge the policies on which the trustees' projections are based. That is, their projections, aside from the preceding technical issues, may well be the best available forecast of the future economic conditions that will determine the revenue and payouts of the Social Security system, based on past and current trends, but the trends themselves may be challenged on political economic grounds. For example, the trustees' intermediate projections assume an unemployment rate of 6% persisting throughout the period. Until 4 years ago, most economists considered the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment, NAIRU, sometimes referred to as the natural rate of unemployment, to be 6%, meaning that if unemployment were to drop below 6%, inflation would accelerate. The Federal Reserve Board was guided by this view in conducting monetary policy. But unemployment has been below 6% for several years in the late 1990s, often below 5%, while at the same time inflation has actually fallen. There is now a strong case for abandoning the concept of NAIRU altogether. And indeed, if we look at it historically, economists' definition of a natural rate of unemployment has tended to follow the actual rate. In any case, it is clear that a considerably lower rate of unemployment than previously thought possible without accelerating inflation is indeed feasible, and it is within the power of the Federal Reserve Board to make it a reality. Similarly, we might question whether the 1.3% productivity growth projected by the trustees is unalterable. Again, the problem is not in the trustees' projections, but in the notion that the underlying trend should be accepted. From 1948 to 1973, productivity grew at an annual rate of 2.5%. The sharp drop since then to 1.2% has drastically narrowed the economic possibilities for all affected generations. After all, it is rising productivity, output per unit of labor, that is the source of rising living standards. Economists do not agree on an explanation for the slowdown, but clearly there are policy changes that might affect the rate of productivity growth. One is the rate of growth of wages. Although rising productivity is a source of wage increases, the causality also runs in the opposite direction. Throughout much of its economic history, the United States had higher wages than Europe, and this gave employers an incentive to substitute capital for labor, which increases the productivity of labor. This increasing substitution of capital for labor is associated with more rapid technological change generally, since the new machinery almost always embodies more advanced technology than the old. One problem we have in the present period is that the availability of labor at low and stagnating wages discourages this productivity-enhancing investment. It allows employers to create new jobs that have low levels of productive ITY because they can pay low wages. The creation of these low productivity, low-wage jobs slows the overall rate of growth of productivity in the economy. It is commonly believed, especially in the popular literature, that rapid technological change leads to higher unemployment. But this is not true either logically or historically. So long as macroeconomic policy is oriented toward full employment, technological change, and its accompanying increases in productivity need not increase unemployment at the level of the whole economy. During the late 1960s, for example, when productivity was growing more than twice as fast as it is today, unemployment dropped to 3.5 to 3.8%. And the whole Bretton Woods era, 1946 to 73, had considerably lower unemployment than the years since, for 0.7% versus 6.8%, with vastly higher productivity growth. It is therefore possible to have higher wage growth, faster productivity growth, and lower unemployment than we enjoy currently or assume in our economic projections. Such changes could not only balance Social Security's finances, but also allow us to address some of the nation's more real economic problems. Moreover, all this is aside from the more pressing issues of the increase in wage inequality and the shift in income distribution from wages to profits, which are at least as vital to the debate. It is a sad testimony to the intellectual emptiness of contemporary debates over economic issues that policies that have stunted our growth and continue to limit our possibilities for the future are taken mostly unconsciously, as fixed. The source of our economic problems is then located in unalterable exogenous factors like demography or factors that are probably better understood as dependent variables, such as the savings behavior of individuals. It would seem to make more sense to push for policies that would result in higher wage and productivity growth and lower unemployment than to take the performance of the last 2 decades as our inevitable fate for the first 3/4 of the 21st century, and then obsess about the small possible gap in Social Security financing that might result. But myths can have a power that is greater than reality, and the myth of demography as destiny, in conjunction with others, has put the entitlement cutters in the driver's seat. It must be emphasized that however sensible and beneficial it would be to change the underlying growth trends in productivity, employment, and wages, the soundness of Social Security's financing does not depend on any such improvements in the overall economy. Throughout this book, we accept, for the sake of argument, the trustees' intermediate cost projections and their underlying, rather pessimistic, assumptions. Should the predicted financing gap actually materialize, it would not necessarily have to be closed by a flat payroll tax increase. But in any case, it is nothing to worry about. To understand the current debate, it is necessary to examine, in some detail, the devices by which this potential molehill up the road has been transformed into a mountain in the middle of our backyard. Indeed, if one is to believe the criticism, a volcano that is about to erupt and bury our children and grandchildren under a suffocating burden of intergenerational income transfers. One of the most important efforts of Social Security's critics has been to undermine public confidence in the program's solvency. This brings them halfway to their goal, since people are less likely to defend the program from privatization or other changes if they don't think they have much of a stake in it. The critics' success can be measured by the number of times the words looming insolvency are used to describe the system's finances. Looming is a strong adjective to use for an event that won't occur until 2014, when benefits paid out are projected to exceed taxes received, but 2014 is a lot closer than 2034, which is how long it takes for the trustees' projections to show a shortfall. These guideposts have contributed to the widespread belief that the Social Security system will go broke when the baby boomers begin to retire. And so a closer look at this problem is important and will provide a convenient way to illustrate some of the basics of the system. Social Security is a pay-as-you-go system in that money taken from people's paychecks, as well as employers' contributions, goes to pay current retirees. This arrangement causes no small amount of indigestion among the system's conservative opponents, who would prefer a fully funded system that, much like a pension plan, would rely on an established pool of funds invested in financial assets. Benefits to retirees would be paid out of the returns generated by the fund's assets. Primarily to prepare for the retirement of the baby boom generation, the Social Security Trust Fund has been building up a surplus since 1984. It currently stands at more than $800 billion and is now growing by about $100 billion a year. In order to get a return on this money, the trustees buy U.S. government bonds earning about 6.4% a year. These are perhaps the safest investment available in the world today. The first baby boomers will begin to retire about 2008. As can be seen in Table 1, 2. By 2014, the benefits paid by the system will be slightly greater than the money coming in from payroll taxes. The reformers argue on this basis that Social Security will be in trouble in 2014. But this is like saying that Bill Gates would have trouble paying his mortgage if he left his job at Microsoft. At the end of 2014, the fund will have nearly $2.3 trillion in assets in today's dollars, and it will be receiving $138 billion in interest payments on top of its income from payroll taxes. In fact, the combined interest income and payroll taxes, $723 billion, will exceed benefit payments by $130 billion. With this contribution from interest payments, the fund will be able to pay all benefits out of its income until 2022. From that point until 2034, it will be able to maintain full benefit payments by drawing on the principal in the trust fund. The alarmists are not so easily turned back, but they object when the trust fund cashes in its bonds, the government will have to find money somewhere. So Social Security or some other spending will have to be cut. On this basis, they dismiss the trust fund's assets as mere pieces of paper or the government owing money to itself. Dubbed merely an AC counting fiction, the trust fund vanishes. And so, does the distinction between Social Security payroll taxes and the rest of government revenue? It's all just one big pot of money coming in and one pot of money pouring out. While it is indeed true that the government will have to borrow from other sources as the Social Security surplus shrinks, this need to borrow has nothing to do with the solvency of the Social Security system. One way to see this is to imagine that the Social Security Trust Fund were invested in private stocks and bonds rather than government bonds. When the system's payouts begin to exceed its income, the fund would begin cashing in its portfolio, and the proceeds would be used to help pay benefits right up to 2034. Since this money would come from the private sector, no one could claim that the federal budget was being strained by Social Security spending. It is difficult to see why the composition of the trust fund's portfolio should make any difference. The alarmists would have us believe that the fund is not a separate entity, simply because its surplus is invested in U.S. government bonds. This assertion contradicts the entire history of the system, as well as the law itself. Since 1935, taxpayers have paid specially designated payroll taxes and received their benefits from these same funds. What does it mean, then, to say that Social Security must be cut rather than that the government must meet its obligations to the trust fund? When the government bonds held by Bill Gates or Ross Perot or any other wealthy individual or pension fund mature, nobody proposes that the creditors should not be paid their principal. Yet the reformers insist that the 144 million Americans who loan money to the U.S. Treasury from the Social Security Trust Fund somehow do not have the same claim. One reason they are able to get away with this assertion is that the Treasury's current borrowing from the trust fund is not counted as part of the federal unified budget deficit. Thus, the budget was considered in surplus in 1998 when government borrowing from other sources was reduced to less than zero, even though it was still borrowing $100 billion from Social Security. If not for this accounting convention, we would have had an approximately $31 billion budget deficit. In 1999, the annual surplus, excluding interest, of the Social Security Trust Fund was projected to reach its peak. From that point, the annual amount that the Treasury can borrow from the trust fund falls, and it is at this point that Social Security begins to add to the federal budget deficit. But this is merely an accounting convention. In reality, the federal government will simply begin to replace some of the money that it had previously borrowed from the trust fund with money borrowed from other sources. Since the borrowing from Social Security was not counted as part of the budget deficit, but the borrowing that replaces it is counted, the budget deficit grows. In an era in which each passing month sees another social problem or phenomenon, beauty, crime, mental illness, obesity, adultery, divorce, proclaimed to be a product of biological evolution, economics has been relatively lucky to preserve its character as a social, rather than a natural, science, in spite of the self-imposed irrelevance or antisocial biases of its high theory. However fantastic the assumptions of its micro-foundations, or truncated its conception of society as a collection of individual specimens of Homo economicus interacting through market transactions. Economics has at least continued to seek social, and not biological, explanation for the phenomena under its purview. That being the case in the realm of theory, the policy arena is easily diverted by intellectual fads. So we should not be surprised at the receptive audience, inundated as it is with late 20th century biodeterminism, that can be found for an argument that derives a large part of our macroeconomic future from demographic trends. Everyone knows that there was a big spike in the birth rate beginning about 50 years ago that created what is called the baby boom generation. Countless feature stories in the popular media have tracked how the aging of the baby boomers has influenced everything from congressional elections to classic rock radio stations around the country. If one generation is large enough to exert such a profound influence over our politics and culture, it is only natural to believe, especially if the story is repeated enough, that this cohort's retirement will hit the economy like an asteroid crashing into Earth. One's suspicions might be aroused by the fact that we fed, clothed, housed, and educated all these people when they were dependents and still managed to invest enough to create the most rapid period of growth in American economic history. If we could take care of these people when they were young, why should it place an intolerable strain on our economy to provide for their retirement? Especially when that economy is going to be 3 to 4 times the size of the one that sustained the baby boomers until they were ready to enter the labor force. The doomsayers have selectively used a raft of statistics to buttress their case. For example, we are often told that the population of senior citizens over 65 is expected to double by 2030 from 35.2 million today to 68.4 million. However, the rate of increase over the last 33 years was not that different. We went from 183 million senior citizens in 1965 to 35.2 million in 1999. These numbers by themselves do not mean very much. For example, if the elderly were 1% of the population, then even if they doubled in percentage terms to 2%, no one would be worried. In fact, the proportion of people over 65 is 12.7% today and will grow to 20% by 2030. At the same time, the economy is projected to grow by 59%. Can an economy that is 59% bigger support an increase of this size in its retired population? There is little reason to doubt that it can, and, as we will see, with little adverse impact on the rising living standards of the rest of the nation. Another statistic played up by the reformers is the ratio of workers to retirees. It is often noted, for example, that the number of workers paying Social Security taxes for every retiree drawing benefits will fall from 3.3 today to 2.1 by the year 2030. It is thus argued that the system will become unsustainable without serious benefit cuts. But the decline in this ratio has actually been considerably steeper in the past. In 1955, there were 8.6 workers per retiree, and the decline from 8.6 to 3.3 did not precipitate any economic disaster. These figures also neglect to take into account the reduced costs faced by the working population from having a smaller proportion of children to support. A more accurate measure of the actual burden faced by the employed labor force would be the total dependency ratio, which includes both retirees and children relative to the number of workers. This ratio is projected to increase from 0.708 today to 0.796 in 2035. This is not a huge increase, and the latter figure is considerably below the ratio for the year 1965, which was 0.947. Thus, it seems that in comparison to the past, the increase in the future burden of caring for a larger elderly population will be offset to a large extent by the reduced costs of education, childcare, and other expenses of caring for dependent children. But even without taking into account the reduction in costs associated with the smaller number of children in the future, the figures on the number of elderly and the ratio of workers to retirees are misleading because they're taken so drastically out of context. To say that Social Security will go broke because of the declining number of workers per retiree is like saying that we should be very hungry right now because the percentage of the workforce in agriculture has declined from 5.1 to 1.1 over the last 40 years. The problem is that simple dependency ratios do not take into account productivity increases. Just as we can now feed the nation and in fact export a large agricultural surplus with vastly fewer people employed in agriculture, it is also true that fewer workers can support a larger number of retirees as the productivity of the entire economy grows. This example illustrates how meaningless it is to cite scary-looking demographic or labor force statistics in isolation. In order to project the state of Social Security's financing in the future, it is necessary to take into account all of the variables that affect both revenue and payouts, including the aging of the population, the rate of growth of the labor force and wages. The latter are related to productivity growth, projected rates of unemployment, and interest rates. The Social Security actuaries have incorporated these trends, and the results are, as noted above, quite reassuring. Since the reformers are not willing or able to make the case that the trustees' intermediate assumptions are overly optimistic, they cannot challenge the results, and they do not. But that does not prevent a lot of people who, for various reasons, would like to create the impression that Social Security faces serious problems from focusing on whatever portions of the overall picture will make their case appear plausible. Social Security's detractors have a few other tricks they like to throw into the mix in order to create the impression that the whole system is some kind of scam. One of these is the concept of unfunded liabilities. The argument is based on a view of Social Security that likens it to a private pension system. With this model in hand, Peter Peterson warns us that the federal government has already promised to today's adults $8 trillion in future Social Security benefits beyond the value of the taxes they have paid to date. On this basis, he concludes that the system has $8 trillion in unfunded liabilities. This is a big number, and it is quite meaningless. Social Security is not a private pension system. Private pension systems do not have the power to collect a payroll tax from 144 million employees and their employers. As noted above, retirees who are receiving Social Security benefits this year are paid from the contributions of workers who are currently employed and their employers. For the next 30 years, these payroll taxes will amount to an average of more than $550 billion per year. The fact that the system is currently taking in more than it pays out and is accumulating a surplus in anticipation of the increase in payouts as the baby boomers retire, does not alter the system's basic pay-as-you-go financing. In such a system, it makes no sense to compare the program's committed payouts to money already collected in the past. All that matters is the balance between future revenues, including the accumulated assets of the trust fund and its returns, and future payouts. And on that score, the program is secure for the foreseeable future. There is little economic reason to favor a fully funded system over a pay-as-you-go setup, since there is no reason to believe that national savings would be any higher under a fully funded system. Part of the hostility toward a pay-as-you-go system results from the fact that this is one of the few ways that income can be redistributed from the current generation of workers to their elders. The Social Security system was designed to do just that, on the idea that each generation has a higher standard of living, on average, than its predecessor. And that higher standard of living is based on the sacrifices of previous generations, which help to build the capital stock and infrastructure that enable current generations to enjoy the benefits of the resulting gains in productivity. For those who are against the redistribution of income as a matter of principle, pay-as-you-go is difficult to swallow. Some of the program's most vocal critics have therefore attacked Social Security as a Ponzi scheme, that is, a pyramid scheme in which the first participants benefit at the expense of those who join in after them, with the whole structure collapsing underneath the hapless Generation X, or perhaps their progeny. Exhibit A in this argument is the declining rate of return on Social Security contributions. For example, an average income, single, male employee born in 1920 would have received an expected real return of 2.73% on his contributions, as opposed to 1.37% for someone born in 1943. It is indeed true that in a pay-as-you-go system, the rate of return will decline from the time the system is initiated until it reaches maturity. The program was signed into law in August 1935, and the first beneficiaries, who began to receive benefits in 1945, had paid into the system for only a short time. It was not until the late 1970s that the first cohorts of workers who had paid into the system for their whole working lives began to retire. In the meantime, the total number of retirement beneficiaries drawing benefits has grown from 1.3 million in 1945 to 37.9 million in 1998. As a result of these dynamics, the payroll tax has been steadily increased, from 1% in 1936 to 6.2% on both the employee and the employer today. In 1983, benefits were also cut significantly by raising the retirement age to 67, phased in for retirees beginning in the year 2000. There is nothing particularly sinister about the declining rate of return, generated by the arithmetic of a pay-as-you-go system. The alternative in 1935 would have been to postpone the initiation of Social Security for a few generations until a collective pension fund could have been built up with payments based on the returns generated from these assets. This was not an attractive option in the middle of the Great Depression, when so many senior citizens, as well as their families, were impoverished. The nation opted instead for a pact between generations, and this accord has been maintained. Is it unfair that earlier recipients received a higher return for their contributions? Perhaps some will see it that way, but how many Generation X heirs would trade their grandparents' return on Social Security taxes and also their lifetime income for their own? This is what really matters. Not that the rate of return on each individual's payroll taxes is equal across all generations, but that no particular cohort has to make inordinate sacrifices with regard to their standard of living. There is no plausible scenario under which the obligations of the Social Security system could cause this to happen to future generations. Advocates of privatization have recently crafted appeals based on the idea that various demographic groups could earn a better return from a privatized account. Their arguments are based on a number of flawed assumptions, such as exaggerated estimates of the rate of return that people could earn in the stock market. However, there is one particular appeal that has entered the discussion only recently: the argument that African Americans get a much lower return than whites from Social Security and would therefore be better off with a privatized alternative. The Heritage Foundation, in a report that received a fair amount of attention in the press, has made this claim. Because of the large difference in life expectancy between African American and white men, African American men get a much lower return than their white counterparts in terms of retirement benefits. In fact, there are similar differences in life expectancy by income and occupation irrespective of race. But the Social Security system also provides benefits to survivors of deceased workers and to disabled workers, and about 25% of the children who receive survivor benefits and about 18% of the recipients of disability awards are Black. Since African Americans compose about 12% of the population, their claim on survivor and disability benefits compensates for at least part, if not all, of the reduced retirement benefits they get from Social Security. The calculation that African Americans would get a higher return from privatized accounts not only excludes the survivor and disability portions of the system, but also the transition costs that would be necessary in any switch to a privatized system. Today's Social Security beneficiaries are paid from current payroll taxes. Diverting these payroll taxes into private accounts would require a wait of 40 years before a retiree could draw benefits from the principal. In the meantime, retired workers would still have to be paid. Thus, for several decades, employees would have to pay two sets of taxes: their mandatory contributions to private retirement accounts, plus the taxes necessary to support all those who are already drawing benefits. These transition taxes are significant. Under the main partial privatization plan advanced by a faction of the 1997 Advisory Council on Social Security, transition costs were estimated at 1.52% of payroll spread out over the next 72 years. And that plan proposed to divert only about half of Social Security payroll taxes into personal security accounts, PSAs. If we add the transition taxes into the calculation, it can no longer be asserted that African American men, or any other demographic group, would fare better under a privatized system. In fact, their returns will be negative for the next few generations. Although privatization would only worsen the situation, the enormous disparity in retirement years across racial and class lines raises profound issues of public health in the United States. Social Security alone cannot resolve these problems. They will have to be addressed through other policies such as national health insurance, occupational health measures, and perhaps most important, efforts to reduce poverty and income inequality. To the extent that the Social Security system can be made more progressive in its tax and benefit structure, it could, in the meantime, provide some counterbalance to these disparities in years of retirement. Ironically, almost all advocates of Social Security reform, including those who favor privatization, want to raise the retirement age, a step that would greatly aggravate racial disparities in the system based on life expectancy. In sum, there is no demographic tidal wave that will drown Social Security's finances in the ensuing decades. The baby boomers' retirement has already been taken into account, and there is no need for further benefit cuts. And there is no pyramid scheme or diversion of Social Security's revenues to other purposes. Any shortfall that might occur 30 or 40 years down the road will be easily handled by a population that has much greater income than we have today. Any assertion to the contrary is false and misleading and can be supported only by taking selected demographic and economic projections out of context or through other sleights of hand. Nowhere is the gap between the needs of the majority and the preferences of the 1% greater than in public discussion of Social Security. The rules of the national debate rig the discussion in advance to the detriment of most Americans and to the benefit of the rich and the financial industry. The first rule of the rigged retirement security debate is that we, the people, and our elected representatives are allowed only to debate purely public retirement benefits like Social Security and, for the poor, supplemental security income. According to the rules of the game, we are not allowed to mention or criticize the oceans of money in tax-sheltered private savings accounts that disproportionately benefit the rich. Nothing to see here. Folks, move along. The rigged rules of the Social Security debate, furthermore, do not allow any participant to suggest expanding rather than cutting public retirement benefits. Why? That's crazy talk. Only cutting Social Security, or, at most, maintaining promised benefits will even be considered as policy options. At the same time, players in the elite entitlement debate game are allowed, indeed, encouraged to propose further expansions in our already enormous tax-favored private retirement savings programs like 401 Burmese Chats and IRAs. Calling for combining cuts in Social Security with more tax giveaways for savings, mostly to the rich, proves that politicians are very serious people to their Wall Street donors and to the mainstream media pundits who Leone-ized the conservative deficit hawks Alan Simpson and Erskine Bowles. This rigged elite game explains the perverse political situation we find ourselves in. The conservatives and libertarians demand that Social Security be completely abolished. Progressives reply, please don't abolish Social Security completely. Would you please consider letting us help you cut it instead? Playing the role of the wimpy progressive begging for mercy from the hard right, President Barack Obama reportedly may call for cutting Social Security for 80 and 90-year-olds by means of chained CPI in his forthcoming budget. Fix the debt, one of the AstroTurf, faux grassroots, anti-entitlement front groups created by right-wing billionaire Pete Peterson and funded by corporations, many of them in the finance industry, is spending tens of millions of dollars in a short time to pressure the public and lawmakers into cutting Social Security and Medicare. Medicare has genuine long-term cost problems, best addressed by means of all-payer price regulation. But why the pressure from Peterson and many of his fellow plutocrats to cut Social Security? If you want to know the answer, follow the money. As Felix Salmon noted of the Fix the Debt manifesto by the front group's allied COs, the letter basically just says, please cut our taxes, raise taxes on everybody else, and cut the benefits they get from Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, which are programs we individually don't rely upon. It's gross self-interest masquerading as public statesmanship. But the money trail doesn't stop there. Cutting Social Security is backdoor privatization and a bonanza for Wall Street money managers. Cuts in promised Social Security benefits, whether from chain CPI, a higher retirement age, or means testing, will force middle-class and working-class Americans to try to save even more money in the tax-favored private savings accounts like 401 Burmese Chats, so beloved by the Wall Street financiers who fund both Democrats and Republicans. Working Americans will be invited to do so by means of tax incentives, or forced to do so by means of compulsory savings mandates, a possibility opened up by Obamacare's individual mandate, forcing Americans to purchase private health insurance from for-profit companies. The result: enormous torrents of money from middle-class and working-class Americans would be steered into for-profit mutual funds, for-profit annuities, and other for-profit private retirement savings vehicles, from which the financial middlemen can skim off even more fees and bonuses. In the for-profit money management industry, the mere prospect of cuts in Social Security triggers the sweet sound of cash registers. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Dozens, if not hundreds of lobbyists, think tank experts, and academics are being paid by Pete Peterson and other financial industry magnates at this very moment in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere to promote the party line. Fortunately, not all prominent pundits and journalists are willing to parrot the propaganda talking points, generational warfare, shared sacrifice, that are cranked out on a daily basis by the well-funded anti-Social Security lobby. In recent weeks, we've seen several examples of prominent opinion journalists boldly questioning the anti-Social Security campaign. On the left, Duncan Black, who blogs as Atrios, laments, sadly, the leftmost position generally in Congress is to demand no cuts to the program. There isn't yet a movement to expand them. He points out the fallacy of the conventional wisdom that holds that the answer to retirement security consists of even more tax subsidies and incentives for private savings. We can goad and cajole people into saving. We can provide incentives for people to save for their retirement and penalize them for raiding those funds before they retire. We can subsidize employer contributions to retirement funds. But we have been doing all of these things for decades, and they haven't worked. The majority of people nearing retirement will not have sufficient funds to retire with anything resembling economic security and comfort. On March 8th, in a Bloomberg article titled "Don't Cut Social Security, Expand It," Josh Barro, who is generally viewed as a center-right thinker, also criticized elite orthodoxy. The default assumption in Washington is that Social Security needs to be cut to fix our long-term budget problems. But it's really a question of priorities. Social Security is, by definition, an efficient program. About 98% of its costs go out in the form of benefit checks, which the beneficiaries spend on whatever they value most. If we raise taxes on the people who would gain from increased benefits and cut in areas like Medicare, where the government buys a lot of things we don't really need, we can afford to augment the federal role in retirement saving and alleviate the problem of retirement insecurity. In the neoliberal center, as it were, Slate's Matthew Iglesias has dared to question sacrosanct Pattersonite dogma. So defined benefit pensions are dying off. One natural substitute is tax-preferred individual savings vehicles like the IRA and the 401k. Those have some conceptual virtues, but also considerable practical drawbacks since they've created a vast rent-seeking market in extracting management fees from careless middle-class savers. They also have a lot of undesirable instability. I retire comfortably in March of 1999. You retired wiped out in March of 2001. The natural supplement to the problems with individual retirement savings and substitute for the problems with defined benefit corporate pensions is a large public sector program. Every working person gets a bit less take-home pay than they would have otherwise had, but in exchange gets a guaranteed annuity when they're retired. And fortunately for us, we have a program that's already more or less structured like that. It's called Social Security. And as the defined benefit pension paradigm fades away, the natural and proper thing would be to rely more on Social Security as a vehicle for ensuring adequate living standards for senior citizens. The fact that this is happening more or less simultaneously with a demographic transition in which the elderly will be a larger share of the population is interesting, but doesn't fundamentally defeat the analysis. Coming from different parts of the political spectrum, these writers look at the same facts and come to the same conclusions. Social Security should not be cut. It should be expanded. America's retirement security policies are facing a major crisis. No, not the problem that Pete Peterson, Alan Simpson, and Erskine Bowles and other so-called deficit hawks have become famous for exaggerating. The relatively minor mismatch between promised Social Security benefits and scheduled Social Security payroll taxes in the 2030s. The real crisis facing current and future retirees in America's aging society is the failure of the private components of America's mixed public and private retirement system. When Social Security was created in 1935, it was not intended to be the sole source of retirement income for most Americans. It was assumed that employer-provided defined benefit pensions with guaranteed payouts would supplement Social Security checks for many workers after they retired. Unfortunately, employers have been abandoning defined benefit pensions for decades. The number of private sector workers with defined benefit pensions has fallen from around 40% in 1980 to a mere 15% today. At the same time, among public sector workers, poor management by state governments, combined with years of economic trouble, has created a crisis for public pension systems in many states. In order to save money and shift risks to individual workers, employers in the last generation have been switching from defined benefit plans to defined contribution plans like 401 Burmese CHOTS, 401k retirement plans, and other defined contribution plans, including individual retirement accounts, IRAs, now cover about 42% of the workforce as opposed to only about 17% in 1979. In these defined contribution plans, savings by individual workers received favorable tax treatment. But the risks, including risks from poor investments and the chance that you will retire during a stock market downturn, fall entirely on the individual. Even worse, many working-class and middle-class Americans with 401 Burmese CHOTS are stealthily fleeced by money managers, who charge high and often difficult-to-find fees for allocating retirement money among stocks, bonds, and other assets. Other savings cannot make up for the failure of employer pensions and 401k type plans. 1 in 4 Americans, lacking other liquid savings, has been forced to pay for emergencies by withdrawing prematurely from 401 Burmese CHOTS or other retirement accounts. Nearly a third of Americans have no savings account, and nearly half do not have enough savings to pay their bills if they lost their jobs. House values, the main source of wealth for most Americans, have been hit hard by the collapse of regional housing bubbles in the U.S. And selling your house to pay for your retirement is like burning down the house to roast the pig, in Charles Lamb's classic fable. The failure of the private alternates like defined benefit pensions and 401 Burmese CHOTS has made Social Security by far the most important source of income for most American retirees. According to the U.S. Social Security Administration in 2101, 84.3% of the income for Americans over 65 in the bottom income quintile comes from Social Security. Even for the middle quintile, Social Security provides 65.7%. It is only in the top 2 quintiles, the income categories in which are found almost all American political donors, politicians, pundits, journalists, and policy wonks, that Social Security provides less than half of retirement income. A mere 17.3% for members of the top quintile, and a microscopic smidgen for elderly members of the 1%. In 2013, the federal government will spend $164.5 billion in the form of tax expenditures to subsidize individual retirement savings, with the top 20% of American earners reaping 80% of the benefits. No wonder there is a bipartisan elite consensus on cutting Social Security, which is of secondary importance to the well-off. Nor is it a wonder that there is no elite movement focused on cutting tax-favored private retirement plans whose benefits chiefly go to members of the top 2 income quintiles. To be sure, it is possible to devise tax-favored private retirement savings plans that reduce the risks to individuals from a volatile stock market and lower management fees somewhat. Teresa Ghilardici has done this with her thoughtful proposal for guaranteed retirement accounts, as has Senator Tom Harkin, with his smart proposal for universal, secure, and adaptable USA retirement funds. Either would be an improvement on the present system. If private retirement savings are to be subsidized at all, then 401 Burmese CHOTS and IRAs ought to be replaced by less risky plans like these. But to talk about replacing one kind of tax-sheltered private retirement savings plan with another is to play by the rules of the game that the bipartisan elite has set for the elite entitlement debate. The first rule of which is that increases in Social Security, as opposed to cuts, cannot even be considered. But America's bipartisan elite, through its mismanagement of the economy and its crass selfishness, has forfeited its moral and political authority. The bottom 80% and their allies among affluent dissidents need to have a conversation among themselves about the future of American retirement security policy. If we were allowed to have a genuine and censored debate about the future of retirement policy in the United States, the first question we would ask is, instead of expanding failed private savings programs while cutting Social Security, why don't we cut private savings programs and expand Social Security? Why don't we downsize unjust and inefficient programs that shelter the private retirement savings of the rich and affluent from taxation, while boosting benefits paid through the fair and efficient Social Security system? Once the question is framed in this way, the answer will appear obvious to many, if not most Americans. We should cut back 401 Burmese Chats and IRAs and expand Social Security. Until recently, such a suggestion has been unthinkable in the corridors of power in Washington. But expanding Social Security is not only thinkable, it is eminently doable. President Obama reportedly is unveiling a budget using the chained CPI inflation measure to cheat elderly Americans out of the benefits they were promised. In 2 previous posts, I've explained the perversity of the current debate about Social Security. The tax-favored private components of America's mixed private-public retirement system, programs like employer pensions, 401 Burmese Chats and IRAs, are inefficient, volatile, and subject to manipulation by overcompensated, fee-extracting money managers. In contrast, the Social Security program is simple and efficient and has low overhead costs. And yet the bipartisan establishment, including many progressive Democrats as well as Republicans, wants to cut Social Security, the part that works, and expand tax-favored private savings, the inefficient, unstable, and inequitable part. While cutting Social Security makes no sense at all in terms of economics or public policy, it makes excellent sense in terms of the selfish class interests of the super-rich. They have extracted about half the gains from economic growth in the U.S. in the last half-century and recycle some of their profits to fund politicians and lobbyists, as well as mercenary propagandists who pose as neutral think tank experts. Social Security's contribution to the retirement income of the rich is negligible, while the top 20% receives around 80% of the income from tax-favored private retirement savings accounts like 401 Burmese Chats. Naturally, many of America's oligarchs want the public discussion to be solely about cutting Social Security benefits for the bottom 80%, rather than 401 Burmese Chats for the top 20%. To paraphrase Leona Helmsley, Social Security is for the little people. And if we cannot afford all of our present public plus private retirement system, well, as the saying in Tsarist Russia had it, let any shortage be shared among the peasants. Elite discourse on this subject is radically at odds with public opinion. According to a February 2013 Pew poll, only 10% of Americans want to cut Social Security, while 41% want to increase Social Security benefits. It's time to change the public conversation about retirement security in America to reflect the beliefs and interests of the struggling many, not the fortunate few. We need to change the subject from cutting Social Security while subsidizing luxury retirements for the elite to cutting retirement subsidies for upper-income groups while expanding Social Security benefits for the majority of American retirees. The simplest way to expand Social Security would be simply to expand the present Social Security program, Old Age and Survivors Insurance, OASI. But OASI is paid for solely by the payroll tax, a regressive tax that falls most heavily on lower-income workers. Today, individuals pay the payroll tax only on wages up to $113,700. Raising the payroll tax cap could contribute to reducing the shortfall between payroll tax revenues and promised Social Security benefits that is expected to open up in the 2030s. Lifting the cap entirely might eliminate the shortfall entirely. But even if the present system's future funding needs are met, Social Security as it now exists is inadequate to compensate for the rapid disappearance of traditional pensions and the failure of 401 Burmese Chats, IRAs, and other tax expenditure subsidized private retirement savings. And Social Security is not very generous by international standards. In the Natixis Global Retirement Index, the U.S. ranks 19th, behind countries like Slovakia and the Czech Republic. The gross replacement rate for the average earner, how much pre-retirement income is replaced by public or publicly mandated benefits, is only around 40%, while the average in the European Union is more than 60%. In response to the failure of the private retirement system, we should go beyond merely maintaining the public share of retirement income to expanding it. In a new paper, Expanded Social Security, a plan to increase retirement security for all Americans, Stephen Hill, Robert Hilton Smith, Joshua Friedman, and I propose boosting public benefits from 40% to 60% of pre-retirement income for the medium earner, making reliance on failed and inequitable private savings programs less necessary. We would do so by fully funding the existing OASI program, which would be renamed Social Security A, and adding an additional universal, flat benefit called Social Security B. As a thought experiment, we calculated how big Social Security B would have to be in 2035 if Social Security A and B combined were to add up to 60% of pre-retirement income for the average earner instead of today's 40% for today's Social Security alone. The thought experiment is not wholly realistic, as it leaves out transitions from the present system and other complications. Strikingly, the inflation-adjusted number that resulted from this back-of-the-napkin thought experiment, $11,699 a year, is very close to what a poverty-level, universal basic income for the elderly would be. In 2013, the official poverty level for a single individual is $11,490. Because Social Security B, like Social Security A, would be universal, all economic classes would benefit, although in diminishing degrees as their other sources of retirement income rose. While the biggest winners would be low earners, who would enjoy nearly 100% pre-retirement replacement rates from public funding in the new system, high earners would benefit somewhat as well. To pay for the two components of expanded Social Security, fully funded Social Security A and the new flat benefit, Social Security B, we would have to raise an additional 5% of GDP a year in taxation. While that sounds like a lot, the only relevant number is the percent of GDP that would be disbursed to retirees by all government-sponsored programs, a category in which we include defined benefit pensions, 401 Burmese Chats and IRAs, as well as today's Social Security program. Under our scenario, in 2035, a slightly lower portion of the economy would be devoted to government-backed public and private retirement plans than would be the case if our present system continues unchanged. The funding of expanded Social Security would also be far more progressive than today's system. The present OASI program, although it is funded by a regressive payroll tax, is moderately redistributive in its benefits formula. The additional Social Security B benefit we propose would be a universal basic income for the elderly paid for by taxes other than payroll taxes, such as general revenues, or a dedicated tax, such as a portion of a new federal value-added tax. Either general revenues or a VAT from which necessities were exempted would be far more progressive than the payroll tax, increasing the progressivity of a new two-tier Social Security system on the revenue side. While our plan devotes no more money to spending on retirement as a share of the overall American economy than does the present system, the well-off minority of Americans would take a big hit, notwithstanding the small benefit they derive from Social Security B. If the present system continues, then tax-sheltered private savings plans will pay out more in retirement income in 2035, 7.5%, than unreformed Social Security, 5.6%. Most of that 7.5% will go to the affluent and the rich. What possible public interest can there be in having all American taxpayers subsidize the retirement savings of the rich? If any tax-favored private savings plans are to exist at all, there should be strict contribution limits, say $5,000 per year, to prevent the rich from squirreling away money and benefiting from compound interest at the taxpayer's expense. The wealthy supporters of Social Security cuts say Americans should compensate by saving more. Well, let the rich set an example by saving more if they want to once we take away most of their retirement savings tax breaks. Needless to say, in today's money-soaked Washington, the chances that our expanded Social Security plan will be enacted are slim to none. Our purpose in putting forth this plan is to change the debate by moving the goalposts. Today, the progressive position is merely paying for promised benefits. The conservative position is abolishing Social Security completely and the moderate or centrist position is cutting Social Security. In a new debate, foreshadowed not only by our plan, but by influential thinkers like Josh Barro, Matthew Iglesias, and Duncan Black, who might not endorse our particular proposal. The new progressive position, as it were, will be dramatically expanding Social Security. Paying all promised benefits would be the new center, and cutting Social Security by means of a higher retirement age, means testing, or using inflation to rob seniors of promised benefits, chain CPI, would be the rightmost position. President Obama, in reportedly proposing to cut benefits for the elderly with chain CPI, should be careful, or he will end up looking as right-wing in retrospect, as President Clinton does now for signing rather than vetoing the Defense of Marriage Act. Until now, the debate about the future of Social Security has been rigged by the rich and right-wing and their minions. It's time for a genuine debate to begin. According to reports, President Barack Obama hopes that his legacy may include a grand bargain in which Republicans agree to tax increases on the rich if Democrats will agree to cuts in benefits for the elderly, including cuts to Social Security brought about by chain CPI, a different way to adjust Social Security benefits for inflation. Here is the president's idea of shared sacrifice among the many and the few, courtesy of Dean Baker. Barack Obama proposes a painful hit to middle-class and working-class seniors in return for an increase on taxes on the rich so small that they will hardly notice. Bargain? Yes. Grand? Not so much. By legitimating changes that could lead over time to the conversion of Social Security into a means-tested program for the elderly poor only, Barack Obama has proven himself to be a true and worthy successor of his predecessor, George W. Bush. This is not intended as hyperbole. In any given era, presidents and Congresses of both parties tend to share consensus. Eisenhower and Nixon, for example, shared much of the New Deal consensus with Roosevelt and Johnson. So it is in our time. Future historians will note that Bush and Obama alike both successfully expanded access to healthcare goods and services for Americans, but the price of massive government subsidies to for-profit corporations as an alternative to the cheaper and more efficient expansion of public, nonprofit, low-cost social insurance. And the historians of the future will note that both the Republican president and his Democratic successor directly attacked the structure of Social Security as a universal program that pays promised benefits. The two greatest expansions of the welfare state since Medicare's enactment in 1965, Medicare Part D under Bush in 2003, and the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, under Obama in 2010. Both repudiated the logic of New Deal/Great Society insurance programs like Social Security and Medicare in favor of a radically different and far less efficient strategy of using tax credits for individuals to indirectly subsidize private provider monopolies and oligopolies. The parallels between Bush's Medicare Part D and Obama's Affordable Care Act extend further. In the case of each piece of landmark legislation, politicians beholden to provider oligopolies wrote the law to prevent competition or regulation from forcing the subsidized providers to lower the payments they can extract from the American public. The law creating Medicare D included a clause that bans the federal government from negotiating lower prices for prescription drugs sold to seniors under the program. One study found that Veterans Administration drug prices had a median price difference 58% lower than the cheapest drugs bought under Medicare Part D. The equivalent of the non-negotiation clause in the Medicare Part D legislation exclusion of a public option, which might have pressured insurance companies to contain prices from the Affordable Care Act. All-payer regulation, the method to contain health costs used by almost all other governments, including those like Switzerland that rely on private health insurers, is not allowed to be mentioned in discussions of healthcare cost containment by centrist Democrats and conservative Republicans, a measure of the success of America's grossly overcompensated pharmaceutical companies, hospital corporations, and physicians in intimidating politicians and censoring public debate. The similarities between Bush and Obama continue. Each president, having successfully promoted a huge giveaway to subsidized corporations in the healthcare industry in his first term, began his second term with an attempt to cut Social Security. Bush's campaign to partly privatize Social Security by carving out private retirement savings accounts failed. It was unpopular in his own party, as well as among Democrats and independents. Obama's proposal to use chained CPI to cut Social Security would promote its privatization by the back door rather than the front door. All cuts to middle-class beneficiaries of Social Security and Medicare are, in effect, a form of backdoor privatization, inasmuch as they will tend to force middle-class Americans to pay higher premiums for healthcare insurance and save more in tax-favored retirement savings account from which unregulated, for-profit money managers can rake excessive fees. If Obama gets his way, 75-year-olds will suffer a 3.7% cut in their Social Security benefits, 85-year-olds will suffer a 6.5% cut, and 95-year-olds will suffer a 9.2% cut. Defenders of the president's plan say that a new means-tested program will protect the poor elderly from these cuts. But Social Security's success and popularity depends on it being a mildly redistributive but universal social insurance program, for which everybody pays something and from which everyone gets something. If Social Security becomes a mix of universal and means-tested, as Obama proposes, then future conservative Congresses, over a generation, may ratchet up the means-tested part and downsize the universal part, until nothing is left but an unpopular, underfunded, means-tested program for the elderly poor, like today's Supplemental Security Income, SSI. The final parallel between Bush and Obama involves their truly remarkable indifference to public opinion and their deference to the opinion of the 1%. According to a new poll, 87% of voters over 50 think it is very important not to cut Social Security, while 69% oppose or strongly oppose chained CPI. Only 16% of voters support Obama's proposal. That didn't deter Obama. The indifference of both Bush and Obama to the opinion of their own voters about Social Security reflects not their courageous statesmanship, but their accurate understanding of where real power lies in our nominal democracy. Both Bush and Obama crafted their Social Security plans solely with an eye to the approval of the bipartisan economic elite, most of whom prefer cutting Social Security benefits, which they don't need, to raising taxes on members of their class. Cui bono, who benefits? The incremental privatization of entitlements is a kind of slow-motion TARP, transferring money from the public sector to favored private industries. To use another metaphor, gradual privatization is a rolling IPO of Social Security and Medicare, sold off by our elected representatives to well-connected political donors. The rentier interests that eye potential super profits in the slow-motion privatization of social insurance don't care whether the objective is reached by a Republican president promising an ownership society or a Democrat like Obama repeating 20-year-old New Democrat talking points about cut and invest, as long as their subsidized politicians in both parties get the job done. If it is brought about soon enough, the piecemeal replacement of public social insurance by for-profit private retirement and healthcare plans will help to compensate some investors among the 1% for the losses they suffered after the collapse of the housing bubble. Investors who own shares of the for-profit retirement income and healthcare companies, created or expanded to exploit reforms like Bush's and Obama's, will be guaranteed a perpetual stream of profits as more and more Americans are forced off social insurance into effectively compulsory private sector alternatives. A tiny portion of those profits, recycled periodically in the form of campaign donations and subsidies to friendly think tanks, journalists, and academic institutes, should be enough to keep the new system safe from attack by liberals and populists. Building on what Bush began, Obama has continued the incremental rollback of Franklin Roosevelt's Social Security and Lyndon Johnson's Medicare. In the area of healthcare, he has herded his fellow Americans into the grip of fee-extracting for-profit medical, insurance, and finance industry oligopolies without adequate protections. In the area of retirement policy, even if his chained CPI proposal fails, for generations to come, conservatives can say even Barack Obama agreed on the need to cut Social Security benefits for the middle class. Obama's ultimate, if unintended, legacy may yet be the eventual annihilation of Medicare. Once Obamacare is up and running, we can expect conservative and centrist pundits and politicians to ask why there should be two healthcare systems, one for working adults and another for the elderly. We can expect proposals to replace Medicare with for-profit Obamacare for the elderly. And we can expect campaign contributions from the medical insurance complex to find their way to centrist Democrats proposing progressive voucherization, along the lines of the euphemistically named Premium Support Plan that was advocated in 2010 by Democrat Alice Rivlin and her co-author, Tea Party Republican Paul Ryan. In the second decade of the 21st century, the American right has only two economic ideas. When it comes to revenues, conservatives want further tax cuts for the rich. When it comes to spending, conservatives want to replace public programs with vouchers. Voucher mania may be the term used by future historians to describe the puzzling rage for vouchers that has swept the right wing in the last few decades. You got a problem? I got a voucher. Education? The right wants to give people vouchers to buy K-12 schooling from private schools or failing complete privatization from charter schools. Healthcare? The right wants to replace Medicare and Medicaid with vouchers to let people shop for health insurance or health care in a deregulated healthcare marketplace. Retirement? The right wants to privatize Social Security, replacing it with tax-favored individual contributions to private retirement savings accounts, a de facto voucher system. The environment? Cap-and-trade, now demonized by conservatives, originated as a pro-market alternative to direct regulation of greenhouse gases. So far, conservatives haven't proposed voucherizing the Pentagon, but it is probably only a matter of time before some ambitious young right-wing intellectual devises a scheme of personal defense vouchers, which individuals could choose to spend on U.S. military services, foreign armies and navies, mercenary gangs, or perhaps to bribe the enemy into sparing him or her. What accounts for this conservative obsession with vouchers? Right-wing voucher mania, I would argue, has more to do with politics than with serious economics or policy analysis. Today's American right is an uneasy coalition among libertarian plutocrats and working-class and middle-class whites who depend on Social Security and Medicare and can't afford to send their children to expensive private schools. The need to win white middle American votes means that the right can't simply promise to abolish public services, leaving the mass of Republican voters on their own. In order to be electable, conservatives have to abandon pure libertarian principle and accept the idea of vouchers funded by taxation, even though this is really just voucher socialism, as hardcore libertarians sometimes point out. But this doesn't necessarily harm the right plutocrats, particularly if they can invest in health insurance, private schooling, or retirement savings companies that can vacuum up voucher money. That's the political strategy behind voucher mania, holding the billionaires and the populace together in the GOP coalition. The intellectual case for vouchers depends on the claim that goods and services comparable to those provided by public programs like public K-12 education, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid can be provided just as well by vouchers, but far more cheaply. How are voucher systems, funded by taxation, supposed to save the taxpayers money compared to public programs? Conservatives and libertarians put forth two different answers. The first answer is that vouchers, even though they are paid out of taxation, will reduce costs because competition among multiple providers of education, health, or retirement security will drive down prices. This rests on the assumption that the government is an inefficient monopoly that raises prices above what they would be in a competitive market. The second answer is that vouchers will reduce costs by discouraging overconsumption of particular subsidized goods and services by citizen consumers. This rests on the assumption that rising costs in healthcare and higher education tuition are caused by Americans buying too much of both, because Uncle Sam is footing some or all of the bill. In the medical realm, if citizens have to pay more, for example, in the form of higher deductibles, they will either force medical providers to cut costs and offer them bargains, or, failing that, will go without drugs and treatment and die sooner. Either way, the public cost of healthcare to taxpayers, particularly to the rich people who pay most taxes, is reduced. Needless to say, when trying to sell voucher schemes to voters, conservative policymakers and pundits stress the cost savings through competition argument, rather than the cost-shifting argument, which implies that most Americans, including most Republican voters, are over-consuming healthcare and higher education. Even so, It is clear from plans to use premium support to voucherize Medicare that most of the savings would probably come from forcing Americans to consume less health care by making them pay more out of pocket, not from competition among providers. If major insurance companies lack the leverage to bargain down drug prices, hospital prices, and physician fees, can any rational conservative honestly believe that grandma can do so by comparison shopping? Unlike conservatives, who seem never to have met a social problem that vouchers could not solve, progressives are not always in favor of public programs or always opposed to vouchers. School vouchers are used in social democratic Sweden, and service vouchers for household work have been adopted to combat the black market in labor in some European nations. I myself have proposed that the U.S. adopt a service voucher program for the elderly. Mike Conchow of the Roosevelt Institute has written for the New America Foundation about the pros and cons of vouchers or coupons. Indeed, most progressives today defend two major voucher systems, the new Obamacare system and the old food stamp system. Obamacare resulted from the same conservative voucher ideology that produced Romneycare in Massachusetts. If it had been enacted by a Republican president, the right would almost certainly support it. The right-wing hostility to food stamps is even more hypocritical. After all, the orthodoxy on the right is that universal, public programs like Social Security and Medicare should be replaced by means-tested programs based on vouchers. Well, the food stamp program is means-tested and based on vouchers that purchase specified goods in private markets. The right hates the food stamp program anyway, not because it fails to conform to the right-wing policy ideal, but because its beneficiaries are disproportionately poor and non-white. From a progressive perspective, then, vouchers sometimes might be a useful way to deliver goods or services to people as a matter of public policy. But vouchers should not be used, as many on the right want to use them, as a camouflaged way to cut benefits to working-class and middle-class Americans by increasing out-of-pocket costs. If the right wants to cut benefits for most Americans, it should say so honestly and not try to disguise what it is doing by inflation adjustments like chained CPI or vouchers accompanied by high out-of-pocket payments. Vouchers are also a bad idea in industries where, because of economies of scale, natural geographic monopolies, or other factors, a competitive market doesn't exist. Pouring subsidies into a market dominated by oligopolies or monopolies simply allows the providers to jack up prices, as the American healthcare industry and the American higher ed industry have done. In the case of imperfect markets, the good or service should be provided either by a regulated, privately owned utility or by a government agency. Water and sewage systems, for example, are natural local monopolies. The hospital sector is oligopolistic if only a few are in driving distance, and in some parts of the country monopolistic. And comparison shopping is impractical in medicine, because even if prices were transparent and publicly available, and they're not in the U.S., patients would lack the ability to evaluate particular physicians, hospitals, and kinds of treatment. That's why, in the field of medicine, the consumer can never substitute for a combination of public oversight and professional self-regulation. All of this should be common sense. But the political intellectual game on the right of devising new vouchers as panaceas for America's problems continues. While conservatives have proposed housing vouchers as the solution to poverty, there appears to be no voucher that can reduce the poverty of conservative public policy thought. Democrats hope and Republicans fear that Americans will embrace Obamacare once the Affordable Care Act goes into full operation. Democrats hope that once Americans enjoy the benefits from the legislation, it will become an entitlement as popular with voters as Social Security and Medicare. Republicans fear that Democrats may be right. That explains their increasingly desperate attempts to derail implementation of the landmark 2009 healthcare law. But will Obamacare really become as popular with mainstream Americans voters as Social Security and Medicare? There are reasons to be skeptical about Democratic hopes and Republican anxieties. Political scientists tend to agree on the characteristics of safety net programs that are popular with middle-class voters. Popular programs tend to be universal, simple, and visible. Both Social Security and Medicare fit all three tests. Although Medicaid is means-tested and limited to the poor, Social Security and Medicare are universal programs for which all citizens are eligible. They are simple and straightforward programs carried out directly by a single level of government, the federal government, instead of outsourced to private agencies or divided among the states and the federal government. And both the payroll taxes that pay for all of the program, Social Security or Part Medicare, and the benefits are transparent and visible. In contrast, Obamacare fails all of the classic political science tests of popular, sustainable social legislation. Indeed, it is practically the dictionary definition of the kind of overly complicated, jury-rigged public policy that the political scientist Stephen M. Telles calls kludgiocracy. Obamacare is means-tested, not universal. The major beneficiaries of Obamacare will be poor people who are not provided health insurance by their employers and cannot afford it on their own. The sliding scale subsidies decrease and finally end as your income goes up. Unfortunately, as the saying goes in American political science, programs for the poor are poor programs. Means-tested programs tend to inspire resentment among those whose incomes are above the cutoff point for eligibility. There is reason to fear that Americans without subsidies will resent those with subsidies, while those with small subsidies will resent those with larger subsidies below them. Obamacare is complicated, not easy to understand. Even the defenders of the Affordable Care Act have trouble explaining what it is. It's not a single social insurance program like Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid, but a collection of subsidies, mandates, new taxes, and regulations. Each of these might be defensible in isolation, but it's hard to wrap your mind around the whole. That's not a problem with popular federal programs like Social Security and Medicare and the GI Bill and student loans. Indeed, the system created by the Affordable Care Act is not a government program at all, but a system of subsidies to the for-profit insurance industry, which intimidated Congress into outlawing any nonprofit public plan, like the one proposed by Jacob Hacker. Add to this the fact that the program is designed as a federal-state hybrid, with both state and federal exchanges, sliding scale tax credits, and even gold, silver, and bronze plans like those of a gym or airline, and you can be forgiven for wondering whether Obamacare will raise the cost of the aspirin you need to treat the headache you get while trying to figure it out. Obamacare is largely invisible. Social Security and Medicare are popular in part because of their transparency. You only need to check your bi-weekly payroll stub to see how much you are paying into the program, and you can go online to find out your estimated monthly check in retirement from Social Security. Much less visible are the tax credits and regulations that make up much of the system created by the Affordable Care Act. Another lesson of political science is that when public policy is invisible, activist government tends to receive little or no credit from voters who don't realize the full extent of the benefits they are deriving from the public sector, to the political detriment of progressives. None of this is meant as substantive criticism of particular provisions of the Affordable Care Act. We're talking politics, not policy. My thesis is simply that while Social Security and Medicare are likely to be treasured by Americans and defended by many Republicans as well as Democrats in 2023 or 2033, it's unlikely that politicians will be vowing with the same fervor to protect Obamacare. They may, however, vow to protect particular aspects of the Affordable Care Act that have proven to be popular with voters, like bans on insurance company rejections of people with pre-existing conditions. Obamacare is a work in progress. Its elements will be revised repeatedly in the years and decades ahead, with some expanded and others altered or rejected. During the long process of revision, as individual elements of the bill are separated from each other in successive waves of reform, the term Obamacare may well be dropped. In hindsight, the Affordable Care Act may be viewed as the first step in a multi-decade process in which the federal government applies increasingly strict utility-style regulation to both health insurers and medical providers. Treating both health insurance and medicine as public utilities is long overdue in America. But because the Affordable Care Act focused on the easier, if still difficult, goal of ensuring the uninsured, the big, important battles over restraining medical prices in the U.S. by methods like all-payer regulation are in the future. And those tempestuous battles in the years ahead may make the turmoil over Obamacare look in retrospect like a mild summer shower. This is not necessarily bad news for Democratic supporters of the Affordable Care Act. Whatever Obamacare evolves into may never be as popular with the public as Social Security or Medicare. But as time goes on and Congress passes subsequent major healthcare reforms, it will be ever harder for conservatives and libertarians to blame everything that is wrong with American healthcare on a single piece of legislation passed in 2009. The good news for all sides, including supporters of a more universal system, is that the Affordable Care Act has just begun a generation-long process of fixing American healthcare. Those who lose a battle today may win one tomorrow. Obamacare is not the beginning of the end of the great American healthcare debate, only the end of the beginning. The Social Security program has long been known as the third rail in American politics, after the electrified third rail in a subway. Touch it and you die. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, just grabbed the third rail with both hands. While discussing so-called Trump accounts, tax-favored savings accounts for children from birth to 18, to which the federal government would contribute an initial $1,000, Bessent explained, in a way, it is a backdoor for privatizing Social Security. If, all of a sudden, these accounts grow and you have in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for your retirement, that's a game changer, too. In American politics, a Kinsley gaffe, named after the journalist and editor Michael Kinsley, is a true but politically harmful statement that a politician accidentally blurts out. Bessent's phrase, backdoor for privatizing Social Security, is the textbook definition of a Kinsley gaffe. In this case, as in others, the initial gaffe was followed by cleanup on aisle one. After blurting out the truth, Bessent tried to walk back on what he said. On X, he tweeted that the Trump accounts would be merely a supplement to Social Security. On CNBC, the Treasury Secretary gave a second, contradictory rationale for the accounts, bribing Americans into loving capitalism and hating socialism. I was talking about the $1,000 baby bonds that every American citizen, every newborn, is going to get. The Democrats hate this program because it brings capitalism and markets to every American, not just their constituents at the upper end. And over time, the compounding is going to be an incredible supplement to Social Security, not a replacement. It is a complement. The idea of baby bonds is centuries old. Tom Paine, the English-born supporter of the American and French revolutions, proposed in 1797 that governments should give cash to all of their citizens on their 21st birthdays. In the 2000s, British Prime Minister Tony Blair introduced baby bonds, known as child trust funds, as an element of New Labour's welfare reforms. Backed by think tanks from the Adam Smith Institute on the right to the IPPR and the Fabian Society on the left, the proposal was a complicated scheme in which the British government would give every British child born after 2003 a few £100 at birth, with some eligible for a small additional payment at the age of 7. These amounts were never likely to do much to dent wealth inequality, so the legislation allowed parents to top it up within limits. The UK abolished the program in 2010, but versions of it have been popular in the US. In 1998, former Senator Bob Kerrey, D. Nebraska, called for child savings accounts, or KidSave. The right-wing Heritage Foundation supported the idea. In 2019, Democratic Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey made a similar proposal. And this year, the Center for American Progress, a progressive think tank, claimed that baby bonds are a worthwhile step to reduce the racial wealth gap. What explains the popularity of baby bond proposals across the political spectrum? Progressives, conservatives, and centrists agree on the solution, but not on the problem. On the left, race-obsessed identitarians want to use baby bonds to reduce disparities in wealth between racial groups. Some traditional social democrats hope that baby bonds can reduce class inequality, regardless of race. On the free market right, anti-government conservatives see the tax-favored savings accounts created by baby bonds as a way to cut government spending on programs for higher education, home ownership, and Social Security. Wall Street money managers see baby bond accounts, like other tax-favored saving accounts for retirement and education, as a way to funnel new money from workers' paychecks into mutual funds, from which the money managers can skim management fees. In other words, the baby bond idea is a solution in search of a problem. We can see this in Treasury Secretary Bessent offering two completely different rationales for the new Trump accounts. Using the buildup of private savings as an excuse to cut Social Security through the back door and bribing voters into supporting capitalism by giving them stakes in the capitalist system, or rather, the stock market, a very imperfect proxy for capitalism. Whatever other reasons may be cited in their favor, Trump accounts are a massive taxpayer giveaway to the children of the already rich and affluent. Trump accounts do relatively little for working class and poor and middle class Americans, while shielding enormous amounts of money from taxation for the already rich. At a June 9th event to promote the accounts, Trump claimed that they would enable countless American children to have a strong start in life at no cost to the American taxpayer. This is doubly false. To begin with, the claim that there would be no cost to the taxpayer is incorrect. Many economists, whether on the right or the left, agree that tax expenditures, tax breaks for certain purposes, are the equivalent of government spending and, if revenues are to remain neutral, must be made up for by higher taxes elsewhere. And the main group of American children likely to get a strong start in life from Trump accounts are children who were born rich. The law allows a total of $5,000 a year to be contributed to a baby bond account by parents, employers, churches, or nonprofits. Only wealthier American parents are likely to be able to afford to contribute money to a Trump account every year, much less $5,000. And employers who contribute are more likely to be big corporations and law or financial firms than the low-profit service sector firms that many low-income Americans work for. According to the Urban Institute, as constructed, Trump accounts would mainly benefit families who have already maxed out their 529 contributions, another tax-favored account that chiefly benefits rich kids, or are looking to set up a down payment or business investment fund for their children. According to the Washington Monthly, if we optimistically assume an 8% annual return on investments, the program is an obscene windfall for Americans whose wealthy parents or employers can make the maximum $5,000 contribution each year. Not counting the investment fees skimmed by Wall Street money managers, at 18, a working-class kid whose parents contributed nothing in addition to the initial $1,000 provided by the government would end up with investments in the amount of $3,996.02, less than $4,000. Meanwhile, Richie Rich, whose parents contributed the maximum $5,000 a year, could end up at the age of 18 with taxpayer-subsidized savings of nearly $200,000. To be precise, $190,947.64, or roughly 50 times as much as the kid without rich parents. Trump accounts are a great wealth builder, but only if you are born to wealthy parents like Donald Trump, who is the child of a millionaire property developer. Trump accounts should be called Trump Trust Fund baby accounts. What does this have to do with Social Security privatization by the back door? According to the complex rules of the program, the money ceases to be a Trump account at the age of 31 and can be used for other purposes, including retirement. According to Newsweek, over time the Trump accounts program becomes an additional taxpayer subsidy for the retirement savings of the already wealthy. At the age of 65, someone whose working-class family contributes nothing from birth to 18 when contributions cease ends up after 3/4 of a century with $93,000. A 65-year-old whose parents or their employers contributed $1,000 a year ends up with $1,371,430.17. And Richie Rich? At 65, he has $6,857,150.85, or roughly 74 times as much money as the American with low-income parents in his 60s. In addition to tax-favored retirement savings plans like 401ks and Roth IRAs, if they still exist in 2090. Long before 2090, the buildup of taxpayer-subsidized retirement savings accounts by the rich might create pressure for a long-term goal of the libertarian enemies of Social Security, turning it into a means-tested welfare program for the elderly instead of a universal, contributory social insurance program. Because middle-class and poor Americans have far less influence in Congress in both parties than plutocratic donors, The likely result would be pressure from the donor class to cut Social Security in order to pay for expanded retirement, saving subsidies for themselves and their families. While Social Security does face financing problems, these can be solved by adding federal general revenues, paid chiefly by high-income Americans, to Social Security's existing payroll tax stream, as I have argued in a recent essay in Commonplace. But the never-ending quest of plutocratic conservatives to means-test Social Security while showering tax breaks on the rich will make Social Security and other middle-class entitlements permanent targets. Trump and the Republican Party have already made it clear that their populism is fraudulent by paying for new tax cuts for billionaires by cutting back Medicaid for the poor and funding for rural hospitals and Social Security offices that help the elderly. Treasury Secretary Bessent's imprudent admission that the real purpose of Trump accounts is to serve as a backdoor for privatizing Social Security is further proof that Trump's promise in 2016 that, under him, the Republican Party would become a workers' party is a broken one. We recently got new data showing that China's population shrunk last year. It is now projected to see its population continue to decline through the rest of this century. This is being portrayed as a disaster for China. A similar disaster has already hit Japan, South Korea, Italy, and many other wealthy countries. People in these countries are having fewer kids than they did in prior decades. Unless they make up for their low birth rates with high rates of immigration, they will see declining populations, which we are supposed to believe is a terrible disaster. In fact, although declining populations may be a problem for political leaders who want to be more important in international politics, they're not bad news for the people of the country. Before directly addressing the looming disaster story, let me just say that many of the policies that countries have adopted to promote population growth are good in their own right, whether or not they lead to more rapid population growth. Parents of young children should be able to get time off from work to be with their kids. They should also have access to affordable childcare. And we should have something equivalent to the expanded child tax credit to ensure that even low-income families can provide basic necessities for their kids. These policies are important because having kids should be a manageable task for parents rather than an impossible burden. If people choose to have kids, they should be able to do so without it wrecking their lives. We should also want every kid to have a decent chance in life. This means, at the minimum, ensuring that they have decent nutrition and housing and access to medical care. This can be done at a relatively low cost to society and should not really be an arguable point. But getting beyond these issues, the question is whether societies will really suffer if they see a secular decline in population over many decades. While it is fashionable among intellectual types to assert that falling populations are a disaster, the logic for this argument is lacking. The essence of the disaster story is that we will have fewer workers to support a growing population of retirees. The implication is that either retirees will have to get by with less money or workers will face an impossible tax burden. There are two basic flaws in this argument. The impact of normal productivity growth swamps the impact of demographic changes, and it's not clear that supply constraints, i.e., too few workers, too many retirees, are even the main problem facing aging societies. The widely accepted story of secular stagnation is that aging societies suffer from too little demand, the complete opposite problem of too few workers. Taking these in turn, it should be clear to anyone familiar with economic data that even modest rates of productivity growth have far more impact on living standards than changing demographics. The years 2010 to 2025 are the peak years of the retirement of the baby boom cohort in the United States. The Social Security trustees project that the age dependency ratio, the number of people over age 65 divided by the number of people between the ages of 20 and 64, will increase from 0.218 in 2010 to 0.325 in 2025. This is a story of a rapidly aging society since we had a long period of very high birth rates following the end of World War II, followed by decades of much lower birth rates. As a result, the United States is seeing a more rapid aging of its population than most countries with declining birth rates are likely to experience. Yet, this still should be a relatively manageable problem. Suppose that productivity growth averages 1% annually over this 15-year period, which is a slower pace than we have ever seen over any 15-year period in the United States. If wage growth moves in step with productivity, that's a big if, but has nothing directly to do with demographics. Before-tax real wages would be 16% higher at end of this period. Suppose that people over age 65 consume 70% as much per person as the working-age population, and that we tax workers to ensure the older population gets their 70%. In this case, both workers and retirees can see an 8.9% increase in income over this 15-year period. And this doesn't even account for the fact that we are seeing a decline in the youth dependency ratio, and also that an increasing share of the over 65 population is likely to be working as older people have better health and a larger share of jobs are not physically demanding. It's hard to see a crisis here. And this is the story for the period of the peak rate of retirement of the baby boom cohort. In a story where we continue to see low birth rates and a declining population, the ratio of retirees to workers will continue to grow, but not as rapidly as in the peak years of the baby boomers' retirement. Furthermore, we can plausibly see more rapid rates of productivity growth. If productivity growth were to average 2% over a 15-year period, roughly the post-World War II average, the before-tax real wage would rise by almost 35%. This would allow for a gain in after-tax income for both workers and retirees of more than 20%, even with the rapid increase in the ratio of retirees to workers associated with the retirement of the baby boomers. In many countries, notably China, have seen far more rapid increases in productivity. China has been averaging productivity growth of more than 4% annually in recent decades, as people have moved from very low productivity work in agriculture to much higher productivity jobs in manufacturing. It is approaching the end of this shift, as more than 62% of the population is now urban, but it still may see productivity growth that far exceeds the 2% that the U.S. has averaged over the last 75 years. Also, there are benefits from a smaller population that GDP does not pick up. Parks, beaches, museums, and other recreational areas will be less crowded. There will be less congestion and pollution. There will also be less strain on infrastructure. None of these factors are picked up in the GDP accounts or measures of productivity. In short, there is no reason to believe that a country will see stagnant or declining living standards simply because it has a rising ratio of retirees to workers. If for some reason it stops seeing gains in productivity, then living standards could stagnate or decline. But the issue here is the weak productivity growth, not the aging of the population. It would be very dishonest to imply that a country in such circumstances is suffering due to the aging of the population, a problem that cannot be easily remedied. By contrast, factors that impede productivity growth may be difficult to address politically, but are likely much more easily solved than finding a way to substantially increase birth rates. Increasing immigration is easier. It is also important to recognize that increasing birth rates actually makes the situation worse in the near term, as it increases the number of children that each worker must support. In the United States, the combined young and old dependency ratio hit a peak due to the baby boom in the early 1960s that is likely to never be surpassed. It will take more than 25 years before an increase in the birth rate can begin to lower the overall dependency ratio. While increases in productivity should ensure that a rise in the ratio of retirees to workers doesn't lead to a drop in living standards, there is an even more basic question about the impact of an aging population. After decades in which policy debates focused on being able to meet the demand created by a growing cohort of retirees, it turns out that the major economic problem in this context may be too little demand or secular stagnation. What we have seen first and foremost in Japan, but also in other wealthy countries with a growing share of retirees in their populations, is that insufficient demand is a major problem. This is the direct opposite of the story, where the economy is unable to meet the demand created by retirees, resulting in high interest rates and high inflation. In fact, prior to the pandemic, most wealthy countries had near zero interest rates in their overnight money markets, and even longer-term government bonds carried unusually low interest rates. The interest rate on Japan's 10-year Treasury bonds was generally negative in the years since the Great Recession. Rather than being troubled by inflation rates that were too high, central banks were actually struggling to raise inflation rates to their targets. And even as many governments ran large deficits to help support their economy, the debt service was not imposing a major burden. Japan, again, is the poster child. In spite of having a debt of 260% of its GDP, until recently, investors were paying the government to hold its debt, as its bonds carried a negative nominal interest rate. The country's current interest burden is roughly 0.3% of GDP. That compares to 1.7% in the United States at present and more than 3% in the 1990s. In short, the evidence from the decade prior to the pandemic is that the concern that a rising ratio of retirees to workers would place an impossible burden on the economy was entirely misplaced. The biggest problem posed by an aging population is that investment falls, as businesses no longer need to expand their capital stock to accommodate a growing workforce. The quickest way to offset weak demand is to have the government spend more money. Ideally, this spending should be in areas that provide both current and lasting benefits, like childcare and education, but any spending can generate demand in the economy. But in any case, lack of demand appears to be the major problem associated with an aging society and falling population. This does not look like a major crisis. If the prospect of an aging society and declining population does not pose a major problem for most of the people living in a country, the story is different for politicians looking for power. The typical person in Denmark or the Netherlands does not have a worse standard of living than the typical person in the United States, and by many measures, they're doing better. However, there is a reason that most people in the world know about President Biden, whereas few people outside of Denmark or the Netherlands would know the names of their prime ministers. The difference is that the United States has 330 million people, compared to 6 million in Denmark and 18 million in the Netherlands. The policies pursued by a rich country with 330 million people in the world make a big difference. The policies pursued by rich countries with 6 million or 18 million matter far less. If politicians are seeking power, it is much better to be running a big country than a small one. For this reason, the prospect of a shrinking population looks like bad news to many of them. And this sort of concern goes far beyond just the small number of people who might actually be running a country or a top policy advisor. There is a much larger group of academics, commentators, or generic pundits whose views matter much less when they are directed to the government of Denmark or the Netherlands than when they are presenting their wisdom to guide the policies of the United States. If that seems hard to fathom, imagine Thomas Friedman directing his bold pronouncements to the Prime Minister of Denmark rather than the President of the United States. It just wouldn't pack the same punch. In the FAZM Sonntag of June 27, 2021, under the title Compulsory Shares for All, you can read how Maja Brankovic is charmed, or rather irritated, by this proposal from CDU circles. Wouldn't such gifts for those willing to reproduce make more sense? Or should we rather lure trained specialists into the country with such gifts? There is one image that is causing fear and anxiety among the population dependent on old age provision. In this image, pension recipients are perched on the shoulder of a working contributor, and the number of people perched on the shoulder is increasing in the course of the forecast demographic development in relation to the individual contributor. This raises the fear that the people carrying the burden will eventually collapse or lose interest and emigrate to self-employment or Australia. Another powerful image of our collective pension system is that it is like a container into which money flows from those in employment and out again for pensioners. All the problems of this system are derived from this if the ratio of inflow and outflow changes due to determinants such as the number of payers, the amount and duration of payments in, the number of recipients, and the amount and duration of payments out, in such a way that the container reaches low tide. Then the above-mentioned adjustments would have to be made. My aim is to demonstrate that in the pension debate, the question of capital cover cannot be decisive in the assessment of individual or collective solutions, and that individual solutions, just like collective solutions, have to solve the challenges of longevity and thus the duration of pension payments, as well as the level of pensions. I would like to show that the decisive question is not the functionality of the respective system. Rather, it is a socio-political question. Do we want a collective, solidarity-based solution to old age provision that covers the longevity risk on a mandatory basis? Or do we want a society in which we place old age provision in the hands of the individual who can provide for it according to their own taste and assets? So it's not a question of capital cover, yes or no, but collective old age provision under the wing of the state, or individual old age provision combined with the challenge of individual asset accumulation and investment management. Each of these solutions can be practiced. Of course, mixed systems are also conceivable. McEnroth's false alternative. In the pension debate, the McEnroth theorem is the most frequently used argument against all efforts to solve the pension problem with a capital cover, such as the idea of a gift of shares. McEnroth's much-cited thesis, the validity of which we have to examine, reads, "Now the simple and clear proposition applies that all social expenditure must always be covered from the national income of the current period. There is no other source and never has been any other source from which social expenditure could flow. There is no accumulation of funds, no transfer of parts of income from period to period, no saving in the private sector sense." I will try to deal with the pension issue using an instrument that is widely used in economic matters and is usually avoided in the context of statutory pensions: double-entry bookkeeping. Our pension fund does not use it for accounting to its members. All contributors and all pension recipients are unlikely to have used it to assess the stability of the system. However, the usual question is, what have I paid in and what will I get out? This is already a first step towards double-entry bookkeeping. Our practice state system is now characterized quite differently beyond the system of double-entry bookkeeping. It is said to be a pay-as-you-go system. In English-speaking countries, the term pay-as-you-go is commonly used, which does not make the matter any clearer. Pay-as-you-go is a strange hybrid. Anyone who wants accounting clarity cannot be satisfied with this. Is this an asset transaction? This would be the case if the assets of those currently in employment were encumbered by law in favor of pensioners. The payments into the pension fund would then be treated in the same way as a tax burden. They would be payments for the purpose of debt repayment. The contributors would have made an expenditure and thus reduced their financial assets. This view would then have to assume a sudden increase in assets for the change of a working person liable to pay contributions into the pension recipient's form of existence, which would consist of the sudden revival of monetary claims against current and future, possibly not yet born, contributors for the remaining earthly period. This could indeed give rise to uncertainty. This interpretation of the levy is difficult to reconcile with double-entry bookkeeping. It is true that the contribution burden can be equated with taxes. However, the fact that assets are suddenly created upon retirement as a legal claim against all those still in employment, as if a magical force had flipped a switch, cannot seem conclusive. After all, it is also the contributions made during the many years of employment that have something to do with the amount of pension payments. Pensions are individual assets. I think it is much more conclusive that payments into the pension fund are a savings process in which the payers build up assets that manifest themselves in a claim against the pension fund and not against current and future workers. In this case, the entitlement to payments from the pension fund built up individually during working life is part of the individual's assets, which from the time they start drawing their pension is not a claim against their working contemporaries, but a claim against the pension fund. What is called a levy would then not be a reallocation of assets between payers and pension recipients, but a liquidity-related process. In terms of liquidity, the pension fund would use the payments in for the payments out and would only have to seek further liquidity if the payments in did not fully cover the payments out. In this view of the situation, a feeling of security or insecurity with regard to one's own accumulated assets would have to be directed directly against the pension fund, just as a bank customer may have with regard to the commercial bank where he holds his deposit. As with the banks, the state has not always shown a happy hand with the pension fund when it comes to boosting the confidence of users of the system. In any case, all the ideas spread by politicians about an additional funded pension contribute to further uncertainty. This uncertainty is misleading because the collective pension system is just as much a funded system at its core as individual savings. With a suitable institutional structure, it is even more secure in the sense that it is independent of the vicissitudes of the stock markets. It acts as a major stabilizer against economic fluctuations, all the more so the larger and more comprehensive the system is, because it decouples the income of pensioners from these fluctuations. In contrast, the individual system can have the effect of amplifying fluctuations, but also offers individuals greater opportunities for speculative success, which, however, can only be one element in a zero-sum game when viewed as a whole. The individual pension system, therefore, also harbors the risk of deepening the social divide. The statutory pension system is, of course, insecure in the sense that it is at the mercy of the vicissitudes of political intervention by the respective government. The red-green government under Schroeder/Fisher pushed through a reduction in so-called non-wage labor costs, which is in fact a reduction in wages. The private insurance companies were eagerly awaiting a big deal. But can our collective pension system really be described as funded? On the face of it, everything seems to speak against it. If the pension insurance company had to draw up a balance sheet, it would have to show negative equity and file for bankruptcy. The pension insurance fund would have to book the pension entitlements acquired through the contributions paid in by the contributors as its own liabilities, without being able to offset these liabilities with its own assets to the same extent. In order to avoid this consequence, we need to split our pension insurance into several parts. The most important and largest part carries out old age provision through the savings contributions of its members. Another part provides insurance benefits that do not leave the costs of combating damage with the injured party, but spread them across all shoulders. The last part carries out benefits that the state has additionally commissioned this institution to carry out, alimentación of the needy, who have not acquired benefit entitlements for their satisfaction through contributions. These last payments would be transitory items for the pension insurance, which would be offset by state payments. Here, it is only the first part of the payments that is important for the acquisition of pension entitlements in old age. Would my interpretation of the share of pension contributions for old age benefits already put the fictitious pension insurance balance sheet in order? I will try to answer this question with a little thought experiment. Let's imagine that the state wanted to build up the statutory pension system from the ground up. If all those in gainful employment had to pay contributions from this hour onwards, and all those who had reached retirement age were to draw a pension, the pensions to be paid out would not initially be covered by contributions. It would be a matter of state alimony, which the state would have to compensate for through contributions to the pension fund. For each subsequent age cohort drawing a pension, the alimentación amount would decrease until it falls to zero when the generation with a full contribution period begins to draw a pension. If this alimentación did not exist, pensions would be correspondingly lower. A pension system constructed in this way would, of course, have a sound balance sheet if the following condition were met. The total pension drawn would have to correspond exactly to the amount paid in for old age provision minus the system costs. As part of its democratic decision-making process, society would have to come to a decision as to which ratio of the amount of contributions and their duration should correspond to which average period of entitlement and in what amount. This decision-making process would have to follow the guidelines of actuaries and demographers' calculations. It would also be stable if the cohorts growing into the system were to become smaller and smaller, but this is not necessarily to be assumed in demographic terms. This transparency could take the wind out of the sails of all attempts to stir up young people's dissatisfaction with the current system and motivate them to seek private sector alternatives. Foundations of a pension reform. What could the state currently do to give the pension system a visible stability for society as a whole? Our politicians would have to refrain, although this is unlikely, from propagating the misleading juxtaposition of pay-as-you-go and funded. A clear signal would be the conversion of implicit government debt into explicit debt. It would be a strong signal that would also be cost-neutral. The state would issue government bonds for its future payment obligations to the pension fund, which would not be auctioned off in the usual way, but would be placed on the pension fund's balance sheet. The payments of the pension entitlements of retired civil servants also give rise to immense implicit government debt, which could also be turned into explicit government debt in the course of merging the old age pension scheme for working people and civil servants. In this context, what do we think of the idea of giving all new German citizens a share package to enable them to secure their old age by means of the expected share price performance of this package in 67 years' time? If this recipe proves successful, wouldn't it be much more ingenious to implement exactly this approach on a large scale and free us all from the hardships of working life through stock market gains? Couldn't this even reduce the national debt? Financed by bonds with negative interest rates, the Federal Republic buys up all the shares it can get hold of and uses the price gains to service its bonds. If the casino could solve the pension problems, it should also be suitable for the state itself. What can certainly lead to success for individuals is not necessarily possible for everyone. The decisive factor is always a favorable entry and a timely exit. However, a collective cannot become truly wealthier by collectively deciding to increase the value of their tangible assets by a factor of 2, for example. If the suggestion of a share package as a gift for newborns really made sense for society as a whole, the state would also have to allow insurance companies to go to the stock market casino with the capital collected from policyholders. The state could also entrust the gift of shares as a whole to the statutory pension insurance scheme, which could then hope to make stock market profits in the supposed interests of those paying into the scheme and in contrast to the private insurance industry. The state endowment of all newborns with capital is the absurd antithesis of the solid endowment of the state pension, which is just as possible. We have to decide in which direction we want to develop old age provision. What clarification can we draw here from the McEnroth theorem? It speaks of social expenditure for which no savings in the private sector sense are possible. The pension I have written about here is a legally enforced savings process for all individual workers, while individual old age provision is an individual savings process within the framework of individual freedom. Saving as the creation of positive financial assets is always dependent on the corresponding creation of negative financial assets. The underlying insight of balance mechanics is that all financial assets are zero at all times. All claims are always all liabilities at the same time, from the opposite perspective. This trivial basic insight for every point in time is the twin of a less well-known trivial basic insight for the total lifetime of each individual economist. In his total economic lifetime, income and expenditure are equal for each economist. In the first phase of life, it is therefore necessary to save in order to be able to save less in the second, when the forces of life diminish. This can be done individually or collectively in the manner prescribed by the state. From a balance sheet perspective, both systems are equally dependent on the corresponding debt position of the complementary side for the formation of retirement capital. This is a process of capital accumulation and depreciation. McEnroth is absolutely right that a closed economy cannot save money for old age provision. However, it does not have to if the pension savers find sufficient balance sheet coverage through an offsetting debt position. This old age provision is a continuous, simultaneous creation and reduction of financial assets, and therefore, strictly speaking, not a social expenditure. With this term social expenditure, McEnroth is no longer in the world of assets, but in the world of income, especially its use. Here, no transfer of parts of income from period to period, no saving in the private sector sense is possible. The only saving possible for the economy as a whole is investment, i.e. the increase in material assets. This saving can be carried out by all economic units, the state, companies, or private households within the framework of the use of income. An economy as a whole can certainly consume at the expense of material assets, even for the benefit of the elderly, but this is generally not advisable because it is only possible to a limited extent for simple reasons. Generalizing a little, the McEnroth theorem should therefore be broken down into two theses. At the income level, consumption should be covered by income in the long term, and at the wealth level, collective or private saving in the earning phase of life corresponds to saving in the subsequent retirement phase. In the alternative between collective or private, I am firmly in favor of the collective solution. It is by no means certain that each individual will get out exactly what they put in as a saver. On the other hand, it is true for the whole. The system covers the longevity risk, which a private life insurance policy can, of course, also do at a higher cost. Everyone involved is relieved of the worry of not knowing whether it will last until the end of their life. Relief from this worry can counteract the excessive tendency to save privately. In another sense, savings can be made individually, collectively, or even as a whole in a closed economy or open economy with a balanced current account, thus securing the future. This is saving as an increase in tangible assets and development of productivity. In this way, future income can be increased by using current income to save. In this way, even rising contributions to statutory pension insurance can be made bearable. Agenda 2010, or Hartz 4. The political reforms introduced by the Red-Green government under Chancellor Schroeder at the beginning of the millennium are of central importance for the spread of poverty in old age. These include the deregulation of the labor market, which created the largest low-wage sector in Europe and Germany, and the undermining of the existing statutory pension system, GRV. The privatization of the statutory pension, which has since been pursued with might and main by politicians, and for which the innocuous term of the three-pillar model stands, is one of the central causes of old-age poverty, alongside the low-wage sector. The state promotion of private pension provision, for example through the Riester pension, serves as a justification for politicians not to increase pension contribution rates, and thus the income of the SBS, as would actually be necessary to be able to pay adequate pensions. In addition, the GRV is deprived of billions in income every year through deferred compensation. Income that instead flows to private insurance companies via pension funds, direct insurance, or company pensions. For employees who do not earn enough to make private provisions, this is fatal and often leads directly to poverty in old age. Nevertheless, private provision continues to be propagated as a means of eliminating poverty in old age. This is the only way to future-proof the pension system and cope with demographic change. It is said time and again. High earners and fund companies such as BlackRock benefit. However, the real experience with pension privatization is of a different kind, and many people have now become aware of this. It is not them who benefit from the privatization of the pension system, but the finance and insurance industry and global fund companies such as BlackRock. The Riester pension has never fulfilled the expectations placed in it. Today, not even half of employees have a Riester contract, and millions of them have now suspended their contracts. Moreover, it is mainly the high earners who use this opportunity to improve their pensions, and not the low earners who actually need it. Nevertheless, in their final report, the members of the Commission on a Reliable Intergenerational Contract continue to advocate the expansion of private pension provision unwaveringly and eloquently. An unbiased look at the pay-as-you-go pension system shows how much potential there actually is in the much-maligned statutory pension. In Austria, the population has rejected the government's privatization efforts in principle. The contribution rate there has remained unchanged at 22.8% for over 30 years. Pensions are on average over 50% higher than in Germany, and the pension level is over 70%. You can only dream of that in Germany. Here, the pension level, before tax, is only 48%. Nevertheless, the governing parties are sticking to their privatization plans undeterred. The view of the pension problem propagated by the financial and insurance industry, and most pension experts, seems to be too loud. Under these circumstances, it is hard to imagine an objective and open-ended discussion aimed at genuinely improving the pension situation for the large number of insured persons and respecting and strengthening the equivalence principle of statutory pension insurance. At best, a final report like the one presented by the Pension Commission on a Reliable Intergenerational Contract at the end of March 2020, a substantially meager set of documents that excludes the actual pension problems, such as poverty and old age, or presents them in an ideologically distorted way. Lower pension entitlements due to mini jobs and ALG2. In addition to pension privatization, there are other causes of old age poverty. For example, employees in mini jobs pay lower contribution rates than regular employees and therefore also acquire lower pension entitlements. The same applies to recipients of unemployment benefit too, for whom no pension contributions have been paid to the SBS since 2011. In addition, The general pension contribution rate is the lowest it has been since 1995. Even back then, 18.6% of gross wages had to be paid into the GRV. However, in contrast to the situation back then, the number of people of retirement age is now 17.2 million in 2018 and no longer 12.7 million as in 1995. That is an increase of 35%. This has an impact on the amount of pensions that can be paid. If we look for a common denominator for the facts mentioned, it becomes clear that all interventions have contributed to a greater or lesser extent to worsening the income situation of the SBS. The full extent of the deterioration can be seen in the following graph. The graph shows, in price-adjusted form, the development of contribution income over time in relation to the number of people of retirement age. Between 1999 and 2009, revenues plummeted. Whereas in 1999, the GRV still had funds of 1,186 euros per pensioner at its disposal. In 2009, the figure was only 905 euros. This corresponds to a fall of 24%. Per capita income has been rising again since 2013. This is partly due to the reduction in the number of pensioners associated with the increase in the retirement age. Despite the unsatisfactory financial situation, the SBS has to finance an increasing number of expensive non-insurance benefits from contributions. These are benefits that should actually be paid for from federal funds and often turn out to be unexpectedly costly in retrospect. They now amount to over 30 billion euros a year. These include, for example, the new pension at 63 introduced by politicians in recent years and the mother's pension, which was extended once again in 2018. The effect of the retirement age of 63 is similar to that observed in the 1990s. At that time, employees began to make greater use of the opportunity to retire early and without deductions. The statutory pension insurance scheme found itself in a precarious financial situation. Even now, significantly more insured persons are taking early retirement than was assumed when the scheme was introduced. It is particularly problematic that the costs of the extended maternity pension have also been passed on to the contributors, contrary to the law. Politicians have thus ignored a provision contained in Social Code 6 without much discussion. In Section 177, it states, simply and unambiguously, contributions for child-raising periods shall be paid by the federal government. But paper is patient, as we all know. And when it comes to being able to present a federal budget with a black zero instead of a deep red minus of 30 billion, laws are obviously of secondary importance to the politicians responsible. In principle, the income of the GRV can be divided into contribution income and income from federal subsidies. If you look at the development of the different types of income separately, you will be surprised to see that the share of federal funds in the total income of the SBS has not increased in recent years, but has fallen continuously from 32% in 2003 to just 28% in 2018. And even in absolute terms, the payment amounts have not increased in this period when adjusted for price. The repeated accusation that state subsidies are far too high and will soon no longer be affordable is therefore completely unfounded and turns out to be pure propaganda. In fact, it is the deliberate policy of reducing the income level of the SBS while at the same time expanding the scope of non-insurance benefits that is endangering the existence of the SBS. These are the two millstones between which the statutory pension is being ground down, decoupled from economic development. Amazingly, the statutory pension scheme still manages to build up increasing reserves every year. It has now accumulated a cushion of over 40 billion euros. How is this possible? The explanation is very simple. As part of the agenda measures, the pension formula used to calculate the amount of the statutory pension for individuals has been changed. Reduction and damping factors have been introduced which have decoupled pension development from general economic development. Since then, regular pensions have no longer been increased appropriately. As a result, SBS expenditure is rising less sharply and more reserves can be built up. The number of poor people is inevitably increasing as a result, because whether someone is to be classified as poor or at risk of poverty is ultimately measured by the income of the working population. The risk of poverty increases as the percentage gap between income and pension widens. It is high time that the causes of poverty and old age were openly named and discussed. Merely discussing the pros and cons of a means test for the basic pension is no longer enough. Only if the really relevant questions are addressed and the pension system as a whole is kept in view will it be possible to correct the undesirable development from their causes and not just alleviate their symptoms. If this were to happen, the statutory pension system in Germany could also guarantee the same level of pensions in future as exists in Austria today, without placing an excessive burden on the working population. Poverty and old age would no longer be a major and threatening social issue, and politicians might even regain some of the trust that people have lost. People in Germany are living longer and longer. Whereas the average age at death in 1968 was 70, today, 50 years later, it is already 80, and it is generally assumed that this trend will continue. This has consequences for old age provision, consequences that must be taken into account when designing the future pension system. However, it is not enough to simply warn of the growing difference between the number of old and young people, and to deduce from this that the statutory pension will soon no longer be affordable, and that the retirement age must therefore be raised and private pension provision expanded. These are premature and only partially effective conclusions. In order to be able to react appropriately to demographic changes, they must first be examined and analyzed more closely. In 2019, the Federal Statistical Office, SDBA, presented its latest population projection. The study takes into account the population status up to 2018 and extends to the forecast year 2060. The SDBA uses scenarios to estimate possible future developments, i.e., it shows how the population could or would develop under certain assumptions. The birth rate, life expectancy, and net migration are included in the calculation as variable influencing factors. The Federal Statistical Office provides forecast scenarios for all possible combinations. This amounts to 27 scenarios. The immigration rates assumed for the scenarios are derived from the migration balances of the past. For example, net immigration of 147,000 people per year corresponds to the average immigration between 1955 and 1989. This figure increases to 221,000 people if the entire period from 1955 to 2018 is considered. And between 1990 and 2018, an average of 311,000 immigrants enter the country. The SDBA supplements the forecast table with two scenarios without any immigration, as well as a scenario with a particularly high net migration of plus 386,000 people per year. The strong influx of foreign workers in the past is an expression of a prospering economy on the one hand, and a decline in the birth rate of the native population on the other. Figure 1 gives a clear impression of the demographic impact of the decline in the birth rate and what the future development of the number of under-20s could look like. Over the last 50 years, the number of young people has fallen from an absolute peak of 23.6 million in 1969, baby boomer generation, to just 15.3 million in 2018. A slight increase in the figures has been observed since 2013. If this trend continues, around 17.4 million over 20s could be expected by 2060 G3. If, on the other hand, the fertility rate were to fall to 1.4 children per woman, the number of children and young people would drop to 14.1 million in 2060 G1. The question arises as to which of the numerous forecast variants of the Federal Statistical Office should be used to analyze and assess the future pension situation. Is it more likely that immigration figures will rise or fall in the future? Should we assume high or low birth rates? The question of how old people will be in the future is also important for the pension problem. Professor Rurup provides an important indication of how we should proceed here. He points out how important it is to coordinate economic and demographic developments. The final report of the Rurup Commission on the Financial Viability of Social Security Systems, published in 2003, states, "The projection of labor market development solely from demographic trends without embedding it in a macroeconomic scenario is possible, but carries the risk of implausible results, as the implicitly associated growth path is disregarded." Applied to the problem at hand, this means that the number of inhabitants of working age must be large enough to guarantee an assumed economic development. On the other hand, it should not be so high that the number of unemployed rises sharply. The decisive factor for the level of future demand for labor is how productivity develops in relation to gross domestic product, GDP. If GDP rises faster in percentage terms than productivity, the demand for labor increases. Conversely, the demand for labor decreases. Between 1991 and 2018, GDP increased by an average of 1.05% per year. Productivity only rose by 0.71% in the same period. Consequently, the number of people in employment increased. It rose from 38.8 million, 1991, to 44.8 million, 2018. Different assumptions are made regarding the development of productivity in order to estimate future employment requirements. While GDP growth is kept constant at plus 1.05%, productivity varies around the average value of plus 0.71%. Scenario A. Annual productivity growth of plus 0.49% is assumed in Scenario B and plus 1.06% in Scenario C. In the event of economic development, as in Scenario A, the required number of people in employment would increase from 44.8 million in 2018 to 50.1 million in 2060. If productivity were to increase less strongly, more workers would be needed and the requirement would be 53.5 million in 2060, Scenario B. If, on the other hand, productivity increases at a similar rate to GDP, plus 1.06% compared to plus 1.05% for GDP, the demand for workers would not increase, but would remain roughly constant over the entire forecast period, Scenario C. In principle, there must always be a sufficiently large potential working age population to meet the demand for labor. All people between the lower age limit of 20 and the statutory retirement age are regarded as potential workers. This figure is generally referred to as the potential workforce. The demographic development must now be selected in such a way that the potential workforce is sufficient to cover the demand for labor. The decisive factors here are the birth rate and immigration. It should be noted that the birth rate only has a noticeable effect on the labor market after around 20 years, while immigration can also compensate for current deficits. The level of the employment rate is important in this context. Over the past 20 years, the proportion of people in employment in relation to the potential workforce has risen continuously from 74% in 1996 to 89% in 2018. It is assumed that the rate will continue to rise and reach around 95% in the future. Such an increase is possible if more women are in gainful employment or more unemployed people are in demand and hired by the economy. The statutory retirement age is also important for the level of potential employment. The higher it is, the greater the pool of workers. Until 2011, the retirement age remained constant at 65 for many years. It has been gradually increased since 2012 and will reach 67 in 2030. As many people are already calling for the retirement age to be raised to 70, we also show how such a measure would affect the labor market and the number of pensioners. Figure 2, as a purely theoretical view, provides a clear impression of the future labor market situation. It shows the development of the demand for workers in the event of economic development, as assumed in Scenario A, and the development of the potential workforce in the theoretical case that there would be no more immigration in the future. Despite a relatively high assumed birth rate, the curves show an opposing trend over the entire forecast period, which does not slow down until 2060 and will presumably continue thereafter. The difference between the demand and supply of labor would then increase to almost 15 million people by 2060. The gap can only be closed or reduced by increasing labor productivity, by immigration of foreign workers, or by raising the retirement age. The birth rate has little influence on the situation. Raising the retirement age to 70 would increase the potential workforce by around 3 million people by 2060. The impact of productivity on the demand for labor can be seen from the results of the various scenarios, which are linked to different assumptions on productivity development. Immigration is also the most important factor influencing the labor market situation. For scenarios A, B, and C, the following section shows how high immigration would have to be in order for the economy to have enough workers available in the future. A birth rate of 1.7 children per woman and a retirement age of 67 are assumed. As already mentioned, Scenario A is associated with a labor force requirement of 50.1 million people in 2060. Assuming an employment rate of 95%, a potential of 52.7 million inhabitants is required to cover the demand for labor. Such a high employment potential cannot be guaranteed with any of the forecast variants of the Federal Statistical Office. In order to meet the demand for labor, more workers must come into the country. Fortunately, the SDBA's forecast scenarios offer the possibility of estimating the level of immigration required by comparing the existing scenarios. In the case of Scenario A, net migration of around 460,000 people per year must be expected in order to have enough workers available. If productivity increases less strongly than in Scenario A with the same GDP, immigration must be higher. In the event of economic development, as in Scenario B, an additional 570,000 immigrants would be required on average each year. If the increase in productivity, as in Scenario C, is significantly higher and roughly corresponds to the percentage increase in GDP, the demand for workers does not increase further but remains constant. In this case, forecast variant 21 of the Federal Statistical Office can be used to estimate the demographic development. This means that around 311,000 foreign workers will have to enter the country each year. How will the different economic and demographic developments affect the number of pensioners? The answer depends largely on people's future life expectancy. It is assumed here that men will be 84.4 years old and women 88.1 years old on average in 2060. This corresponds to the average forecast variant of the Federal Statistical Office. The different immigration rates have little influence on the number of pensioners. If the number of immigrants increases from 311,000 to 570,000 people per year, which corresponds to an increase of 83%, the number of pensioners will only increase by 2% in 2060. The number of future pensioners can therefore be predicted quite accurately, provided that life expectancy develops as assumed. The weak effect that immigration has on the number of pensioners will not remain so in the long term. At some point, the high level of immigration will also make itself felt here. It is a similar time lag effect, as with the baby boomers who were born in the 1960s and who will increasingly retire from the mid-2020s. However, what is important for the ability to finance future pensions is not primarily how the absolute number of pensioners develops, but rather how many people of working age there are. The relationship between these two figures is known as the old age dependency ratio. The ratio currently has a value of 0.34 2018. This means that on average, 3 working people have to provide the pension for 1 pensioner. The value will increase over the next few years and, in the event of a development, as in Scenario A, will be 0.42 in 2060. This corresponds to an increase of 24%. If productivity increases less or more strongly in future than assumed in Scenario A, the old age dependency ratio would also increase correspondingly less or more strongly and would be 0.39, Scenario B, or 0.46, Scenario C, in 2060. Calculated over the entire period from 2018 to 2060, this would correspond to an increase of 15%, Scenario B, or 35%, Scenario C. The reasons for the different age ratios are the different immigration rates in the scenarios. This is because the more people enter the country, the greater the increase in the number of working age inhabitants and the lower the old age dependency ratio. The old age dependency ratios calculated here are significantly lower than is generally assumed. In a study for the Hans Bachler Foundation, for example, the Prognos Institute assumes an increase of 63% between 2015 and 2050 in the reference scenario, while Professor Borsupin assumes an increase of 72%, 2015 to 2060, in his official statement on the Planned Pension Benefits Improvement and Stabilization Act. In an interview with Capital Magazine in October 2016, he even predicts that the increase in the old age dependency ratio will roughly double by 2030. In the reference variant of his study on demographic change, Professor Wording assumes an increase in the old age dependency ratio of more than 80%, 2015 to 2060. The main reason for the different assessments of the further development of the old age dependency ratio is that the immigration aspect is not adequately taken into account in the study cited. In addition, a standard retirement age of 65 is used throughout. It is surprising that even in the recently presented final report of the Pension Commission, which was set up by the German government to draw up recommendations for a reliable intergenerational contract, the further development of the old age dependency ratio up to 2060 is discussed on the basis of a standard retirement age of 65, as if the decision to raise the retirement age to 67 by 2030 had never been made. But back to the absolute number of pensioners. If we look at the development of the number of pensioners as a function of the standard retirement age, we see the curve shown in Figure 4. In contrast to immigration, which has little influence on the number of pensioners until 2060, changes in the statutory retirement age have a relatively timely effect on the trend. The curves shown are each based on Scenario A. In the event that the retirement age is not raised any further but remains at 67, the number of pensioners will increase from 12 million, 1991, and 17 million, 2018, to just under 22 million in 2060. Although the increase in the retirement age from 65 to 67 between 2012 and 2030 will curb the rise in the number of pensioners, an additional 4.2 million pensioners must be expected by 2038. After that, the situation will ease and the number of pensioners will barely increase until 2060. If we look at the entire forecast period from 2019 to 2060, we are surprised to see that the annual increase in pensioners is significantly lower than in the past, averaging 112,000 people. Between 1991 and 2018, the number of pensioners increased by an average of 193,000 people per year, which is almost twice as high. This is a clear indication that an increase in the statutory retirement age between 2030 and 2060 is not necessary for demographic reasons. If the retirement age of 65 had been retained, the number of pensioners would have risen sharply from 2011 and increased to 23.2 million by 2038 and would have been 2.1 million higher in 2060 than with the retirement age of 67. If, on the other hand, the retirement age were to be gradually raised to 70 from 2031 by 2060, the result would be that the number of pensioners would not only fall in relative terms, i.e., in relation to the number of pensioners at an entry age of 67, but also in absolute terms. Between 2038 and 2060, the number of pensioners would fall from 20.5 million to 18.8 million. The increasing life expectancy of the population, in conjunction with the assumed positive birth rate of 1.7 children per woman and the expected relatively high immigration figures, means that the total population will increase in any case, regardless of the scenario chosen. In 2060, it will amount to at least 86.1 million inhabitants, Scenario C, and thus be 3 million inhabitants higher than in 2018, 83.1 million. A decline in the population is only to be expected if productivity increases significantly more than gross domestic product in percentage terms, and, as a result, fewer foreign workers have to come to the country. The bottom line is this. It is not the increase in the number of pensioners that will be the major social problem of the future, but the question of how to satisfy the economy's demand for labor. At least if the current level of production is to be maintained or even increased, but productivity does not keep pace with this development. In this case, a large number of people would have to immigrate to Germany every year to keep the economy running, and that over a period of more than 40 years. If this problem were to be solved satisfactorily, the future financing of pensions would not pose any fundamental problems either. This is because the statutory pension system is robust and flexible enough to adapt to changing realities, as long as there is a stable economic basis and the statutory pension is sufficiently supported and promoted by politicians. In the battle to succeed Angela Merkel in the CDU chairmanship, Friedrich Merz has made a big splash. He recommended tax relief on share purchases as a retirement provision. In doing so, he provided a template for satirists who reported that Merz also wanted to introduce tax benefits for horse betting. Gerald Braunberger head of the FAZ Financial Market editorial team, has no sympathy at all for such jokes. MERS deserves applause for bringing this idea back into the public eye. The telecom disaster. Well, it wasn't necessarily a success story, as the privatization of Deutsche Telekom over 20 years ago showed. In November 1996, the first T-shares came onto the market at an issue price of DM 28.50 is equal to 14.54 euros. 1.9 million small investors, encouraged by a large-scale advertising campaign by Deutsche Telekom, bought T-shares. Their price skyrocketed, and in June 1999, Deutsche Telekom put further shares on the market at an issue price of 39.50 euros. A further tranche at a price of 66.50 euros followed a year later. The market price of the T-share climbed to 103.50 euros in 2000. Then the bubble burst in 2001, and it plummeted to 7.70 euros by 2012. Today, at around 15 euros, it is back at the level of the 1996 issue price, meaning that for initial shareholders who did not sell their T-shares during the bull market, it is on balance a loss-making transaction. Manfred Krug had every reason to ask the public for forgiveness for his T-share commercials. There remained a widespread mistrust of shares as a retirement provision among small investors. Richard Senner and Wolfgang Scholz have shown in Macroscope that there are factual reasons for this, and that the widespread complaint in the business press about a lack of equity culture in Germany belongs in the bullshit category. Low pension level in Germany. So this is about the German pension system as a whole, which is based on a three-pillar model of public, occupational, and private pension provision. The OECD gives the statutory pension insurance, GRV, in Germany a miserable bottom line. See table below. At 51%, the ratio of average pensions to average net wages is well below the OECD average of 63%. This net replacement rate is significantly higher in comparable countries such as the Netherlands, 100.6%, Austria, 91.8%, and France, 74.5%. The low pension level primarily affects low earners, who can expect a net replacement rate of 55% as pensioners compared to an OECD average of 73% in this group. Their pension level is only 20% of average earnings. According to the OECD, this problem will become even more acute in the future due to the wage-based pension system and the growing spread in wage levels in Germany. Women are particularly affected by this, with an average pension level of 46% of men's pensions. This is the largest gender gap in Europe. Even if voluntary pension schemes, such as company pensions or private insurance, which are of little significance in France or Austria, are included, the German pension level is below that of comparable countries. The promise of securing the standard of living with which the dynamic pension was introduced in 1958 has long ceased to apply. Since Agenda 2010, this is to be realized with a three-pillar model consisting of statutory, occupational, and private provision. However, this is creating a new lifelong lie in pension policy. This is confirmed by a recent DIW study on pension gaps in today's 55 to 64-year-olds. 90% of this age group are entitled to a statutory pension. 36% are also covered by company pension, and 10% have private pension insurance. 8% are civil servants with a pension entitlement. Only half of today's 55 to 64-year-olds will be able to cover their possible level of consumption in retirement with the three pillars. According to DIW calculations, there is a potential pension gap of 650 euros per month on average. This is not even remotely covered by the Riester or Ruhr-Up pension, which is intended to supplement the GRV. Only private assets, especially home ownership, can reduce it to any significant extent. Alternative models, Austria or Sweden. Against this background, the DIW sees two basic options for averting mass poverty in old age. The Austrian model with a significantly expanded statutory pension insurance scheme, or the Swedish model with a funded supplementary insurance scheme for all citizens. Such a sovereign wealth fund is favored by economists such as Anthony Atkinson and Giacomo Cuneo. It has political friends, for example, in the black-green government of Hesse. However, Their protagonists do not tell us what the advantage of such a fund would be compared to the pay-as-you-go statutory pension in the face of an enormous global surplus of assets seeking investment. The fallacy of the advocates of sovereign wealth funds lies not only in their illusionary expectations of the earning power and stability of the global financial market. It is also based on ignoring the real reason for the growing social and economic discrepancies, the unequal distribution of income, and the burden of Social Security contributions. The income transfer for all citizens, financed from a sovereign wealth fund according to its protagonists, is nothing more than state-subsidized wage dumping and the beginning of the end of the welfare state. Increases in the minimum wage and collectively agreed wages, as well as compulsory insurance and contribution thresholds in our Social Security system, are far more effective instruments for creating distributive justice and economic growth than the unproductive July storm of a sovereign wealth fund. Jasper von Altenbachem, head of politics at Frankfurter Allgemeine, FAZ, sees the FDP as the clear winner in the exploratory talks for a traffic light coalition. FAZ, October 19, 2021. It has prevented tax increases, anchored its citizens' income for the unemployed, pushed through the introduction of statutory pension insurance into funded old age provision, saved private health insurance companies, established accelerated planning, and was able to set the tone in climate protection. All that is needed now is for Christian Lindner to become finance minister. But the SPD and the Greens could only govern if they swallow this toad. They will probably do it and say yummy. Farewell to solidarity-based, pay-as-you-go financing. The FDP's success is particularly evident in social policy, i.e. on original social democratic terrain. It has prevailed with its ankle-fitting pension, which feigns intergenerational fairness via private insurance. The exploratory paper not only mentions the promotion of private pensions, but the entire pension system is to be converted to a funded system. There will be no reduction in the statutory pension and no increase in the retirement age. But in order to secure this commitment in a way that is fair to all generations, we will move towards partial funding of the statutory pension scheme to stabilize pension levels and pension contribution rates in the long term. As a first step, we will allocate a capital stock of 10 billion euros from budget funds to the German pension insurance in 2022. We will also enable the German pension insurance fund to invest its reserves on the capital market. Have the representatives of the SPD and Greens in the Exploratory Commission really understood what it says? They attest to the fact that the solidarity-based, pay-as-you-go financing system is not fair to all generations. For the SPD, this is an embarrassing denial of its own tradition and social policy successes. The SPD and the Greens are continuing what they started with the Riester pension. This project has fallen into disrepute because it only benefits those who are already well provided for in old age. The Traffic Light Coalition wants to replace it with a different system of funded pension provision. We will fundamentally reform the current system of private pension provision. To this end, we will examine the possibility of a publicly managed fund with an effective and low-cost offering and opt-out options. We will also examine the legal recognition of private investment products with higher returns than Riester. A subsidy should provide incentives for lower income groups to take advantage of these products. Subsidies mean that you have to put your own money into private pension provision in order to receive state subsidies or tax breaks. But this is precisely what the lower third of earners, whose wage level is at the subsistence level, do not have. So it all boils down to a new form of Riester pension, from which low earners get nothing and high earners benefit. Model Swedish Fund. Although there are still no precise outlines of the new pension scheme, it all boils down to an equity pension based on the Swedish model, as proposed by the black-green government of Hesse as a German pension. In Sweden, 2.5% of pension contributions are paid into a state fund or private schemes, which Swedes are free to choose between. Most have opted for the state fund, which invests the contributions primarily in shares and, from the age of 55, also in bonds. The Swedish fund is considered particularly effective in the media because it currently generates a return of over 10%. German life insurance companies are also currently touting equity funds as a sustainable investment. However, Their profits result less from the dividends of the acquired share package and more from the booming stock market as a result of an immense abundance of capital seeking investment, i.e., from the inflation of a bubble. New economy companies such as Apple, Google, and Tesla, whose share price exceeds their value creation potential many times over, are particularly benefiting from this. Investments in shares are assumed to be sustainable, which they are not really. This also applies to real estate funds, which are largely responsible for the exploding rents and real estate prices in metropolitan areas and cities with a well-off middle class. If pension funds invest in this market, retirement provision becomes dependent on rising rent levels. This is a perverse form of redistribution that has nothing whatsoever to do with intergenerational justice and sustainability, but instead pits pensioners against tenants. Manic depressive financial market. In a dossier published by the Federal Agency for Civic Education, Gerhard Backer and Ernst Kissler illustrate the incalculable risks involved in making old age provision dependent on the financial markets with reference to the collapse of the global financial markets in 2008, when a quarter of pension fund assets were wiped out. This was preceded by the Asian crisis in 1997, Tiger State Rally, and the bursting of the new economy boom in 2001/2002, which followed the same basic pattern as the 2008 crash. These were not industrial accidents, but an intrinsic characteristic of the global financial market, which lives in a world disconnected from the real economy. The financial market players and their analysts have no economically sound strategies, but instead look at what others are doing. If an investment strategy is successful, it is copied. In this self-referential system, people either boost each other up or fall into a collective panic. The economist Hyman P. Minsky has examined this manic-depressive psychopathology of the financial sector and described its logic of action. Certain financial products, such as the infamous credit derivatives, promise large short-term profits, so most funds enter this business. A speculative bubble is created, the expected bursting of which shakes the fragile fabric of the credit markets. This was followed by loud calls for help from central banks and governments, who had no choice but to bail out the financial sector. Even the mouthpieces of the financial sector and the media are no longer talking about a debt break. This theory was not only confirmed in the fall of 2008 after the bank crash triggered by the collapse of Lehman Bank. As early as 2003, the German government had to save the insurance industry from disaster with a €1 billion aid package in the form of extended write-off options. In the previous 3 years, the industry had sunk over €100 billion in the stock market. In 2010, the Black-Yellow Coalition helped the private health insurance industry with extended write-off options. In 2009, insurance and real estate companies pushed for the nationalization of the bank hypo real estate, because otherwise the entire real estate industry, and thus also pension funds, would have collapsed. If financial capital relies on the state as a white knight in an emergency, what reason should citizens have to entrust their social security to the financial market and not to the state or social insurance? Public pay-as-you-go systems are the more effective piggy bank of modern economies, even against the backdrop of demographic trends, as the welfare economist Nicholas Barr demonstrated 20 years ago. Capital cover requires a balanced ratio of savers and non-savers. In view of demographic trends, however, this is unlikely to be achieved in the next 20 years. Accordingly, the claim that the capital cover is more demographically resistant than the pay-as-you-go system is without substance. The subsidies envisaged by the Traffic Light Coalition for contributions to capital funds would be better spent in the statutory pension insurance scheme, GRV, as the Austrian model shows. There, not only wage earners, but all employees pay into the pension insurance scheme. The average pension is 50% higher than in Germany. At 22.8%, the contribution rate is 4 percentage points higher than in the German GRV. However, this is also the level we would have if we were to add the contributions to the Riester pension or the model of a German pension favored by the Greens. Prayer wheels instead of economic reason. The social insurance system covers general social risks such as unemployment, illness, and aging more effectively than private sector systems, which are not geared towards meeting social expenditure, but towards pursuing the economic interests of their sponsors. Neoclassical economists and the business press, on the other hand, reduce social insurance to a wage cost factor that impairs the competitiveness of the German economy. This is nonsense, if only because social insurance offers indispensable benefits that do not disappear through private financing. It is the general cost of living, and therefore also wage costs, that are increased by privatization and not, as claimed, reduced. In spite of this, the prayer wheel of Social Security contributions as a central competitive factor continues to be spun, a dogma that can be justified neither empirically nor theoretically. The Red-Green Coalition had already surrendered to this dogma with Agenda 2010, and now the SPD and the Greens are following suit with a conversion of pension insurance to capital funding. It is nothing new that the Greens are following neoliberal ideologies and models. With their preference for funded pension systems, they are once again living up to the accusation that they are an FDP without nuclear power plants. The SPD is driven by the fear of being seen as a redistribution party and no longer being electable for the middle classes. But how else is more social justice to be achieved, as promised, other than through distribution policy? Karl Valentin described this mentality as follows: "We would have liked to, but we didn't dare." Dieter Hildebrandt once put it a little more drastically: "The SPD shits in any pants you hold out to it." Our society is not called a meritocracy for nothing. Historically, the associated thinking sets bourgeois society, in which earned income is supposed to determine social status, apart from feudal society with its class system. The saying, "He who does not work should not eat," was already used by the Apostle Paul, of biblical origin, and was directed against religious enthusiasts who believed that they would no longer have to work in view of the imminent arrival of the Messiah. But it has grown into the common ideological repertoire of meritocracy along with the middle classes. What someone has should be earned through work, unless you inherit a lot. The saying is obviously perverted when it is used in this country, verbally debrutalized, of course, against people who are not allowed to or cannot work, be it the sick, refugees, or the elderly. The elderly are granted the standard of living they have earned, above and beyond the charitable social assistance level. In contrast to health insurance, the equivalence principle applies to pension insurance: higher income, higher pensions. At least this patriarchal focus on gainful employment has been softened somewhat by the recognition of child raising and care periods for pension entitlements. Pension policy is a socio-ethically revealing part of social policy because it is always also about what society considers to be performance, which sources of funding are used for pensions, and what old people who no longer work are worth to us or to the government. At the end of 2023, the average pension, even after at least 45 years of insurance, was only €1,663 in Western Germany and €1,471 in Eastern Germany, according to the German government. Of course, company pensions or other income are often added to this, especially in Western Germany. Some pensioners also live in their own four walls and are thus at least protected against the widening gap between rents and pensions. However, the home ownership rate in Germany is at the lower end of the scale in Europe at 47.6% in 2023, only slightly lower in Switzerland. In many European countries, it is over 70%. If people are getting older, especially in good health and without material worries, this is a positive development. However, if fewer contributors are expected to finance more pensions, this can put pressure on pension insurance, depending on the financing architecture. The proportion of older people in the population has been rising for 100 years, and pension reforms have been around for just as long. The traffic light government also argued until the end about a pension reform that would set a lower limit for the pension level on the one hand and limit the increase in contributions on the other. The traffic light government collapsed on November 6th. Shortly before this, the FDP revived an old idea. If people are getting older and older, they should work longer. The pension at 67 was already a step in this direction, and the FDP wants to continue along this path. At the same time, it wants to increase the deductions for early retirement. It is true that life expectancy in Germany has risen over the long term. For the sake of simplicity, the average life expectancy at birth is now 78.3 years for men and 83.2 years for women, according to the period mortality table of official statistics. Since the beginning of the 1990s, life expectancy for men has risen by 5.9 years and for women by 4.2 years. The fact that women's life expectancy has risen slightly less than that of men is partly due to their catching up with tobacco consumption a few decades ago. But that is not the point here. At the age of 65, which was the normal retirement age for a long time, the distant life expectancy of men is 17.6 years, that of women 20.9 years. At this age, some of life's risks are already behind you, which is why the longer life expectancy exceeds the life expectancy at birth. Longer life expectancy has also increased by 2.9 years for women and 3.3 years for men since the beginning of the 1990s. Doesn't it therefore make sense to follow the FDP's argument and let people work longer? The first question is whether the increase in life expectancy will continue or whether it will continue at the same rate as in the past. As the chart shows, this does not appear to be the case. The increase in life expectancy is slowing down even before coronavirus. The increase in the retirement age is currently rising faster than life expectancy at 1 month per year. In an international comparison, but this is also a topic in itself, Germany is actually falling behind in terms of life expectancy. A recently published statistical analysis on the subject of retirement age and the length of time a pension is drawn also calls into question the FDP's initial demographic hypothesis. The FDP may simply not be up to date here. Moreover, longer life expectancy is only available for a longer working phase if people are still healthy enough to work in old age. Although healthy life expectancy, i.e., the number of years lived in good health, has also increased, there are considerable uncertainties here with regard to the future, according to current studies. Another point, if we compare the increase in average life expectancy at birth with the increase in average life expectancy at the age of 65, it is noticeable that the latter has increased by around 2 years less than the former. Part of the increase in life expectancy at birth, therefore, leads to fewer deaths in the working age population, provided it is not attributable to the reduction in infant mortality, thus potentially relieving the burden on pension financing instead of burdening it. Another aspect relevant to social policy. As the name suggests, average life expectancy is an average. Among other things, the average of different social status groups. Many studies have shown that those with a higher social status have a significantly higher life expectancy than those with a lower social status, 4 to 8 years, depending on gender. The lower social status groups, therefore, also have a shorter pension entitlement period, as the then not yet Health Minister Lauterbach noted years ago. So would the socially better off in particular have to work longer, if at all, or accept a pension reduction? Or, given the differences in life expectancy between women and men, should women in particular be allowed to work longer? Tricky questions. The solution offered by the FDP is also modest. Firstly, it only looks at the issue from a fiscal point of view, and secondly, only from the perspective of individual lifespans, and even that, as described, is not entirely appropriate. There are also other components that could be adjusted. The German Council of Economic Experts has listed a whole arsenal in its 2023/2024 report, and the social science literature also offers a wide range of suggestions. For example, we could think about the contribution assessment ceiling, i.e., collecting more contributions from higher earners. This has just happened, rising from €7,550 in the old federal states and €7,450 in the new federal states to a uniform €8,050. Gross income. Income above this amount remains non-contributory. But still, capital income could also be included in the pension calculation. The FDP, on the other hand, prefers the introduction of a funded pension, i.e., a lot of money raised by employees alone and managed by financial groups. It would also be possible to increase the number of employees subject to Social Security contributions, for example, by getting migrants into work more quickly, preventing and reducing unemployment more effectively, or increasing the employment rate of women by improving childcare and care for the elderly, among other things. Although it is not bad in Germany, it could be higher. According to Eurostat, it was 76.6% in the second quarter of 2024, while in countries such as the Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland, it was over 80%. Or more could be invested in occupational health and safety, workplace health promotion, and prevention in general, so that employees stay healthy for longer. A healthy life expectancy increases. Last but not least, the elephant in the room of pension policy that people don't like to talk about is the social policy framework and the issue of entitlements to the social product that society has earned. Increased life expectancy reflects the development of this social product. Who is entitled to it? And what does it mean in terms of distribution policy if longer life expectancy is to be offset by a longer working life? Social policy becomes more confrontational in Zeitenwende. The expenses for the war in Ukraine, Trump's demands for defense policy protection money, the fight against climate change, and the economic crisis will not leave pension policy untouched. In the sometimes very open-hearted terminology of the meritocracy, those who do not work are part of the social burden, subsumed in the social burden quota. Nomen est omen. Of course, in a civilized country, those who don't work are still allowed to eat. No one should starve, even if their pension isn't enough. 2 million people in Germany are now dependent on food banks, including many with insufficient pensions. At the same time, tens of billions of euros in tax money are trickily bypassed by the tax office every year, and wealth tax has not been collected for years, totaling 380 billion euros to date. The much-cited Western values are up for discussion. The CDU has adopted a new basic program that calls for a turnaround in social policy with 3 main focuses. The citizens' income introduced by the Traffic Light Coalition is to be replaced by a basic income that offers incentives to take up work. In plain language, the sanctions for not accepting an offer of work are to be tightened. The cost awareness of those with statutory health insurance is to be increased. In plain language, patients' co-payments are to be increased. The statutory pension is to be supplemented by a funded pension scheme. In plain language, the pay-as-you-go dynamic pension is to be frozen and old age provision increasingly entrusted to the private financial sector, forward into the past. CDU Chairman Friedrich Merz is very proud of the conservative signature tune of the program, which was not written backwards but forwards, as he told the Tagesschau. Many people in his native Sauerland may see it that way. This is also where former German President Heinrich Lübke came from, who praised the Village Dwarf School as a model of educational policy in the 1960s. The reform of basic social security will be difficult for the CDU. This is because the Citizens' Income Act of the Traffic Light Coalition, which it opposes, is based on a ruling by the Federal Constitutional Court. It classifies the sanctions introduced with the Hartz IV law against recipients of the former unemployment benefit II who refuse an offer of work as a violation of human dignity. The court set specific guidelines for the limits of benefit cuts, which were implemented one-to-one in the Citizens' Income Act. The Bundesrat approved the law. Friedrich Merz and his acolyte Carsten Linnemann will not reveal what specific changes the CDU wants to make to this law without incurring a lawsuit in Karlsruhe. In the healthcare sector, they're focusing on personal responsibility and want to strengthen the cost awareness of the insured. This tasteless phrase is a sure indicator of health policy ignorance. The refurbishment of hospitals and a needs-based distribution of doctor surgeries is not a question of the insured's willingness to pay, but the task of healthcare policy. The CDU is not making any proposals to ensure nationwide care. It is also digging up a corpse of health policy that it had buried itself. The practice fee for visits to the doctor, which was introduced under pressure from the CDU in 2004, was abolished by the Black-Yellow Coalition in 2013 due to its ineffectiveness and unnecessary bureaucracy. The CDU's core social policy project is the restructuring of pension funding from a solidarity-based pay-as-you-go system to a funded system. Not only is this an expensive mistake, but the CDU is also abandoning its own social policy tradition. The intellectual father of the pay-as-you-go dynamic pension, introduced in 1957, was Wilfried Schreiber, managing director of the Federation of Catholic Entrepreneurs, whom Konrad Adenauer had commissioned to work out the structures of the pension reform. Schreiber relied on empirical studies by social economist Gerhard Mackenroth. On the basis of these expert reports, the social politicians of the CDU/CSU and SPD agreed on the introduction of a dynamic pension with an annual adjustment in line with general wage trends. At the same time, old age pensions, which at the time were below the minimum subsistence level, were increased significantly. This contributed to Adenauer's election victory, which gave him and the CDU/CSU an absolute majority. Since then, all major social reforms, such as the equal treatment of workers and employees under labor law or the introduction of social long-term care insurance, have been the product of cooperation between social politicians in the CDU/CSU and SPD. A coalition of Sacred Heart Marxists, Franz Josef Strauss, and Social Democrats has always been anathema to people like Friedrich Merz. Protagonists of this social market economy, such as Ludwig Erhard's mastermind Alfred Muller-Armack, had nothing to do with comprehensive social insurance for the entire population. They wanted to limit the welfare state to providing care for the poor disguised as basic security and support for large families. Protection against social risks such as old age, illness, and care was to be left to private provision. The current CDU leadership wants to revive this idea developed in the 1940s and make Germany a country of owners, distrustful guardians of the Holy Grail. The regulatory guardians of the Frankfurter Allgemeine, FAZ, do not trust this promise. Its editor, Gerald Braunberger, who is responsible for the economic section, questions how serious the Christian Democrats are about their commitment to the social market economy from an economic policy perspective. The editors Dietrich Kreutzberg and Philip Krohn even accuse the CDU/CSU of a dangerous pension roll backwards because it continues to make common cause with the SPD on pension policy. Horst Seehofer stated in 2016, "We need a major pension reform. Riester has failed." But instead of putting private pension provision on a new footing, the CDU/CSU went into the election campaign with a pension for mothers of children born before 1992. This process is emblematic of a radical change of course in old age provision policy, which dispenses with a reform or repair of private provision and its state funding. This is not only disastrous in terms of social policy, but also economic policy. The tax money flowing into the pension fund would be at the expense of future investments. The investment backlog, therefore, has more to do with pensions than with the debt brake. The union's election gifts for pensioners who are actually well off are therefore responsible for the dilapidated transport infrastructure, rundown schools and hospitals, and the chaos at Deutsche Bahn. It's difficult to deal with this nonsense in an objective tone. It is based on economic theological dogmas that turn economic and social policy into a matter of faith. This is also indicated by FAZ editor Braunberger's demand for a commitment to the social market economy, quoted above. The yardstick for the economic rationality of economic and social policy programs is therefore not set by real distribution and productivity effects, but by adherence to or deviation from regulatory principles of faith. In pension policy, the FAZ's touchstone for sociopolitical correctness is the obligation to take out private pension insurance. German pension insurance benefits are to be frozen, and pensioner households are to increasingly live off the income from capitalized funds. The FAZ sees this as an advantageous project in every respect. The resulting reduction in Social Security contributions would promote the global competitiveness of the German economy and cushion demographic risks more sustainably than the pay-as-you-go system. This is because the savings principle can be successful thanks to global investment when economic conditions at home become more difficult. This is pure wishful thinking and amounts to handing over pension provision to the international capital market, which can hardly be influenced politically. In addition, outsourcing demographic risks to other economies assumes that they have no problems with an aging population and that their value creation offers sufficient scope for subsidizing German aging risks. But most developed economies have a demographic problem of their own and cannot shoulder ours as well. In addition, large pension funds from other countries are investing their money in Germany, particularly in the real estate sector. The rapid rise in rents and real estate prices in metropolitan regions in recent years is due not least to the growing interest of pension funds in the housing industry, which generates comfortable returns. Funded pensions are therefore also financed by real estate speculation at the expense of average earners. The assertion that the switch to a funded pension will reduce labor costs is a complete fabrication. The limitation of Social Security contributions to 40% of gross wages, which supposedly serves this purpose, is nonsensical, if only because labor costs go far beyond direct wage payments and also include sick pay, training and further education costs, and other company social benefits. If these factors are added, the share of non-wage labor costs is 27%, which corresponds to the EU average. Furthermore, Social Security contributions as a cost factor do not disappear with a switch to capital cover. Contributions must be paid for supplementary insurance, which are part of the cost of living and are claimed in collective bargaining. From a social point of view, the most important advantage of solidarity-based pay-as-you-go financing is the regular adjustment of pensions in line with wages and the cost of living. Such a dynamic cannot be offered by funded pension funds because their parameters cannot be calculated by their actuaries. The guaranteed interest rate for private life insurance policies has also fallen steadily in recent years. Poverty in old age can only be prevented with pay-as-you-go financing. The Netherlands is praised as a role model for the switch to a funded pension system. Almost all employees there pay into company pension funds, which pay out a pension sum of around 30 billion euros annually. Their investment assets are managed by financial giants such as BlackRock and Vanguard, which collect commissions of 8 to 9 billion euros. The overhead costs are therefore 25 to 30% of the pension volume. In contrast, the German Pension Insurance Fund only spends 1.2% of the pension sum on its administration. The CDU's call to switch pension provision from solidarity-based pay-as-you-go financing to capital funding only benefits the financial sector and nobody else. Friedrich Merz is known to have sat on the supervisory board of the German branch of BlackRock for many years. A rogue who thinks evil of that? The governing coalition has set itself several pension policy projects. On the one hand, the benefit level of the pay-as-you-go statutory pension scheme, GRV, is to be permanently stabilized, while on the other, funded pension provision is to be reformed. While private pension provision, Riester-Pension, is primarily subject to review, riskier investments with higher returns are desired in occupational pension provision. However, the strongest wording on capital funding relates to the statutory pension scheme. According to the coalition agreement, the coalition will enter into a partial capital funding of the statutory pension scheme in order to stabilize the pension level and pension contribution rate in the long term. The new fund is to be managed under public law and initially endowed with 10 billion euros. In the meantime, more detailed proposals have been presented for what the Ministry of Finance calls the generation capital. In formal terms, pay-as-you-go and funded schemes are fundamentally different ways of financing social policy. In the pay-as-you-go system, income, in German pension insurance mainly from contributions, is spent directly on current benefits. Contributors acquire entitlements to benefits from future payers, intergenerational contract. In the funded system, on the other hand, income is invested, e.g. in shares or bonds. This capital and its earnings are used to provide future benefits for today's payers. The decision between the two methods is accompanied by different distribution effects. These financing methods also have different economic consequences. However, the general rule is that future expenditure on old age provision must always be financed from future economic output, McEnroe theorem. For many decades, the major pension reform of 1957 ensured that employees in Germany were essentially covered by a purely pay-as-you-go system. Capital-funded instruments were certainly available, such as life insurance, but were not of decisive importance or outside the scope of social policy responsibility. In addition, they were only dependent on developments on the international capital markets to a limited extent, paradigm shift at the turn of the millennium. 2001 saw a paradigm shift. The scope of benefits provided by the pay-as-you-go statutory pension scheme was gradually and significantly reduced. At the same time, incentives were created to voluntarily close the gaps, at least in part, through private and occupational pension provision. Many experts now consider this reform approach to have failed for good reason. Not all those affected make the necessary provisions or are in a position to do so. In addition, the products used often have structural deficiencies, for example with regard to risk protection and the adjustment of subsequent benefits, and are criticized by consumer advocates. Although the shortcomings of the policy to date are obvious, this does not, however, affect supporters of capital cover. For them, criticism of the design of the existing pension schemes does not discredit the process as a whole. Their position can be summed up as follows: funded pension provisions still make sense, especially in times of demographic change, but has been poorly implemented in Germany so far, namely too fragmented, not very profitable, and incomplete. Now is the time to get it right. They therefore often suggest a greater obligation to make provisions, at least better incentives or nudging, more collective organization, and more return-oriented, preferably globally diversified investments. The traffic light plans can certainly be interpreted in this sense. They could actually lead to higher returns and greater efficiency than the Riester pension scheme has achieved to date. However, correcting problems in the welfare markets does not change the fundamental reservations about expanding capital cover. First of all, economies cannot save like private individuals. They cannot simply pre-produce goods and services that pensioners need to live on and put them on the high edge. Instead, they have to be earned again and again. Importing wealth from abroad is also possible to a limited extent at best. The argument that higher investments will lead to domestic investment and thus strengthen the economy also does not hold up empirically. Rather, it is to be feared that savings efforts are more of a hindrance to the economy. High average returns in the past, nominally around 8% per annum for equities, significantly less for safety-oriented investments, should not be assumed to be a given in the long term, even in view of the slowdown in productivity growth. In addition, asset accumulation takes time, and if the pay-as-you-go system continues, it is accompanied by a double burden on savers who are financing current pensions at the same time. Even if asset accumulation is successful via the capital markets, the question arises in the benefits phase. How can the capital be reliably and fairly converted into pensions and ensure continued participation? The pay-as-you-go system, on the other hand, can do just that, is flexible and capable of social equalization. It can also address today's pensioners affected by cuts. How much would you like? A state-organized fund for pension insurance, as currently planned, would be the best way to address the above-mentioned socio-political objections. A cost-effective and collective investment that benefits the GRV as a whole, which is still pay-as-you-go and helps to redeem the entitlements acquired there, including social equalization. From a socio-political perspective, it is important to clearly regulate that financial market risks must not affect the structure of the SBS benefits. However, this does not dispel the concerns regarding macroeconomic side effects and distribution issues. Above all, however, the question arises as to the objective and actual capabilities of generational capital. If the aim is additional financing for the purpose of stabilizing contribution rates, the initial investment of 10 billion euros appears to be tiny. If we optimistically assume an 8% return on equity investments and 3 percentage points of this, wage development, flow back into the capital stock to maintain value, 5% could be distributed, i.e., initially 500 million euros per year. That sounds like a large sum. However, with GRV expenditure of around 375 billion euros per year, it corresponds to less than half a day's expenditure. If the aim is to generate revenue equivalent to one contribution rate point, a good 15 billion euros a year, a capital stock of over 300 billion euros would be required with full equity investment and not with lower interest, but safer investments such as bonds. Even higher sums would be necessary if the fund had to repay the loans taken out to build it up. In fact, the further financing has not yet been clarified from the earnings. In short, the attempt to curb the rise in contribution rates with generational capital seems unrealistic, too risky, and therefore useless. Is that necessary? It is unclear what the coalition partners are actually pursuing with this plan, a faster buildup of the capital stock in future under changed majority conditions, which raises the question of where the money would then come from. Or, under different majority conditions, to bring the attempt to an end without a soundbite, which is quickly possible with small investment amounts. It seems to make more sense to strengthen the pay-as-you-go system, among other things through a good labor market policy, good wages, appropriate federal subsidies, and the transition to employment insurance, and not to shy away from higher contributions. This is feasible, see Austria, and unproblematic for the economy as a whole. The central and important traffic light promise of a permanent stop line at 48% could thus be fulfilled more easily. For a German pensioner, a longing glance at Austria is unavoidable, as pensions there are significantly higher than in this country. Opinions differ on the extent of the difference. Some speak of 40%, others of 60% or more. There are no well-founded studies that shed light on the reasons. This fuels speculation, and people are quick to suggest how the German pension system should be improved so that similarly high pensions can be paid. But what are the actual causes of the different pension levels? One aspect that is closely linked to this is the risk of poverty in old age. In Germany, the planned basic pension is intended to help reduce the risk of poverty. How do other countries deal with this problem? And what can Germany learn from these countries? Pension systems are complex social structures in which benefit aspects and social equalization elements must be dovetailed in a balanced way that is perceived as fair. Due to the different, sometimes contradictory requirements and objectives, any attempt to further develop and improve an existing pension system is like trying to square the circle. There are no universal patent remedies for how to proceed. The concepts in each country are too different. Measures that have a positive effect in one country may turn out to be ineffective or even counterproductive elsewhere. If you want to benefit from the experience of other countries in order to improve your own pension system, it is important to know the fundamentally different structures and to include them in your considerations. To give an idea of the diversity of systems, the pension systems of 3 countries are roughly outlined below. Pension system in Switzerland. There is no contribution assessment ceiling. In Switzerland, everyone is covered by statutory pension insurance, regardless of the type of employment. Insured persons pay contributions on their entire income, 9.8%. There is no contribution assessment ceiling. For employees, half of the contributions are paid by the employer. If there is no earned income, the assets serve as the basis for assessment. Pensions are subject to upper and lower limits. Within this framework, they're subject to the equivalence principle, i.e. the pension is based on the amount of contributions paid in. The minimum pension is 1,005 euros and the maximum pension is 2,010 euros, as of 2018. The full pension is paid to anyone who can show a complete contribution history for the period between the age of 20 and the statutory retirement age. Otherwise, the pension is reduced by 2.3% per missing year. The system is supplemented by mandatory private provision through pension funds, or insurance policies. This applies to all employees with an annual income of at least 18,170 euros. It is financed in equal parts by employers and employees. Netherlands. Basic pension on a pay-as-you-go basis via levies on all incomes. In contrast, the pension system in the Netherlands is based on a basic pension to which every resident is entitled. The amount of the basic pension depends on whether someone is single or married. Single people receive 1,173 euros, couples 1,616 euros, 2018. All persons who can prove that they have been resident in Germany for 50 years are entitled to the full basic pension amount. The pension is reduced by 2% for every missing year. The basic pension is financed on a pay-as-you-go basis by levies on all income. The contribution rate is 17.9% and is paid by the employee alone. A contribution assessment ceiling applies. In addition, there is a funded company pension scheme by means of a pension fund, which is regulated by collective agreements and covers a good 90% of employees. 2/3 of the contributions are financed by the employer and 1/3 by the employee. Company pensions are not automatically adjusted to wage or price developments, but depend on the solvency of the fund. Austria. Company and private pension provision hardly play a role. Old age provision in Austria, on the other hand, is based almost exclusively on the pay-as-you-go statutory pension system. Company and private pension options only play a marginal role. The government's attempt in 2003 to expand private provision at the expense of the statutory pension met with massive resistance from the population. As the protests ranged from the trade unions to the Employers Association, The government was forced to reject state-subsidized private provision in principle and instead strengthen and expand the statutory pension. All employees pay into the current statutory pension system, including the self-employed and, since 2005, civil servants. The contribution rate, unchanged for over 30 years, is 22.8%. The contributions are paid 55% by the employer and 45% by the employee. The contributions are capped by a contribution assessment ceiling. The later pension is based on the amount of contributions paid during the working life, i.e., it is subject to the equivalence principle. People with very low pensions can apply for a means-tested equalization supplement, which is financed from tax revenue. This guarantees a pension of €1,088 for single people and €1,632 for married people, 2019. Simple and coherent concepts to combat poverty in old age, just not in Germany. Despite all the differences between the pension systems in these countries, they have one thing in common. They have a simple concept for preventing poverty in old age that is coherently embedded in the overall system. Although the amount required is estimated differently, the minimum pensions of over €1,000 for single people are consistently above the social assistance level. And the bureaucratic hurdles to receiving such a pension are low, so it can be expected that the support will actually reach the people who need it. The situation is different in Germany. So far, all attempts to integrate comparable mechanisms into the existing pension system have failed. The planned introduction of the basic pension will also do little to change the unsatisfactory situation. It is a half-hearted solution that is neither targeted nor satisfactory in terms of the amount of the top-up. It excludes too many old people who would be in urgent need of support, and nobody would think of describing the planned application procedure or the calculation of the top-up amount as simple or unbureaucratic. Funded pension provision, low interest on capital, high administrative costs. The amount of regular pension that employees can expect in the countries under review is less uniform. According to a study by the OECD, insured persons in Austria and the Netherlands can expect pensions that amount to around 80% of their last gross salary, while the gross replacement rate in Switzerland is only 60%. From the OECD data, it can be deduced that good pensions can be achieved both with a pay-as-you-go system based on the principle of equivalence, as in Austria, and with a pension system that focuses on poverty prevention and is supplemented by funded pension elements. However, the OECD assumes that pensions in the Netherlands and Switzerland will develop less favorably than in Austria. While it expects the pension level in Austria to fall by just 3 percentage points by 2060, it expects it to fall by 9 percentage points in the Netherlands and by as much as 17 percentage points in Switzerland. The more pessimistic forecast for pension development in the Netherlands and Switzerland is probably not only due to the current and foreseeable future, low interest rates on capital, but also to the fact that funded pension models are generally associated with significantly higher administrative costs. In the Netherlands, for example, a quarter of what pensioners receive goes to asset managers and advisors. By comparison, administration costs account for just 1.4% of expenditure for pay-as-you-go pensions in Germany. And if private pension provision is nevertheless associated with a return advantage at the start of retirement, this can be lost or reversed over time if the pensions paid out are not adjusted to inflation or economic developments, i.e. do not increase sufficiently, as they then lose purchasing power year after year. More robust, more secure, and more flexible. The pay-as-you-go system. The pay-as-you-go system is more robust, secure, and flexible than private pension provision. It is not linked to incalculable financial market risks, nor does an individual capital stock have to be built up over decades from which the pension can be paid. It is worth remembering the largely problem-free integration of millions of GDR pensioners into the statutory pension system. Not only was a group of people included in the existing system who had never paid contributions into it, but West/East transfer payments were also financed from the regular contribution income, which should actually have been paid from federal funds. How would a funded pension system have coped with this challenge without having to rely on state subsidies in the tens of billions for years, if not decades? A widespread prejudice against the pay-as-you-go system is that it is more susceptible to unfavorable demographic developments. For example, if the number of pensioners is expected to rise sharply. But this is a fallacy. The decisive factor for both systems is the stability and performance of the economy. If the economy is running smoothly, rising productivity automatically ensures that good pensions can also be paid to a growing number of old people. A struggling economy, on the other hand, poses problems for any pension system. This applies to funded pensions as well as to the pay-as-you-go system. Ultimately, there's no way around the fact that the young have to generate the added value from which the old benefit in retirement. No pension system can function otherwise. McEnroe theorem. Will a broader funding base help? The OECD study shows a gross replacement rate of 42% for the pension situation in Germany. This figure is far below the rates of 80% given for Austria or the Netherlands. The huge difference must come as a surprise to anyone who realizes that all three countries have prosperous economies and therefore have similar prerequisites for being able to pay good pensions. What is almost more irritating, however, is the fact that there is such a large difference between Germany and Austria of all countries, as the pension systems of the two countries are actually very similar. One difference that stands out is the broader funding base in Austria. There, not only blue and white-collar workers pay into the statutory pension, but also civil servants and the self-employed. This sometimes leads to the conclusion that in Germany, only the funding base needs to be broadened in order to ensure better pensions and make the statutory pension system as a whole fit for the future. However, this is too short-sighted. There is no doubt that, for reasons of fairness, the self-employed, civil servants, and politicians should also be included in the statutory pension system, because it is unacceptable that some occupational groups who have never paid contributions into any pension system should later receive pensions from tax revenue that are far higher than what a person with statutory insurance can ever expect to receive after decades of contributions. But the idea that pensions can be made future-proof in this way is not true. It is true that the revenue situation of the pension insurance system would initially improve, provided the additional funds are available to the pension fund for regular pension payments, as many young people would be added as new contributors without the number of pension recipients, and therefore expenditure, increasing noticeably. However, this would not remain the case in the long term. Austria is currently still benefiting from a more favorable ratio between the number of contributors and the number of pension recipients, as civil servants have only been integrated into the statutory pension system for 15 years. But ultimately, a financial equilibrium will emerge that is not fundamentally different from that which would have been expected without the expansion of compulsory insurance. The significantly higher pension level compared to Germany cannot be explained by the broader funding base alone. There must be other important reasons for the difference, scenarios for the pension system in Germany. Let us first turn our attention to the revenue situation of the statutory pension insurance system in Germany, or more precisely, to the revenue from contribution payments. The first step is to determine the amount of income that was available for regular pension payments in 2018. Regular pensions include old age pensions, reduced earning capacity pensions, and survivors' pensions. Scenarios are then used to estimate how the income situation would change if certain framework conditions were changed. The scenarios considered build on each other successively. In the second step, the question of how the improved revenue situation could affect pensions is investigated. It is assumed that an improved income situation is adequately reflected in higher pensions. If income increases by 10%, for example, it is assumed that pensions will also increase by 10%. The instrument for implementing such a target is the pension formula, i.e. the value of the earnings points used to calculate the pension. The value of the earnings points would have to be increased accordingly by 10%. Initial situation. In 2018, the statutory pension insurance scheme generated income of 236 billion euros through contribution payments. In addition, there are 13 billion euros in eco-tax subsidies from federal funds. The eco-tax subsidy was introduced in 1999 with the aim of keeping the pension contribution rate low and thus relieving the burden on the economy. It must therefore be treated as normal contribution income. On the other hand, The funds available for regular pensions are reduced by expenditure on non-contributory benefits, i.e. benefits that were not or not adequately taken into account when the contribution rate was set. This expenditure is also referred to as non-contributory benefits. These include, for example, the pension at 63, the extended mother's pension or the compensation payments under the SED Unrechtbereinigungsgesetz, SED and Justice Compensation Act. They are imposed on the statutory pension insurance scheme by politicians, with a certain amount of arbitrariness, without sufficient tax revenue being made available. The benefits should actually be financed entirely from federal funds, as they do not comply with the equivalence principle of pension insurance and are generally introduced to remedy or mitigate problems affecting society as a whole. In the 1990s, doctors, architects, and lawyers vehemently and successfully opposed the idea of aligning the regulations and structures of professional pension schemes with the statutory pension system. They feared that they would then be defenselessly at the mercy of regulatory intervention by the state. The scope of non-insurance benefits, which must be financed via contribution income, has increased significantly over the last 10 years. There is no official information on which federal funds are paid for which non-contributory benefits. The federal government is keeping a low profile and only provides information on the total amount of federal funding. However, in 2012 and 2019, the German pension insurance made a commendable effort to quantify the amount of non-contributory benefits. For 2009, it came to the conclusion that 6.4% of pension expenditure was used for non-contributory benefits. Since then, the proportion has almost doubled. In 2017, expenditure amounting to 31.3 billion euros was attributable to non-contributory non-insurance benefits. This corresponds to 12.3% of pension expenditure. Assuming that the proportion has remained constant, the amount for 2018 is 32.3 billion euros. If one balances the cash flows by adding the eco-tax subsidies, 13 billion euros, to the contribution income of 236 billion euros and deducting the expenditure for non-insurance benefits, 32 billion euros, an amount of 217 billion euros remains. These are the funds that were ultimately available for the payment of regular pensions in 2018. Scenario 1. S1 if the non-insurance benefits were either appropriately taken into account in the pension contribution rate or fully financed by federal funds, the statutory pension insurance scheme would have had a revenue budget for regular pensions that was 32 billion euros higher in 2018, i.e. a total of 249 billion euros. Scenario 2. S2 as a result of measures implemented as part of the agenda reforms, Hartz IV. The revenue situation of the statutory pension insurance scheme has additionally deteriorated. For example, the mini-job sector, which is associated with lower pension contribution rates, was greatly expanded, and the pension contribution payments for recipients of unemployment benefit 2, which had been standard until then, were reduced and then stopped altogether from 2011. In order to promote private pension provision, the option of deferred compensation was also created and subsidized by the state for employees subject to Social Security contributions. This allows part of the gross salary, up to 4% of the contribution assessment ceiling, to be invested in pension funds for private provision without having to pay Social Security contributions or taxes, gross for net. As a result of these measures, the statutory pension insurance scheme lost funds amounting to around 18 billion euros in 2018. The pension insurance scheme could, theoretically, have had access to these funds if the interventions had not taken place or had been reversed in the meantime. The revenue budget would then have amounted to 267 billion euros in 2018. Scenario 3, S3. One factor of particular importance for the level of revenue is understandably the pension contribution rate. In Austria, it is 22.8%. In Germany, only 18.6%. The difference is impressive at first glance, but is put into perspective when the state-subsidized private pension scheme, which does not exist in this form in Austria, is taken into account. In Germany, you can build up a state-subsidized capital stock either through the Riester pension or through deferred compensation. With the Riester pension, the insured person benefits from direct tax subsidies, while with deferred compensation, they save on Social Security contributions and taxes. In both cases, the government recommends that those affected invest around 4% of their gross salary in private pension provision. In other words, those responsible in Germany also assume that insured persons will have to invest 22.6% of their gross salary in pension provision if they want to have a pension that secures their standard of living in old age. For the sake of completeness, the subsidies from the eco-tax must also be added in Germany, as these explicitly serve to keep the contribution rate low. If these are included in the balance, the proportion of gross wages that the federal government estimates must be spent on a good pension increases by a further percentage point to 23.6%. This exceeds the Austrian contribution rate by 0.8 percentage points. Despite this situation, Scenario 3 is based on the slightly lower Austrian contribution rate of 22.8%. As the revenue situation of the statutory pension insurance scheme improves significantly as a result of the increase in the contribution rate, it is assumed in return that no more eco-tax subsidies are transferred to the pension fund. Alternatively, the subsidies could also be retained and the contribution rate reduced by 1 percentage point to 21.8%. In both cases, the statutory pension insurance fund would have had contribution income totaling 312 billion euros available for the payment of regular pensions in 2018. How do the assumed different revenue scenarios affect pensions, and how could they affect pensions? In Germany, it is customary to assess the pension amount on the basis of the standard pension. The standard pension is defined as the pension received by an insured person who is paid into the statutory pension insurance scheme for 45 years and has always had an income that corresponds to the general average. The actual employment history is not included in the calculation. This distinguishes the standard pension from the average pension, which is usually significantly lower. The standard pension is generally shown either as a gross value or as a net value before tax. The pension level is also a particularly meaningful indicator for assessing the pension situation. It provides information on the level of the standard pension in relation to the average earned income of contributors. In recent years, the net pension level before tax has become the accepted criterion for assessing pension trends in Germany. This figure is consistently a few percentage points higher than the gross pension level, but lower than the net pension level after tax that was frequently used in the past. The table below shows how the values for the standard pension and the pension level change depending on the income situation of the statutory pension insurance scheme. The starting point for the analysis is the pension situation in 2018. In this year, the standard pension amounted to 1,425 euros gross and 1,270 euros net, and was associated with a pension level of 45.2% gross and 48.1% net. If the non-insurance benefits had been paid entirely from tax revenue, as assumed in Scenario 1, pensions could have been 213 euros gross or 189 euros net higher. At the same time, the net pension level would have risen from 48.1% to 55.3%. If the contribution potential had been fully utilized, Scenario 2, the financial resources would have been sufficient to increase the standard pension by more than 100 euros. The net pension level would then have been 59.4%. Scenario 3 also assumes a contribution rate of 22.8% as in Austria. To compensate for the increase in the contribution rate, it is assumed that the eco-tax subsidies are abolished. On this basis, it would have been possible to pay standard pensions of 2,052 euros gross or 1,828 euros net, and the net pension level would have risen to 71%. In other words, all pensions, including reduced earning capacity and survivors' pensions, could have been over 40% higher than the pensions actually paid under the conditions of Scenario 3. But how realistic are these scenarios? Are they merely theoretical finger exercises that have nothing to do with reality? Or is it conceivable to implement them and actually pay pensions that correspond to the projected values? Despite the similarities between the German and Austrian pension systems, it is not entirely unproblematic to compare the pensions of the two countries. This is mainly due to the fact that different parameters are used to characterize the pension situation. For example, it is not possible to compare pension levels directly using the standard pension used in Germany, as there is no such indicator in Austria. The concept of the pension level is also unknown in Austria. At best, wage replacement rates are shown. These, in turn, are only comparable with the German data on pension levels to a limited extent. It should also be noted that the monthly pensions shown in Austrian statistics are generally paid out 14 times a year and not 12 times, as in Germany. In order to be able to compare the results nevertheless, they must be converted and reconciled in a suitable manner. For example, the Austrian monthly pensions are stated here in relation to 12 payments per year. The 2018 annual report of the Austrian Pension Insurance Institution serves as the data source for the comparison. The average gross old age pension for new entrants in Austria is €1,703 per month, 2018. This figure is significantly higher than the gross standard pension in Germany. However, the existing large difference does not express the whole truth, as the German standard pension is based on the assumption of 45 years of contributions, while the Austrian figure is based on only 37.6 years of contributions. Extrapolating the Austrian pension to 45 years of contributions results in an old age pension of €2,038 gross or €1,934 net for new entrants. In Germany, the corresponding figures are €1,425 gross and €1,270 net. When an Austrian employee retires, he can therefore expect a gross pension that is 43% higher than that of his German colleague. In net terms, the difference is even 52%. Lower number of pensioners in Austria. The figures correctly reflect the real situation in the two countries. On average, net before tax, pensions in Austria are 52% higher than in Germany. However, it does not do full justice to the German pension system to leave it at that. There are a number of differences between the two pension systems, which, if properly taken into account, mean that the Austrian figures have to be corrected downwards. Such corrections are necessary above all because of the different pension increase mechanisms and the different minimum insurance periods. In Austria, insured persons must pay into the statutory pension insurance scheme for at least 15 years before they are entitled to a pension. In Germany, 5 years of insurance are sufficient. As a result, the number of people entitled to a pension, in relation to the number of contributors, is lower in Austria than in Germany, meaning that more funds per capita are available for pension payments. This distortion can be corrected by increasing the number of pensioners in Austria, as if a minimum insurance period of 5 years also applied there. The effect can be estimated for Germany on the basis of published pension insurance data. Pension expenditure for insured persons with a maximum of 15 years of insurance accounts for 3.3% of all expenditure on old age pensions. If this result is transferred one-to-one to the situation in Austria, all old age pensions would have to be reduced by 3.3% if the minimum insurance period were reduced to 5 years. Gross pensions for new entrants would fall from €2,038 to €1,971 and net pensions from €1,934 to €1,870. The different pension adjustment mechanisms are another important factor influencing pension levels. In Austria, pensions are increased in line with price trends, whereas in Germany, at least in theory, they're increased in line with wage trends. In Austria, wage trends are only used as a basis for determining the initial pension, after which pensions follow price trends. As prices generally rise more slowly than wages, the existing pensions in Austria rise less sharply year on year than the initial pensions. As a result, relatively, less money is spent on the pensions of long-term pensioners in Austria than on the pensions of young pensioners. Basically, it can be said that Austrian insured persons, given the current age structure of the population, can expect an above-average pension in the first 11 years of their retirement, but will have to cope with a below-average pension thereafter. The older a pensioner gets, the further their pension moves away from the current entry pension. If this situation is taken into account by converting Austrian pensions as if not only the entry pensions, but also the existing pensions were to increase in line with wages, the gross entry pension is reduced from €1,971 with price-based adjustment to €1,822 with wage-based adjustment. The net initial pension is reduced from €1,870 to €1,729. The old age pensions adjusted downwards in this way are now directly comparable with the standard pension in Germany. To a certain extent, they are the Austrian equivalent of the German standard pension. Despite the reduction, the gross standard pension in Austria of €1,822 is still significantly higher than the corresponding figure in Germany, €1,425. Looking at the net figures, the difference is even greater as Austrian pensioners have to pay less Social Security contributions, 5.1% compared to 10.9%. The net standard pension in Austria is €1,729, while in Germany it is only €1,270. This corresponds to a net difference of €459 per month, or €5,508 per year. In order for statutory pensioners in Germany to receive an old age pension that is exactly the same as the net old age pension before tax in Austria, pensions here would have to be increased by an average of 36%. The net standard pension of €1,828 calculated for Germany in scenario 3 clearly shows that, under the right conditions, pensions in Germany could certainly be as high as those in Austria. Such pensions could be realized without including additional occupational groups in the pension or raising the contribution assessment ceiling. In fact, the net standard pension calculated for Germany in scenario 3 is even €99 higher than the corresponding figure in Austria, €1,729. The difference in gross values is greater and amounts to €230, €2,052 in Germany, compared to €1,822 in Austria. A comparison of the Austrian wage replacement rate with the German pension level is not made here, as the percentages relate to differently defined average wages and therefore differ too greatly. While the wage replacement rates in Austria refer directly to the earned income reported in the official statistics, the official figures on the pension level in Germany are based on a corrected average wage determined by the Pension Insurance Fund, which is significantly higher than the corresponding figure from the Federal Statistical Office. This means that the figures for Germany tend to be significantly lower than those for Austria. Conclusion: enormous potential of the pay-as-you-go pension system. The scenarios calculated for Germany show how enormous the potential of pay-as-you-go pension systems is and what levers are available to develop this potential. It is up to politicians to decide whether and how this potential is used. The most important measures to be able to pay good pensions on the basis of the statutory pension system, which secure the standard of living as far as possible, would be the financing of non-insurance benefits via tax revenue, an end to the privatization of the statutory pension, an appropriate increase in the pension contribution rate. Under these conditions, it will be possible not only today, but also in the future, despite demographic change, to finance adequate pensions for the vast majority of older people without placing an excessive burden on the economy or employees. In order to make the pension system more stable and fairer overall, it would also make sense to include additional occupational groups in the statutory pension system. In addition to the call for non-insurance benefits to be financed as fully as possible by federal funds in future, the decision to no longer promote funded pension models with tax revenue would be of particular importance for a fundamental improvement in the old age pension system. Existing contracts should be phased out and or transferred to the statutory pension. To compensate for the negative effects of this measure, the contribution rate to the statutory pension scheme should be raised accordingly. Such a step could trigger a whole range of positive effects, of which the reduction in old age poverty and the possibility of combating old age poverty in a more targeted manner would be particularly important. It is difficult to understand why billions of taxpayers' money should be used to promote private pension provision for the benefit of workers who do not need this support, because they have a good income and can expect an adequate pension in old age. And if the employees work in large corporations, they may still be entitled to supplementary pension payments from the company pension. It would be more sensible and fair to use tax revenue to benefit those who are really in need. The money could be used to pay pension contributions for recipients of unemployment benefit 2 again, or to raise the reduced pension contributions for mini and midi-jobbers to the regular contribution level, or to reintroduce the pension based on minimum earnings point scheme. This would spare some people who have worked hard all their lives the embarrassing trip to the social welfare office because they would have a pension that is enough to live on. The positive effects could be further enhanced by raising the minimum wage. Ultimately, good pensions based on good wages are by far the best way to prevent poverty in old age. The complicated rules associated with the application procedures for basic income support and, in particular, the planned basic pension could also be greatly simplified if there was no second pillar of state-subsidized private pension provision in addition to the statutory pension. Not only could the bureaucratic processing effort and the associated high cost be reduced, but insured persons would also benefit from a simple and transparent procedure. Arbitrary allowance regulations, which were introduced primarily to prevent the state-subsidized individual engagement to improve pensions through private provision from coming to nothing, could be largely dispensed with. To counter the risk of poverty in old age, a tax-funded minimum pension above the social assistance level could be introduced instead. As in the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Austria, entitlement to the full minimum pension should be linked to simple, more precisely defined preconditions. In Germany, the minimum earnings points procedure, which has proven its worth in the past, could also be used for long-term insured persons. It could either be reintroduced in an unchanged form, as was customary until 1992, or replaced by a modified version. A modified procedure could, for example, consist of the introduction of a minimum assessment basis for pension contributions. For reasons of fairness and to protect as many people as possible against the risk of poverty in old age, it would also be important to extend compulsory insurance and at least include the self-employed and freelancers in the pension system. If the framework conditions for old age provision in Germany were changed in this way, not only would regular pensions increase and thus greatly reduce the general risk of poverty in old age, but an effective and coherent concept could also be developed beyond social assistance to provide appropriate support for people who are nevertheless at risk of poverty in old age. In the 1980s, there was a debate in the social sciences about what trade union goals were still possible under adverse conditions. Fritz W. Scharpf, a luminary of political science, argued at the time that the global economic conditions, dollar dominance plus globalization plus high real interest rates, would make nation-state Keynesianism increasingly ineffective and that European coordination in this regard was not in sight. He therefore argued for a more realistic socialism in one class. In practical terms, he understood this to mean a state-sponsored general reduction in working hours to combat unemployment. Job holders who tended to be privileged in terms of their economic security would have to contribute to improving the opportunities of the then numerous long-term unemployed, involuntary part-time workers and career starters by sacrificing income, but at least by gaining leisure time. This was controversial at the time, as it probably still is today. Politicians and trade unions did not follow this recommendation. On the contrary, while collective reductions in working hours used to take place relatively steadily in Europe, the average working time of full-time employees has stagnated at around 40 hours since the 1980s. However, the interesting idea of socialism in a class could perhaps be of significance in another major area of debate in the future: statutory pension insurance, SBS. This does not mean that the social scope for distribution has already been exhausted. In fact, Germany is very stingy when it comes to pensions. According to the OECD, Germany spends only 11% of GDP plus 1.1% tax concessions on its pension payments, and that already includes public and private payments. To cite some relevant comparative countries, the two, at least partly German-speaking countries, come at 12% plus 1.3%, Switzerland, and 13.7% plus 0%, Austria. And the large neighboring country of France, which is currently being shaken by the Macron government's reform plans to worsen the pension situation, records 13.9% plus 0.1%. As a reminder, 1% of GDP in Germany is currently around 39 billion euros. If we were aiming for Austrian conditions, we would therefore have an additional scope for distribution of around 62 billion euros. Pension insurance expenditure recently amounted to around 356.8 billion euros. The $62 billion more would result in an increase in the pension fund of around 17%. That would be considerable. Austria is an interesting case. Gunther Eder already made this comparison on Macroscope in 2020. In Austria, the population has rejected the government's privatization efforts in principle. An unchanged contribution rate of 22.8% has applied there for over 30 years. Pensions are on average over 50% higher than in Germany, and the pension level is over 70%. You can only dream of that in Germany. Here, the security level before tax is only 48%. And his conclusions from this are set out in another article. The most important measures to be able to pay good pensions on the basis of the statutory pension system, which secure the standard of living as far as possible, would be the financing of non-insurance benefits via tax revenue, an end to the privatization of the statutory pension, an appropriate increase in the pension contribution rate. Some additional considerations were also put forward, namely, the appropriate consideration of the social gradient of health inequality. This means that morbidity and mortality are statistically dependent on socioeconomic status. The lower the socioeconomic status, the worse the situation. With regard to the statutory pension specifically, the DIW addressed this question in 2019 and analyzed data from the German pension insurance. The pension formula does not take different mortality rates into account in any way. The German system only differentiates pension entitlement according to earnings and months worked, and therefore appears to be relatively objectively constructed at first glance. It is therefore based on an equivalence principle of previous income and later payment, supplemented by some socially desirable correction factors, such as child-raising periods. But the DIW has now been able to show that the duration of pension entitlement varies greatly due to differences in lifespan. The calculations were based, for the sake of mathematical consistency over a long period of time, on West German male employees with at least 30 contribution points. This is the vast majority in this category, and the restriction to such a core group is methodologically appropriate. After all, if all pensioners are included, including those with minimal contribution points, e.g., because most of the time they are materially secured through marriage, and no distinction is made between West and East Germany, the result is statistical noise with no insightful value. And life expectancy was estimated from the age of 65. There were two main findings. Firstly, the difference in life expectancy is considerable and even increases over time. In the words of the DIW, this means that the more wage income earned over a lifetime, the higher the life expectancy. For those born between 1926 and 1928, life expectancy from the age of 65 is around 18 years in the top decile and 14 years in the bottom decile. The difference of 4 years corresponds to a relative difference of a good 30%. This difference now increases continuously across the cohorts. 5 years for the 1932 to 1934 cohorts, 6 years for the 1938 to 1940 cohorts, and finally 7 years for the 1947 to 1949 cohorts, which corresponds to a relative difference of around 50%. The application to pension payments is calculated by DIW using the internal rate of return. And here, too, there's a big difference between the bottom and top decile. Those at the top achieve a considerably better return due to the longer period of entitlement. This also applies if any widow's pensions are taken into account. Returns are somewhat complicated to understand. I would therefore like to illustrate the problem with a small thought experiment. For the sake of simplicity, let there be only 2 groups in an age cohort, each of equal size. One group has earned the right to a monthly pension of 1,000 euros and has been drawing this for 14 years. The other receives 2,000 euros a month and enjoys it for 22 years. If the total expenditure remains constant, but is now redistributed not only according to the amount paid in, but also according to the statistical length of payment, then the poorer pensioners should actually receive 1,381 euros per month instead of 1,000 euros, while the better-off pensioners should only receive 1,758 euros instead of 2,000 euros. However, the 2-to-1 ratio is maintained over the entire period of entitlement, so there is equivalence between payments in and out. Surprisingly, the DIW article is hardly cited scientifically based on Google Scholar. The IW, the Employers Economic Research Institute, has dealt with it the most. It probably immediately recognized the potential explosive power for the clientele of alleged top performers that they virtually co-represent. The forward to a discussion volume from 2022 states, social insurance should not be geared towards an entirely new distribution logic and thus become normatively overloaded. Well, it remains the IW's secret as to why abandoning the fiction of equal life expectancy means normative overload. Be that as it may, there are several reasons why a direct and rapid transfer of statistical mortality information to pension reference groups may not be the very best idea. To name the most important, firstly, the underlying data is still quite incomplete. Secondly, it is, as can be seen from the increasing difference between the first and 10th decile, quite dynamic over time. Thirdly, current generations of pensioners and those soon to enter them have, of course, already made life decisions that should not be radically revised by legislation on the cutoff date. The conclusion from this is that the inclusion of life expectancy in the statutory pension should be gradual and designed less as a precise implementation and more as a generalizing solution. In practical terms, future pension increases could be split in half over a longer period. One half goes towards the proportional increase in the individual pension, while the other half is used to finance a basic pension that is more or less the same for everyone. Why more or less? There are, of course, a number of cases where an old age pension is based on very few contribution points. This is the case, for example, for women with long gaps in their working lives who often receive widows' pensions at the same time. In this case, the basic pension would presumably be reduced proportionally, and if two pensions are drawn, this basic amount would, of course, only be paid once. And why half? Because it is a frequently used division with a high level of acceptance. For example, Social Security contributions are largely divided between employees and employers according to this principle, or more recently, the CO2 share of heating costs between tenants and landlords. Of course, there are still various detailed problems that need to be clarified, but I would like to address a few major issues. Firstly, if differences in life expectancy between income earners are to be equalized, why not between the sexes? After all, women statistically live longer than men. One could indeed think about this, but surely only once female discrimination in the labor market and the different distribution of care work have been equalized. Secondly, should a similar system also apply to civil servants' pensions? Due to the predominant sovereignty of the federal states, there is no comparable data set here. But we can assume that a possible spread in life expectancy is much smaller due to the high proportion of academics, especially teachers. For example, male civil servants live on average statistically 5.6 years longer than blue-collar workers, as the DIW found out with an SWEEP analysis. Thirdly, wouldn't a basic pension be close to the basic pension introduced not so long ago? The answer is no. This is only paid to those in need under relatively strict conditions and is financed from tax revenue. The basic pension goes to everyone, including the pensioners with the highest incomes, but is paid for by them as a whole. It is therefore similar to some collective wage agreements where both a basic amount and a percentage wage increase have been agreed. And just as the basic amount is reduced in the case of part-time work, the basic pension is also to be reduced proportionally if a certain threshold value, e.g. 30 contribution points, is not reached. Is dividing future pension increases equally into a fixed amount and a percentage increase really likely to help solve the current pension plight? First of all, it should be noted that the current pension level is more than just modest. In Western Germany, old age pensions currently amount to €1,212 per month for men and €737 for women. In Eastern Germany, the figures are €1,292 and €1,082 respectively. Women are therefore particularly affected here. Even if they work full-time and for 40 years, less than half of them will receive a pension of over €1,200. The situation with reduced earning capacity pensions is also problematic. None of the four groups above will receive more than €1,000. And even if other income, such as company pensions or interest on savings, is included, and tax payments are also taken into account, more than a quarter of pensioners have a monthly net income of less than 1,000 euros. You can now make a small, but really only very rough, calculation. Pure pension payments by the SBS amount to around 308.4 billion euros. The rest is health insurance contributions, administrative costs, etc. If we assume a 4% increase in wages and the associated increase in pensions over the next few years, 2% inflation plus 2% increase in productivity, this means an increase of a good 12.3 billion euros, half of which is around 6.2 billion euros. There are currently 21.2 million pensioners in Germany. Even if we assume that all of them would receive the basic pension in full, and not just some of them, this would mean an increase of at least 24 euros per month, which is actually higher. And this would increase by this amount year on year. This would be offset by the individual loss that 2% pensioner increases would no longer be paid out directly. This results in a monthly threshold of just over 1,200, where the result of a basic pension plus an additional 2% is identical to an increase of 4%. What about the distribution of pensions? The chart above illustrates this. Again, assuming that the basic pension would be paid out uniformly to all pensioners, 82% of women and 47% of men would benefit accordingly. Together, this would make up a large majority of the population drawing a pension. And this would certainly also be the case if proportional reductions in the basic pension were taken into account, but the threshold value of the break-even point were increased. The relatively slow, but immediately noticeable change in pensions due to the introduction of a basic pension may well represent a political advantage. After all, a majority must be organized in Parliament. At any rate, policy advisors seem to be slowly becoming more willing to no longer immediately reject such ideas. Gert G. Wagner, himself a member of the Social Advisory Council, only recently stated in its last report that there was a slight departure from the previously strictly defended, narrowly defined equivalence principle, and explained, if low to medium pension entitlements were valued relatively higher than high ones, early retirement on reduced earning capacity and use of the flexible retirement age could also lead to adequate pensions. If you want to save the equivalence principle, you could even argue that this is actuarially fair due to the lower life expectancy and pension term of many of those affected. Today, individual retirement policy in the United States can be compared to a three-legged stool. The three legs are the public programs of Social Security, OSI, and the portion of Supplemental Security Income, SSI, that goes to the elderly poor, employer-based retirement plans like defined benefit pensions and defined contribution 401(k), and personal assets, chiefly the value of one's home. Social Security is the largest and most stable component of this amalgam, providing 37% of all income for Americans ages 65 and older in 2010. Social Security is an especially important source of income for lower-income older Americans, providing 84% of the income of older Americans in the bottom 40% of the income distribution. The other major public source of retirement income, Supplemental Security Income, SSI, makes up less than 0.5% of all older Americans' income. SSI is the source of 7% of income for elderly Americans in the lowest income quintile. The combination of traditional pensions and defined contribution plans, such as 401(k), and IRAs, provides 18% of all income for older Americans. Both defined benefit pensions and defined contribution plans are much more important to more affluent elders. They provide 25% of all income for older Americans in the second highest income quintile, compared to just 3% of income for those in the lowest income quintile. Although the share of older Americans' income from tax-favored private savings has stayed relatively constant over the past 30 years, the source of that income has shifted dramatically. Defined contribution plans like 401(k) are now responsible for an increasing share of that income, as income from defined benefit pensions has declined. The rest of the income of older Americans comes largely from asset income, income from savings accounts, investments, or reverse mortgages on homes, for example, and earnings, which are responsible for 11% and 30%, respectively, of all income of Americans aged 65 and older. By contrast to today, in which people rely more on earnings than assets, Less than a generation ago, the relative importance of these sources was reversed. In 1984, older Americans received 28% of income from assets and just 16% from earnings, and assets still accounted for a greater share of income as recently as 1992. The problem of an insecure retirement is not reserved for the lowest income earners. Fewer than half of the middle quintile, 40th to 60th percentile, of the elderly have any form of pension income, and only a slim majority have any form of asset income. These problems predate the recent downturn. Even before the Great Recession that began in 2008, 43% of middle income and 54% of lower income Americans already were at risk of having insufficient retirement funds. But the economic collapse has made the situation worse. The financial crisis has taken its toll on the private retirement resources of most Americans that are intended to supplement Social Security, employer retirement plans, and individual savings and investment. 2 out of 3 of the legs of retirement security have proven insufficient, with Social Security remaining as the only stable leg. This leaves retirement security as an unstable, one-legged oddity for the majority of retired Americans who now depend almost exclusively on Social Security. But even though Social Security has become, by default, a de facto national retirement system for most Americans, the Social Security payout at its present level is not adequate to compensate for the crumbling of the other 2 elements of retirement security. Employer-based retirement plans always have been the least broadly distributed asset, with fewer than 40% of elderly Americans today, those 65 and over, earning income from any type of pension program. The traditional defined benefit pension, in which employees receive a guaranteed payout during retirement from their employer, once provided a secure stream of retirement income on top of Social Security for many Americans. However, it has been disappearing over the past 4 decades and now covers fewer than a third of all workers. Among private sector workers, the number is even lower. In 1980, approximately 40% of private sector workers were covered by a pension with a guaranteed payout, and about 80% of employees in medium-sized and large companies had such plans in 1985, according to data from the Labor Department. In 2006, only about 15% of private sector workers had guaranteed payout pensions, including 32% at medium and large organizations. In the public sector, a higher percentage of workers still are covered by guaranteed payout pensions, but the number of public sector workers has declined dramatically in recent years, accelerating as a result of the Great Recession. There are now 1 million fewer federal employees than when Ronald Reagan left office, and public sector employment, as a percentage of the population, is at a 30-year low. Many public pension plans are plagued by a serious threat to their stability due to underfunding by state and local governments. According to some calculations, states have funded only about 80% of their pension liabilities, leaving a $3.32 trillion funding gap, an estimate which understates the shortfall due to investment declines from the latter half of 2008. One study concluded that there is a less than 5% chance that the current pattern of pension fund investments can fulfill obligations to retirees in 15 years. In addition to pension liabilities, states are responsible for more than $530 billion in other unfunded benefits, including retiree health and dental insurance, life insurance, and legal services. The public pension funding gap extends to major U.S. cities as well. All of this underfunding predates the Great Recession, which has made the shortfall even more severe. In addition to dwindling in importance, employer-defined benefit pensions have shown poor economic results. American pensions were some of the hardest hit in the world by the Great Recession and stock market collapse, falling in value by 37% from their peak in 2007. They have still not fully recovered. Even at the largest corporations in the United States, pension plans are underfunded. Only 18 of the 338 companies in the S&P that offer defined benefit plans are fully funded, and 7 companies, including the nation's largest, ExxonMobil, had more than a $10 billion funding deficit in 2011. As private employers have shifted away from providing defined benefit pensions, they have turned to defined contribution plans like 401(k)s instead. Unlike traditional defined benefit pensions, Defined contribution plans allow employees to set aside fixed amounts of money into investment accounts. That amount is excluded from their gross wage when calculating taxable income, lowering their tax burden. One advantage of this method is that the 401k and IRAs are somewhat portable from job to job. But workers' eventual retirement income from these accounts depends entirely on how much money they set aside during their working lives and how well the stock market and investments in their accounts performed. Employers have greatly preferred 401k over defined benefit pensions because workers shoulder the primary responsibility for funding them rather than the employer. The growth of the 401k stems from legislation in the late 1970s. In the Revenue Act of 1978, Congress inserted a new section into the tax code, Section 401k, that allowed workers to take part of their pay as tax-free deferred compensation. Section 401k was not the first tax provision that allowed Americans to save for retirement in tax-deferred accounts. Individual retirement accounts had been created as part of the 1974 Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, and 403b accounts, tax-deferred accounts for employees of nonprofits, have been around since the 1930s. But Section 401k was the first provision that allowed workplace-sponsored tax-deferred retirement accounts for all types of employees, and thus opened the door for the proliferation of such accounts that has occurred in the decades since. Since 1979, defined contribution and 401k retirement plans have gone from covering only about 17% of the private workforce to about 42% today. In some businesses, the employer contributes to the 401k plans that are managed by the employees, but the contribution amount is much less than under a defined payout pension. These individual retirement plans, most prominently 401ks, have been sold to American workers as the new and improved successors to traditional pensions. 401ks, however, have proven to be more costly for both the government and employees than the system they replaced. They force workers as individuals to face a number of significant risks, including losing their savings to a stock market downturn through investing their money unwisely or outliving their savings. U.S. workers were insured more efficiently and more securely under the traditional pension system. The risks individuals face in a defined contribution plan include market risk. Workers who have 401k risk losing a chunk of their savings in a market downturn or crash, a particularly damaging prospect for workers nearing retirement. The costs of this risk were shown clearly in the financial crisis. Individuals lost $2.8 trillion in the value of their 401k or IRA plans. Investment risk. In addition to the overall volatility of the market, 401k force workers to manage their own portfolios, which often leads to lower than optimal performance for many reasons. Workers sell winning investments while holding losing ones, tend to hold undiversified portfolios, are invested in too many high-risk stocks, and generally lack the expertise necessary to earn high returns. A study by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that more than 1/4 of baby boomer households, who were due to begin retiring over the next decade, thought hardly at all about retirement, and that financial literacy among boomers was alarmingly low. Half could not do a simple math calculation, divide $2 million by 5, and fewer than 20% could calculate compound interest. Longevity risk. Retirees relying on their 401k to supplement Social Security may outlive their savings. Contribution risk. Workers often contribute too little or too inconsistently to their account to accumulate a sufficient nest egg. Financial experts say it will take a monthly retirement income of about 70 to 80% of pre-retirement income levels, in addition to $200,000 to $300,000 in personal savings, for the average American to have a secure retirement. Yet most older Americans have saved only a fraction of that. In 2010, 75% of Americans nearing retirement age had less than $30,000 in their retirement accounts. About half of all Americans are at risk of not having sufficient retirement income, and 3/5 of low-income households are at risk of not having sufficient retirement income to maintain their pre-retirement standards of living at age 65, which was already a low standard to begin with. All of these problems were exacerbated by the Great Recession. Leakage risk. Workers often whittle away their savings by cashing out assets when they change jobs, by borrowing from their 401ks, and by making hardship withdrawals from their accounts before retirement. High account fees charged by investment management firms exacerbate these risks and take a big bite out of already inadequate savings. The hyper-individualized administration and investment management generates excessive costs that are ultimately absorbed by the workers themselves. By some estimates, these costs are more than twice as high as they would be under a more efficient retirement system. It is important to emphasize that these risks and costs are an inherent part of the 401k system. It follows that reforms like stricter regulations on brokers, disclosure of 401k fees, or requiring plan sponsors to offer lower-cost index funds would fail to fix this fundamentally broken system. Fees would still remain high, and workers would still be forced to shoulder most of the risks. Thus, both the private and public components of a U.S. employer-based retirement system are under severe strain, as the Great Recession combined with pre-recession patterns of rising inequality and a diminishing social contract have taken their toll. Even when significant numbers of workers were covered by guaranteed payout pension, the lack of portability provided a powerful disincentive for workers to change jobs or shift their careers. While 401k's can be more portable, they have shifted risks and costs onto employees and have failed to provide sufficient support for retirees. With defined benefit pensions covering fewer workers and defined contribution plans by definition riskier and more costly for employees, this leg of the three-legged retirement stool has grown too short and is too unstable to provide retirement security. The second failing leg of retirement well-being consists of individual asset ownership, centered on homeownership. For tens of millions of Americans, security in their elderly years has been directly linked to the value of their homes. Yet the rupture of the housing bubble illustrated in dramatic fashion the danger of over-reliance on home values for retirement security. Homeowners lost approximately $8 trillion in home equity during the Great Recession, a 53% drop in the overall value of the national homeownership stock. About 10.7 million Americans, 22% of all homeowners, are still underwater today, owing more on their mortgage than their home is worth. These homeowners are, in effect, flat broke if they have no other accumulated savings or retirement vehicle. This has been devastating for Americans' retirement well-being because home ownership accounts for a large proportion of the assets owned by much of the population. During the 2000s, before the housing market crash, real property accounted for between 77 and 85% of tangible household assets. Individual levels of non-home assets are also too low to serve even as a personal buffer, let alone the basis of a secure retirement. A recent study found that nearly half of Americans, 43.6%, do not have enough savings to cover basic expenses if they were to lose their source of stable income. These 132.1 million liquid asset poor Americans include many members of the middle class and upper middle class. More than a quarter of households earning between $55,465 and $90,000 per year, the entire range of which is above the median household income of $50,054, have less than 3 months of liquid savings. Over 30% of all households do not have a savings account at all. The lack of private savings has weakened the other legs of the retirement stool. More than 1 in 4 households has had to withdraw savings from their 401k or 403b retirement accounts before retirement to pay for emergency savings, the leakage risk of 401k plans. These early withdrawals totaled $60 billion out of a total of $176 billion, 40%. Contributed by employees to defined contribution accounts in 2010, and early withdrawals come with heavy penalty fees. Point 28, with defined contribution plans already insufficient to cover retirement needs. The lack of private savings to cover working age contingencies has made the problem worse. The second leg of the three-legged retirement stool, other savings and asset ownership, has proven to be as weak and unreliable as employer pensions and defined contribution plans. And with home prices recovering at a glacial pace in most parts of the country, this loss in equity has significantly reduced the economic security of the lower and middle classes, which are less likely to have pensions and other assets such as private savings, beyond homeownership, to sustain them. In the decades ahead, the vast majority of baby boomers and other retirees will be almost completely dependent on a single leg of Social Security for their retirement. The bottom two income quartiles for those aged 65 and over depend on Social Security for at least 80% of their income. But even the second richest quintile still depends on Social Security for nearly half of its retirement income. Middle income elderly, the 40th to 60th percentile, currently rely on Social Security for 2/3 of their income. Due to the inadequacy of pension plans and miscellaneous household savings, the one-leg stool of the U.S. retirement system is increasingly unstable. For more and more Americans, the dream of a secure retirement is threatened. Social Security has become a single-pillar national retirement system, a role for which it was never intended or designed. This development is not to be lamented, however. On the contrary, the centrality and stability of the public component of the American retirement security system should be embraced and built upon. Social Security is already one of the most popular public programs in the country. Numerous surveys show much greater support for preserving benefits for Social Security and Medicare than reducing them, even if it means raising taxes. A December 2012 Pew Research Center poll showed that 56% of people were opposed to raising the eligibility age for either Social Security or Medicare, and even among Republicans only, more people disapproved of raising the eligibility age and thus reducing benefits. A Kaiser poll from January 2013 had nearly identical results. 58% opposed any reduction to either Social Security or Medicare. Given the popular consensus about the looming budgetary shortfall, many polls have explored public opinion on reductions in these social insurance programs. But few have looked at whether there is support for expansion of these programs. A late 2012 poll by the National Academy of Social Insurance asked this question, however, and found strong public support. 3 out of 4 respondents said that we should consider increasing Social Security benefits, and 84% said that current benefits are inadequate. In the wake of budget negotiations in February 2013, Pew found that 41% would increase spending on Social Security, while only 10% would decrease it. The United States is also less generous to its seniors than other advanced nations. The U.S. gross replacement rate for the average earner, how much of a person's income is covered by mandatory pension programs, is 39.4%, below the average of 57.3% for countries in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and 61.6% for countries in the European Union. On other pension replacement metrics like gross pension wealth, which is indexed for life expectancy and retirement age, the United States also lags behind. These measurements, by definition, only assess pensions, which use income as a proxy for relative levels of well-being. But that income is used to purchase the services, food, shelter, medical care, and other items that a retiree needs. In many developed nations, healthcare, transportation and mass transit, and senior care and institutions are more cost-efficient and less expensive. The United States ranked 19th globally in a recent retirement security index, behind nearly every advanced nation except the United Kingdom. Due to high health costs on seniors and the inadequacy of defined contribution savings plans, the United States even ranked behind countries, including Slovenia, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic. Using pensions/retirement income as the main measure of elderly well-being fails to provide a complete picture of quality of life and makes the relatively stingy U.S. public retirement system seem more generous than it really is. Instead of trying to diminish the importance of Social Security as a share of retirement income, we should increase it and expand it so that it becomes a more robust core of Americans' retirement system. Insanity has been defined as repeating the same action and expecting a different result. By that definition, the conventional wisdom that Social Security, the most successful element of retirement security, should be reduced, while Americans should be compelled to rely more on less successful private alternatives, is insane. The private alternatives to Social Security, tax-favored employer pensions, tax-favored individual savings accounts, and individual asset ownership, have all failed in comparison to Social Security. Rather than hoping that private sources of retirement income will show better results in the future, We should reduce the reliance of most American workers on those unreliable alternatives by expanding the popular, efficient, and successful Social Security system. We propose to replace most of the country's current inadequate, hybrid public and private retirement system with a two-part, wholly public system called Expanded Social Security. Expanded Social Security would have two distinct parts. The first part, Social Security A, would be similar to the current Social Security Old Age and Survivors Insurance (OASI) program, which provides a retirement benefit related to earnings. The second part of Expanded Social Security would be a new universal flat benefit, Social Security B, to supplement the traditional earnings-related benefit that would continue to be provided by Social Security A. Some version of this double-decker public system is similar in form to that in a handful of other countries. Japan, Canada, and Luxembourg, to name a few, have both a basic flat public pension and a public defined benefit program based on earnings. In order to illustrate our proposal, we have designed a scenario in which, when Social Security A and B are combined, a career medium-earning worker would be guaranteed 60% of his or her average working wage and retirement income. This amount provides a much sturdier foundation than the current system, which replaces only about 40% of income for the average worker. This level also makes Social Security B's flat benefit similar to the poverty line, thus essentially eliminating poverty among the elderly. We use the year 2035 as our example year for our calculations because it allows for medium-term projections and is the first year of data available after the estimated exhaustion of the Social Security Trust Fund, and thus is the focus of contemporary discussions. For the sake of clarity, the scenario excludes some factors, like arrangements for a transition from the old system to the new, which would be significant if a version of our proposal were adopted. Nevertheless, the example provides a useful glimpse at one form that expanded Social Security could take in basic estimations of its cost and its benefits for elderly earners across the income spectrum. If we assume that Social Security benefits are maintained at current levels and that there are no additional cuts to the program, we propose to set Social Security B at $11,669 per year for all elderly earners. This will guarantee a replacement rate of 60% for a medium earner based on calculations derived from Social Security Administration data. With this flat benefit, low-income earners will see their replacement rates boosted to nearly 100%. High-income earners, those making around $100,000 per year, will have a public replacement rate of 46%, and very high earners, $150,000 per year, will have a public replacement rate of 35%. The proposed system would be much more progressive than the current retirement security landscape. Because of the flat benefit, lower income and middle income earners would have higher levels of income in retirement. Upper middle income earners would also likely be at least equally as well off. The increase in income from the flat benefit would offset most or all of the income they derive from employer retirement programs. The highest income earners would bear the burden of these proposed changes, as they would no longer be able to rely on the tax-favored programs that primarily benefit affluent individuals. However, they would still receive a higher level of direct public benefits than they do currently due to the universal addition of Social Security B. The 2012 Trustees Report projects that the existing Social Security program, OASI, will have 78.1 million beneficiaries in 2035. We add to this total the approximately 1.5 million elderly Americans who currently receive SSI but not OASI for a total of 79.6 million people projected to be eligible for Social Security B in 2035. Providing Social Security B's flat benefit to the projected eligible population would initially cost $928.9 billion in 2035. The program's cost would rise yearly in step with the growth rate of the retiree population. The trustees' report estimates this rate will be 0.5% in 2035, so we can expect the cost of Social Security B to grow at the same pace. This cost estimate might sound large, but it must be taken in proper context. Figure 6 contrasts the present retirement security system, extrapolated to 2035, with our hypothetical alternative. As the graph indicates, if the current system were unchanged, the publicly sponsored retirement system in 2035, defined as Social Security and SSI, plus disbursals from tax-favored employer and individual retirement plans would be equal to 13.1% of GDP. Of this total, a greater share would be tax-favored private retirement plans, 7.5%, than Social Security or OASI, 5.6%. Because these tax-favored plans skew disproportionately toward upper-income Americans, this plan is not only inefficient but also inequitable. The bar on the right shows a version of our expanded Social Security plan, consisting of Social Security A, Social Security B, and an optional, limited tax-favored private savings plan with a cap of $5,000 per year. For more on the optional third part, see section below. The two-part public core of the proposed expanded Social Security system would cost 9.3% of GDP, and the optional additional tax-favored private savings component would add, at most, 3.2% of GDP for a total cost of 12.4% of GDP. Thus, as this illustration shows, spending from Social Security A and B, combined with disbursals under a modest tax-favored private savings plan, adds up to less as a share of the economy than the 2035 version of today's far less fair and far riskier publicly sponsored retirement system as a whole. For additional comparison, this projected cost of the proposed two-part program would still be less than that currently spent by some OECD countries on their retirement systems. France, for example, spends 12.5% of GDP on its retirement programs. Thus, the combined cost for Social Security A and B seem like a relative bargain considering that they would be providing retirement income for a considerably older population than exists in any OECD country today. One benefit of expanded Social Security is that it would allow the total public retirement benefit for most Americans to be dramatically increased without increasing the payroll tax rate. Under our proposal, the two components of expanded Social Security will be paid for by separate revenue streams. Social Security A would be paid for by payroll taxes. Social Security B, the new universal, flat benefit, would be financed by revenues other than payroll taxes, either general revenues or a dedicated tax or taxes. Although there is no short-term Social Security crisis, there is a long-term Social Security problem. In 2010, the program began paying out more than payroll taxes brought in. The Social Security Trust Fund is projected to make up the difference for 2 decades, but around 2033, the trust fund will run out. Thereafter, the gap between Social Security's revenue and spending is projected to be between 1 and 1.5% of U.S. GDP. This shortfall needs to be addressed to maintain the current base level of benefits so that the additional expansion of the program can be implemented. The reform of OASI/Social Security, it should consist solely of payroll tax increases rather than benefit cuts. Today, OASI is paid for by the combined employer-employee payroll tax, which is set at 12.4% of wages below $113,700. Because of increasing wage inequality in America in the last generation, Social Security taxes, which covered 90% of wages in 1980, now cover less than 84%. Increasing the payroll tax until it covers 90% of wages once again would plug half of the shortfall. Lifting the lid on Social Security payroll taxes as a percentage of wages entirely could eliminate the current funding gap altogether. Another financing option would be to broaden the base of tax income by taxing unearned income, such as capital gains, investment income, and dividends at the same payroll rate that affects earned labor income. As it stands, unearned income is exempt from payroll taxes. Expanding the taxable base by including both earned and unearned income would generate more revenue for Social Security and would be very progressive, as most unearned income accrues to the wealthiest individuals. Other legislation is moving in this direction. The 2010 healthcare reform law included a provision to tax unearned income at 3.8% to help finance Medicare. While a reformed payroll tax would continue to pay for OASI, Social Security A in the new proposal, we need to look elsewhere to fund the expansion of Social Security that we believe is necessary. The new flat benefit, Social Security B, could be paid for out of either general revenues or a new dedicated tax or taxes, which might include portions of a federal value-added tax, VAT. Many defenders of the current payroll tax-only system of financing fear that mingling other funds with payroll taxes would undermine public support for the direct public benefits portion of the program. The example of Medicare, however, suggests otherwise. According to Congressional Budget Office data, in 2010, payroll taxes and other earmarked taxes covered more than 93% of the cost of Social Security. But in the same year, little more than a third of Medicare's costs were covered by payroll taxes. Slightly more than half were paid for by general revenues, while roughly a seventh of Medicare's costs were provided by beneficiary premiums and other earmarked receipts. If premiums are factored out, then other revenues covered roughly 60% of Medicare's costs, while payroll taxes covered around 40%. The difference between Social Security and Medicare arises from the fact that Medicare consists of multiple programs. Medicare Part A, which covers hospital insurance, is financed by payroll taxes, while Medicare Parts B and D, which cover doctors and prescription drugs, are paid for by general revenues and premiums. Medicare Part C consists of private plans. If public support for a social insurance program depends on whether it is financed wholly by payroll taxes, with no infusion from general revenues or other sources of revenue, then public support for Medicare should be weaker than public support for Social Security. But there is no evidence for this. On the contrary, both Medicare and Social Security enjoy strong public support. Indeed, it is likely that few Americans understand how the programs are financed. Their popularity arises from the perceived need for them and the perceived as well as actual benefits, not from the specific details of how they are paid for. The long-term funding gap for the main part of Social Security can be fixed by broadening the payroll tax base to high incomes or untaxed gains, and the addition of the universal flat benefit can be funded with general revenues or a new dedicated tax or taxes. Together, this will create a solvent, more robust social insurance system. The expanded Social Security system that we propose is designed to increase the public component of retirement income for most Americans and to reduce the need for reliance on tax-favored or taxable private savings without increasing payroll taxes that hurt American businesses. The fact that under the expanded Social Security plan, a majority of Americans would be less dependent on vanishing employer pensions, unreliable IRAs, and 401k, and inadequate household wealth is a feature of the expanded Social Security plan, not a bug. Nevertheless, individuals and families would be free to amass additional private savings for retirement to supplement the more generous public retirement system that we propose. This would be most relevant for higher-earning individuals for whom expanded Social Security will not replace as large of a share of their pre-retirement earnings. It is not clear, however, that such optional, additional private retirement savings should be subsidized by taxpayers through favorable tax treatment if the benefits for tax breaks for private retirement savings are enjoyed chiefly by the affluent, as is currently the case. This year, the government will spend $165.4 billion through these tax expenditures to subsidize individual retirement savings, nearly 80% of which will accrue to the top 20% of earners. With all Americans receiving expanded Social Security, the need for these regressive tax-based benefits will be much less pressing. No public interest justifies the provision of subsidies through the tax code for the private retirement savings of the affluent. Yet that is exactly what current policy does. If Congress, after enacting a version of expanded Social Security, also wanted to promote individual savings for middle-class Americans, it should consider abolishing 401k and other tax-favored individual retirement accounts and replacing them with simple, universal private retirement savings vehicles with strict contribution limits that are more efficient and equitable. Defined contribution plans can exploit economies of scale in order to lower management fees and other administrative costs if individual savings are pooled and if churn is minimal, as in index funds. This is the logic behind proposals that all Americans, not only federal employees, be allowed to invest in the federal government's thrift savings plan. The same logic underlies Senator Tom Harkin's proposal for universal, secure, and adaptable USA retirement funds and economist Teresa Ghilardichi's proposal for guaranteed retirement accounts, GRAs. While the details differ, all of these social insurance plans would promote risk sharing and minimize administrative costs by creating large pools of savings. In addition, the USA retirement funds and GRAs would be designed to protect savers to varying degrees against the tumult of stock market fluctuations. The addition of a private retirement savings element to expanded Social Security would need a cap on contributions so that the program helps middle-income earners without becoming a lavish subsidy for the rich. In our scenario, we have a cap of $5,000 per year into either a GRA or equivalent universal retirement account. But a warning is in order here. It is easy to imagine the private money management industry, threatened by the expanded Social Security proposal, adopting a version of our Social Security B proposal for a flat benefit and combining it with an expanded tax-favored private retirement system, perhaps along the lines discussed above, while cutting or eliminating today's earnings-based contributory Social Security program, which would become Social Security in expanded Social Security. Indeed, many past proposals for the partial or complete privatization of Social Security have included a flat, means-tested public benefit to be supplemented by an expansion of tax-favored private savings. In our view, any such policy would defeat the purpose of our expanded Social Security program, which is to reduce, not increase, the reliance of American retirees on tax-favored pensions and tax-favored private retirement savings accounts alike. Any proposal to create a public flat benefit as an alternative to Social Security's public contributory benefit, rather than as an add-on, should be rejected as an attempt at backdoor privatization of Social Security. The three-legged stool of retirement security in the United States, Social Security, employer plans, and private savings, mostly derived from homeownership, has become wobbly and unstable, with employers walking away from their traditional role of providing a private pension, with defined contribution plans like 401(k), and IRAs dependent on the vagaries of the stock market, and with low levels of personal asset ownership. Social Security now is the only stable leg remaining that is able to prop up retirement security for hundreds of millions of Americans. We propose to replace a wobbly stool and its failing private components with a single, sturdy, portable, and purely public column made up of a strong pillar atop a solid foundation. Expanded Social Security. An expansion of Social Security along the lines that we envision not only would be good for America's retirees, it also would be good for the broader macroeconomy. It would act as an automatic stabilizer during economic downturns, keeping money in retirees' pockets and stimulating consumer demand, especially among low and middle-income individuals who are more likely to spend an extra dollar on goods and services than are affluent individuals. In addition, unlike some elements of the current retirement system, such as pensions, no component in the expanded Social Security plan is contingent on benefits provided by particular employers. By replacing all or most employer-provided, tax-favored retirement savings plan with a new flat public benefit and, perhaps, a modest optional savings plan, expanded Social Security would completely unlink the retirement income of individual Americans from particular jobs and particular employers. An expanded Social Security would help American businesses trying to compete with high value-added foreign companies that don't have to provide pensions to their employees, because those countries already have national retirement plans. The combination of today's Social Security A with our proposed Social Security B to create expanded Social Security would provide a stable, secure retirement for every American and contribute greatly toward a solid foundation from which to build a strong and vibrant 21st century economy. America's hardworking citizens deserve no less. In the past decade, two radically different proposals for the future of Social Security have provoked widespread discussion in the media. One proposal was made by President Barack Obama as part of his proposed budget. This called for using inflation adjustments to deprive the middle-class elderly of nearly 10% of their promised Social Security benefits if they live to their 90s, while only the poor would be shielded from the cuts. Obama's proposal was angrily denounced by progressives and conservatives alike. The rival proposal came in a policy paper called Expanded Social Security, written by Stephen Hill, Robert Hilton Smith, Joshua Friedman, and Michael Lind, and published by the New America Foundation's Economic Growth Program. Our plan called for a major expansion of Social Security benefits, on the grounds that Social Security is far more efficient and reliable than the other two legs of the retirement security stool, employer pensions, both defined benefit pensions and 401 Burmese chats, and tax-deferred private savings accounts like IRAs. Robert Kuttner praised the plan in a column for the Huffington Post. If you don't read any other piece of policy wonkery this year, you owe it to yourself, your parents, and your own golden years to read Expanded Social Security. It provides a politically serious blueprint for expanding the retirement income of the elderly rather than selling them out. If we had a Democratic Party worthy of the name, it would get behind this proposal and change the entire dynamics of the Social Security debate. A number of congressional progressives have defended their support for Social Security by citing our report, as did the AFL-CIO. Chris Hayes praised the report on MSNBC. On Washington Post's Wonk blog, Ezra Klein wrote, "This is the other, perhaps more pressing, Social Security crisis. It's not generous enough to counteract the sorry state of retirement savings nationwide." In a report for the New American Foundation, Michael Lind, Stephen Hill, Robert Hilton Smith, and Joshua Friedman survey this data and conclude that the ongoing debate over how to cut Social Security is all wrong. We need to make Social Security much more generous. Expanded Social Security also received favorable mentions in the Washington Post, the Daily Beast, the American Prospect, The Nation, Mother Jones, Next New Deal, Daily Kos, and other venues. Nor has interest been limited to the center-left. The expanded Social Security plan was discussed seriously by Rayhan Salam at the conservative magazine National Review's blog and Andrew Biggs of the American Enterprise Institute. That makes it all the more important to note the weakness of most of the criticisms that Biggs levels against proposals like ours to expand rather than cut Social Security in response to the disappearance of traditional pensions, the failure of 401 Burmese chats, and the inadequacy of private savings. The first two of his arguments are trivial. According to Biggs, raising the payroll tax from 12.4% to 15.0%, about what would be needed to restore 75-year solvency, would reduce annual hours worked by around 6% for middle-aged individuals and even more for near retirees. Even if these estimates were correct, all such calculations are questionable. The effect on labor force participation would be minor and most likely swamped by other effects, like the cycle of booms and recessions. In our proposal, most of the benefit expansion would be funded by non-payroll taxes that would fall disproportionately on the rich, who derive much or most of their income from capital gains, not labor. His second argument: Social Security's benefit formula punishes individuals who choose to delay retirement. A typical near retiree receives only 2.5 cents in extra lifetime benefits for each dollar of additional taxes he pays into the program. At best, this is an argument for tweaking the Social Security benefit formula. It is not an argument against making Social Security benefits more generous for all Americans, as we propose an expanded Social Security. Third, Biggs argues that Social Security lowers personal saving. But there is nothing wrong with this. Reducing the need to save is the whole point of social insurance, like Social Security. Instead of trying to hoard enough money to live in retirement, we pay taxes to the program that will pay benefits to us when we are retired. Biggs thinks the economy would be better off if we hoarded more money for retirement. Because we're not amassing enough in bank savings accounts and mutual funds, he thinks the capital stock is a lot smaller and the economy weaker due to these incentives. The idea that more savings leads to more investment, which automatically leads to higher economic growth, is a staple of conservative economic theory. But the comparative international data show no correlation between high levels of economic growth and stingy Social Security systems that force citizens to save more, like the U.S. And the idea that forcing low- and middle-income Americans to stash more cash in 401 Burmese chats would be more important for economic growth than, say, investment in R&D and productivity-enhancing infrastructure or sound macroeconomic policy is dubious. Ironically, the final criticism made by Biggs backfires on him and other proponents of greater tax-favored private retirement savings. He thinks Social Security is depressing the American birth rate. Roughly half the decline in birth rates in developed countries may be attributable to the increasing size and cost of pay-as-you-go pension plans. Other research finds that an increase in government old age pensions is strongly correlated with a reduction in fertility. Correlation does not equal causation, so it may be a mistake to explain declining fertility rates in advanced industrial countries in terms of public retirement security schemes, as opposed to feminism, the availability of contraception, and other causes. But let's assume, without argument, that a declining fertility rate is necessarily bad for a country. And let us also stipulate that the availability of Social Security reduces the importance in decisions to have kids of a bad reason. You want to have kids so they will keep you out of poverty in your old age, compared to a good reason. You want to have kids for the sake of having kids. If this is a criticism of Social Security, it is also at the same time a criticism of any and every proposal that seeks to expand private savings or private insurance to increase retirement security. After all, the salient factor is not whether the insurance or savings is public or private. It is the amount of old age income security. If plans like the partial Social Security privatization plans that Biggs and others have proposed over the years were to increase retirement security for most Americans, they would, according to Biggs' own theory, reduce the incentives for Americans to have children who will bail them out of indigence in old age. In other words, if Biggs is right, then to promote higher fertility rates, we should cut Social Security and also cut pensions for 101 Burmese Chats, IRAs, and private annuities at the same time. The arguments of those who want to cut Social Security then are pretty weak. But that may not matter because big money is backing the side that wants to cut Social Security. Proposals like ours to expand the public, pay-as-you-go Social Security system would make a lot of private retirement savings unnecessary, and that would cut into the fee income extracted from 401 Burmese Chats and IRAs by the money management industry. Whereas the money managers would make hefty profits from the success of proposals to cut Social Security while beefing up tax-favored retirement savings. Proposals like ours to address the American retirement security crisis by expanding Social Security have logic, facts, and public opinion on their side. But they don't allow the politically powerful financial industry to maintain or expand its share of the economy, and that may be their fatal defect. Once again, the welfare state is being made the scapegoat for everything that is going wrong economically and fiscally. On Maybrit Illner, Christian Lindner called for further aid for Ukraine to be financed by cutting social benefits. In other words, the unemployed, recipients of housing benefit, social pensioners, and those in need of care should pay for the arms deliveries. Lindner has thus provided the demagogues of the AFD with a steep template. The Handelsblatt newspaper toots the same horn and call for the welfare state and its mismanagement to be spared no further and properly reformed. The growing threat of war, the poor equipment of the army, and the need to make savings in all areas of the state, the economy and society are depriving the growing social expenditure of legitimacy. In its projection of a basic program, the CDU advocates more personal provision in health insurance and a mandatory funded pension scheme. This will be warmly welcomed by the insurance and finance industries, as only they will benefit from this and no one else. In their latest attack on the welfare state, Handelsblatt and FAZ refer to a report by economists Stefan Fetzer and Christian Hagest, paid for by the Association of Young Entrepreneurs, which sees the welfare state at a tipping point. Without a fundamental restructuring of social insurance to provide for private risks, Social Security contributions would rise from 40% of gross wages today to at least 50% by 2050. They blame two developments for the tax bomb they predict FIG. On the one hand, the aging of society will cause pension insurance expenditure to rise faster than wage growth. Medical progress has the same effect on statutory health insurance, SHI, expenditure. Fetzer and Hagest regurgitate the horror story told by their academic foster father Bernd Raffelhuschen for over 20 years that the young generation is being exploited by a gerontocracy pampered by the welfare state. With the help of generational balances, he wants to create the impression that the young generation has to pay for a huge mountain of debt produced by the Social Security system. This is complete nonsense. Pension insurance schemes are fundamentally based on using contributions to acquire entitlements that will only be redeemed and earned in the future. This applies to pay-as-you-go pension insurance as well as to funded pension schemes. The difference lies in the guarantor. In the pay-as-you-go system, this is the domestic economy and politics. In the funded system, it is the insurance companies and the international capital market. Rafael Hushin's model of the generational balance sheet is also methodologically dubious. It is limited to netting out the future burdens on younger people from the pensions and health and care costs of their parents and grandparents. This ignores other intergenerational transfers. The upbringing and education costs financed by the older generation for their offspring are not taken into account. The infrastructure they have built up in the economy and the effects of technological progress they have produced should also be taken into account. However, this is hardly possible due to a lack of suitable data. Rafael Hushin even ignores the statistically ascertainable intergenerational wealth transfers in the form of gifts and inheritances. They only affect the better-off classes and show that the real problem is not intergenerational but intragenerational distribution. It is true that pension entitlement periods have increased thanks to rising life expectancy. Expenditure on medical care and nursing care is also naturally higher for older people than for younger people. In 1900, there were 12.4 people of working age for every person over the age of 64. 50 years later, this ratio was 6.9. Today, it is 3.6. The share of the social budget in gross domestic product rose from 17.1% to 26.2% between 1950 and 1975 and is now, 2022, 30.5%. This growth in social spending has gone hand in hand with rising economic productivity and a rising standard of living. This must be a riddle for all economists, journalists, and politicians who portray our social security system as no longer financially viable and a threat to prosperity. Their constantly repeated claim that our social budget is too expensive by international standards and jeopardizes the competitiveness of the German economy also has no empirical substance. The share of social benefits in Germany's gross domestic product is on a par with comparable economies. This was recently shown by the Hans Bachler Foundation in a comparison of OECD countries. The story of a welfare state that is no longer affordable has been told for more than 40 years by people who have been pushing their results-oriented calculations and steep theses on the public. They claim unabashedly and fact-free that employers and employees would both benefit from the privatization of life risks covered by social insurance. They pretend that these costs would no longer exist if they no longer appeared as Social Security contributions on pay slips. This is misleading because it is not the welfare state that is systematically mismanaged, Handelsblatt, but the transfer of its tasks to the private insurance industry. Private health insurance, PKV, spends 30% more than SHI for the same services. It is true that they pay the same flat rates for inpatient treatment. Pharmacy prices do not differ either, apart from the SHI discount agreements. In outpatient care, however, private health insurance pays more than twice as much as statutory health insurance for the same services. With the conversion of social pension insurance to capitalized funds, old age provision is no longer regulated by democratically made political decisions. It will become dependent on the whims of the global capital markets, a system of organized irresponsibility that can hardly be controlled. The pay-as-you-go system has significantly lower overhead costs. Private health insurance has twice as much administrative expenditure per insured person as statutory health insurance. German pension insurance spends 1.5% of the pension amount paid out on its administration. In the Netherlands, where around half of pensions are financed by capitalized funds, financial giants such as BlackRock and Vanguard collect 8 to 9 billion euros a year in commissions, with a pension sum paid out of around 30 billion euros. The cuts to the risks of life covered by the welfare state are not savings, but shift expenditure to private households and increase the cost of living. These will be claimed in the wage negotiations. The mantra cultivated by the business press and employers' associations that a reduction in Social Security contributions achieved through privatization would reduce wage costs and strengthen the competitiveness of German companies is a lie. It resembles the belief of small children that they can no longer be seen when they put their hands in front of their faces. One of the gems of Dutch democracy is the round-table discussion in the second chamber. In public meetings, party specialists are brought up to date by experts. On Friday, I was invited to take part in the discussion on the reform of the pension system. The Netherlands has 800 billion euros in pension funds, the largest amount in the world in relation to GDP. Since the 1950s, with an interruption in 1989 to 2001, we have been paying in more contributions than we pay out in pensions, and we divert the difference to the financial markets. The huge pension pot is obviously not big enough. Our role model is Uncle Scrooge. He is always working on an even bigger treasury. Contribution rates have been raised and pensions have not been indexed, encouraged by a discourse of constant pension worries and difficult reforms. In 2010, a pension agreement failed, and then in 2019, a new agreement led to a pension law. This will come into force on January 1st. The investments cost us a lot. In 2020, we paid the pension funds 9 billion euros, 29% of pensions paid out, in management and investment fees for money managers such as Vanguard and BlackRock, who make exorbitant profits. In May 2020, the ABP pension fund alone paid 1.54 billion euros in bonuses. As a result, ABP has increased its contributions for 2021 in order to responsibly fund pensions, as it says on its website. The costs are, of course, also offset by benefits, in this case, the beautiful Dutch pensions. The strange thing, however, is that it is not actually necessary to save for this, because the contributions have been sufficient to pay the pensions for decades. This also seems to be the case in the aging Netherlands. According to demographic forecasts, contribution payments will be lower than pension payments between 2031 and 2051. But this difference will be much smaller than the annual cost that we are already paying to the pension insurance sector and is quite bearable for a rich country. Another cost is the loss of labor for the real economy. A separate industry has developed around the huge pension fund. There's an army of advisors, consultants, coaches, pension professors, and other consultants. There is a commercial knowledge platform, Pension Pro, with thousands of members. An academic network, NetSpar, connects around 300 researchers. DNB Bank has 113 people working in supervision and a budget of 32 million euros. The 206 pension insurers must be managed by competent people from companies and professional associations. All these people have a career in the world of pensions and have taken part in the discussions about the new pension law. The result is unsurprising. We will continue to save. And then there are the macroeconomic costs. Saving is not all fun and games. As we have been taking in more in pension contributions than is paid out in pensions for decades, there is less money available to spend, and that means less growth for the economy. A second problem is financial vulnerability. According to the DNB study, a quarter of Dutch households did not have a secure financial cushion in 2020. According to surveys by the National Institute for Budgetary Affairs, NIBUD, 1 in 3 Dutch households has payment arrears, and 1 in 5 even has payment problems. While many Dutch people cannot make ends meet or have too little financial cushion, we continue to pay more into the pension funds than is necessary to finance pensions. Why is that? There's a conceivable pension system that avoids all these costs and interests, a general statutory pay-as-you-go system. It serves just as many people, the 3 million Dutch pensioners, at a fraction of the cost. Instead of 9 billion euros per year, only 100 million euros, i.e. 90 times less. There is no investment pot, no asset managers, no bonuses, and no army of advisors. A few civil servants manage the statutory pay-as-you-go system for a small fee. Moreover, it is perfectly possible to switch to a pay-as-you-go system. Sweden did so in the 1990s, and this does not necessarily lead to lower pensions. On the contrary, Austria has a successful pay-as-you-go system with lower contributions and higher pensions, namely 80% of the average wage. Unfortunately, surprise, the new pension law has left no room for this, and now it is too late. The wait for the next pension reform continues, I suppose, until I retire myself. For 3/4 of a century, America's most successful social program, signed into law by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt during the depths of the Depression, has helped Americans in multiple ways. By providing a guaranteed income to all Americans in retirement, Social Security has made utter destitution among the elderly all but forgotten like the poorhouses for the old that 21st century Americans know only from history books. By lessening the burden of caring for their aged parents, Social Security has freed American families to invest more in their children. Social Security has important macroeconomic functions as well. During economic downturns like today's Great Recession, it acts as an automatic stabilizer, slowing the collapse of aggregate demand. And in good times as well as bad, by contributing to the purchasing power of the elderly, Social Security helps to maintain the mass consumption on which a modern industrial economy depends. Social Security's contributions to deficits in the future are minor and easily corrected. The main long-term threat to the economy comes from healthcare costs, private and public, which are much higher in the U.S. than in other industrial democracies. The solution is all-payer cost control, setting medical prices by negotiation between the government and providers. This will require the elected representatives of the American people to end the gouging of American businesses and consumers by greedy pharmaceutical companies and hospitals and overpaid doctors. The only other alternative to national bankruptcy is rationing, which would force Americans to receive less health care at excessive prices, instead of the same amount of health care at lower prices comparable to those in Canada, Europe, and Japan. If the predatory American medical industry is ultimately broken and tamed, then the so-called entitlement crisis played up by Democratic deficit hawks like Erskine Bowles and Alice Rivlin and right-wing Republicans like Pete Peterson and David Walker and Alan Simpson will shrink to manageable proportions. According to former Republican head of the Congressional Budget Office Douglas Holtz-Eakin, if medical prices grow no faster than the economy, then by the mid-21st century, the aging of the population alone will require us to raise only an additional 2% of GDP for Social Security and another 2% or so for Medicare. Because the U.S. spends so much less on transfer payments than other industrial democracies, the U.S. can make these minor adjustments and still spend less on government than other successful capitalist nations. Social Security's modest shortfall in the next half-century can be reduced by raising the cap on wage income that is covered by the Social Security payroll tax, or eliminated by getting rid of the cap altogether. According to polls, most Americans prefer raising taxes on high-income Americans to raising the retirement income and cutting Social Security benefits for the majority. The American people are right, and they should get their way. While Social Security remains vigorous at the age of 75, the same cannot be said of economic conservatism. Social Security was born into the modern world of the 1930s and 1940s, the world of electricity and automobiles, of radio and television, of the jet engine and nuclear energy. But economic conservatism is more than 130 old, and it shows. Economic conservatism was born in Britain, the offspring of Herbert Spencer, the theorist of social Darwinism, which actually was antisocial and not Darwinist. Brought to America in infancy, economic conservatism was adopted by plutocrats like Andrew Carnegie and raised by the rich, who continue to be the chief audience of what is now an elderly and enfeebled doctrine. Herbert Spencer believed that markets promoted the survival of the fittest, a phrase he coined. The patron saint of free market libertarians opposed even public sewage systems and public libraries. Even conservative politicians in modern democracies have repudiated this kind of market fundamentalism. Ronald Reagan refused to propose cuts in Social Security and proposed to nationalize Medicaid. When George W. Bush pushed for diverting some Social Security payroll taxes into the casino of the stock market, the idea was so unpopular that a Congress controlled by Republicans refused even to debate it. Meanwhile, Bush and the Republican Congress, by enacting the Medicare drug benefit, created the first new healthcare entitlement since LBJ passed Medicare and Medicaid in the 1960s. Economic conservatism thus has good reason to be bitter while brooding in the nursing home, cursing Keynes and Roosevelt in a 19th century British accent, while propped up on pillows beneath the signed pictures of Herbert Spencer, Andrew Mellon, and Milton Friedman. During election year campaigns, conservative politicians wheel out the aged doctrine and promise that, cross their hearts, when elected they will abolish Social Security and privatize Medicare. But once they are in office, Republicans forget about their old friend until the next election cycle, although they may send signed cards to the nursing home during the holidays. Fit and spry at 75, Social Security is in much better shape than economic conservatism, which in its 14th decade struggles to hang on from one day to the next. Having outlived the age of steam, economic conservatism can only look on with jealousy as Social Security, the child of the second industrial revolution of the 20th century, continues to prosper in the age of the internet. Ever weakening and increasingly confused, economic conservatism may survive another few election cycles, but the actuarial odds are against this relic of the Victorian era. One thing is certain: economic conservatism will be dead and buried on August 14th, 2035, when a grateful America celebrates the 100th anniversary of the Social Security program, which even then will be many years from retirement.